Good morning, everybody. Welcome to opening call for this Tuesday, March 19th, 2024. I am Jack Pelzer, in for one more day for Eddie while he's on the mend, along with John, the artist formerly known as Hoagland. How you doing this morning, John?
I'm doing well. Grateful to be here. Happy Tuesday, March the 19th. Hoping Eddie is healing up nicely. I know we all miss him. And as always, on this segment, we're going to focus on seeking accurate context, good risk management, and patience. How are you feeling today, Jack?
I'm actually feeling like $1,000,000 today, Hoag. So hope Eddie joins me in that soon, but he seems like he's about ready to
Yes.
come back. I know he wants to be here. So all eyes are on Wednesday. We got the Federal Reserve rate decision coming. We'll have a Powell presser. We'll have a whole hullabaloo for that because that's what we're waiting for. We also have a barn burner of a day here. We got RIPS joining us for the end of opening call and fast markets. We have funded trader Desmond stopping by to talk algos with the algo man himself, Coach Robert. Deeyana and Jay are in for the strategy lab, and Isaac Rivera is bringing us home during power hour, and you know he will be dressed to the nines with or without a stogie and a glass. Loved trading with Isaac last week. As far as stuff going on this morning, we had U.S. housing starts came in at 1.521 million, which was a slight beat on the 1.44 estimate. Also overnight, the Bank of Japan, Hogue, there are no longer any countries on earth with negative interest rates after the BOJ raised the interest rates to a shockingly high. What did they raise them to, Hogue? 0.
Zero.
Yes.
It's their first rate hike in 17 years. 17 years since they've had zero interest rates. They've had negative interest rates for that long.
Don't want to be holding your stuff in a checking account there, that's for sure.
True.
Besides that, yeah, it was kind of a slow news day. Besides that, I was looking around, not finding too much. Hogue, you got anything coming down the pipe?
Well, of course, everybody is, I'm sure, well aware that the FOMC meeting begins today. You went over the housing starts. Permits were higher than expected as well. They were looking for 1.5 million, came out 1.518 million. 755 just before the start here. The Red Book came out. Of course, that's not going to probably be very impactful. At 10:30, we have a 52-week bill auction. At noon, there is a 20-year bond auction. All eyes will probably be on that. And at 3:30, of course, the API crude stocks numbers coming out. The FOMC, as everybody is, I'm sure, well aware, expected to leave rates where they are. A lot of anticipation, however, will be on the dot plot that should be coming out at 1 p.m. Central tomorrow. So would be fun to be a fly on the wall during that meeting over the next couple of days. But unfortunately, we're going to have to wait until 1 p.m. Central tomorrow to find out any differences, any changes. And then, of course, the chair presser at 1:30 again tomorrow.
Yeah, those are the
Equities are
things we
set
mentioned
to
on
start. Pardon?
fast markets. I just wanted to emphasize for everyone out there, the rates are all but assured to be exactly where they are. So look out for the presser, look out for the dot plots. That's what's going to move markets.
100%. Equities are set to open the session lower today, and I think this is the most precarious position that our heroes, the S&P and the Nasdaq, have been in quite some time. We're going to see that in the charts very shortly. The Canadian CPI numbers came out this morning, lower than expected. So take that for what you will. And the VIX up this morning about 2%, 14.63. The dollar index up slightly, 103.9. And the yield on the 10-year pretty much flat, maybe a slightly lower than settlement at 4.31%. Excuse me, I'm having a little trouble speaking this morning, but we'll get that straightened out in no time. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing what's going on today. I know a lot of folks are expecting range-bound activity, not a lot of participation, not a lot of volume today, as traders and hedgers, hedge their positions, position themselves for whatever might happen tomorrow. You never know. It could be a big nothing burger tomorrow as if everything comes out as expected. But again, that dot plot might be a little bit of a game changer, as well as the share presser at 1:30 tomorrow. So that's pretty much it as far as economic numbers due out today. Is always looking for some decent opportunities in these markets, and we'll see what we can see here very shortly.
Yeah, real quick, James, do we have a tip of the week this week? The tip of the week is stay disciplined. Stick to your trading plan even when emotions are high. Avoid making impulsive decisions based on fear or greed. Regularly. See, Hogue, I can't speak like you too. I've always had trouble with that word. Regularly review and evaluate your performances. Avoid making impulsive decisions. That's good life advice in general. Think it through. It's like I tell my toddler, how, take a deep breath, blow out the
Yes.
birthday candles, breathe in. Good stuff to
Mm-hmm.
remember.
Yeah,
All right.
discipline is
So with
always a challenge. It's nothing that you can just sit back and say, "I am going to be disciplined." It is something that takes practice.
It does. So with that, Hogue, we got RIPS coming on in about 15 minutes or so. So let's get to the charts.
Always going to be good to see and fun to trade with RIPS. All right, so look at what we've got going on here. Yes, upside structure does remain in structure, but I believe it is at risk for the first time, or in its most precarious position than we've seen in quite a long time. If you see this little blue circle here that I very carefully, artfully put on there, that is the key reversal day. We have yet to take out the high from that key reversal day. It continues to loom large in technical analysis, if you will, not to mention in the psychology of traders. Now, if this market were to pull back, if it were to kind of fall into a deeper pullback, it's going to be, I think, a very difficult mindset change for traders who have been in the buy the weakness mode for quite a long time. So this is really going to be an interesting day today, and of course, an interesting day tomorrow and Thursday on the day of the afterglow of the FOMC, as Rips likes to call it. So that key reversal on the 8th, that's a week ago last Friday, does continue to loom large. Yesterday, I had a lot of questions as to why the weekly kickoff level was pretty much right in the middle of the range that we've been in for the last week or two, depending on which market you're looking at. And here's why. The S&P is closed one tick below it. I was looking for acceptance in time above that level to kind of encourage continuation moves to the upside and to take out that high of the reversal pattern. The long-term trend line is in play. We've got 1, we've got 2, we've got 3 points of contact here in the S&Ps on this daily chart. And this is a supportive level, but if we break down below it and find some acceptance down there, that could change the overall market state in the longer time frame. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. I want to go back and take a quick look at the reversal pattern that we saw. This was the 8th of March. Thursday's range was here. Friday opened, traded higher, closed lower. This is the all-time high. And on a reversal pattern like that, that means something. So we've been very cautious looking for longs on any strength for the past week or so. Here's our trend line. Here's the range from yesterday. It did close. You can hardly see it here. If I make it really big, closed one tick below that weekly kickoff low. I'm looking for time and acceptance above that. We spent the better part of the day yesterday above that level, and at the very end of the day, the market broke and closed below it. What did it also create? It created a late spike to the downside. That is a profile term, and we're going to go over the rules of that here in just a second. Overnight inventory was largely to the short side. We've seen some reconciliation of all those overnight lows. Visuals down below. Of course, we've got our trend line. We've got a naked point of control down here at 51.81. And below that, we've got 51.57 last week's low. We've got 51.40, which was a previous weekly kickoff low that I've left on there because if price does approach it, I believe it is going to be somewhat important. Down below that, we also have our weekly kickoff low, 51.23. And there are lots of points below that. I'm not suggesting that that is going to happen. Of course, anything can, but we know we've got information due out tomorrow that could knock these markets around. So really just kind of keeping an eye on what the market is telling us today. Nuances. We have a key reversal pattern here. Nuance. We were unable to close the gap yesterday, but now we're opening with another gap to the downside below a late spike. What the heck is a late spike? In profile, when the market ranges for the better part of the day, and in this case, the market pushes lower late in the session and closes below the range or the balance area of that day, it creates what we call a late spike. In profile, it looks like this. Okay, this is what a late spike looks like. The market range bound, late spike, pushes price lower and closes down there. That doesn't give the market time to show acceptance of prices at lower levels. So when we look at that, if the market opens below that late spike, it is the highest probability of acceptance of lower pricing. If it opens inside the late spike, it's a secondary but probable acceptance of lower pricing, and opening above a late spike to the downside marks rejection of lower pricing. The base of the late spike today, 52.16, 52.16. Remember that, because if the market opens, closes the gap, and gets to the base of the late spike, 52.16, just about right there, right at weekly kickoff level, this is an important inflection level for the market to see if it can re-accept inside value and continue to push higher into the range from yesterday, or if it rejects value and then starts to push lower. So the opening, out of balance. We're out of balance. We have nuances that say this market is the auction, the upside auction longer time frame is struggling. If it continues to struggle, it may just range when we may see a deeper pullback. Again, anything can happen. I'm not suggesting that any of these things are going to happen. There's nothing that anybody can say or do that can guarantee any outcome of the market. Just looking at the nuances, if we can't close this gap, even if we do close the gap, get to the base of the late spike, that takes us back to this inflection level that yesterday, I deemed as important to close above. It did not close above it. So we're going to be with you. RIPS is going to be here in a little bit. We're going to watch these markets. We're going to trade these markets on the open, and we'll see what kind of opportunities are provided for us. Again, I think that these equities markets are in the most precarious position than they have been in, well, probably this year for sure. Here's the NASDAQ, similar situation, 1, 2, almost 3 points of contact here. The market is struggling to even hold the previous balance here. It's starting to show a balance lower, and this trend line is important to see it reject below it, or if it accepts below it, then we might see this market pull back a little bit deeper. Now, again, we know we have information coming out tomorrow. It is very important, and again, anything can happen, but just by looking at these charts, looking at the volume, open interest, which now we can kind of look at again because rollover is over. We added about 4,000 in the June contract in the S&Ps. We added about 400 yesterday in open interest in the NASDAQ. So we're not seeing any real big positioning going on, which makes sense because FOMC is tomorrow. Again, yesterday, the market failed above the weekly kickoff high. Let's take a look at that on the 30-minute chart. We know we also have the key reversal pattern on the 8th in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ had a harder time maintaining price above the weekly kickoff high and closed considerably low at 18,231.50. So the market looked above it, but shows signs of rejection above that important inflection level. And again, there was a reason for where those weekly kickoff levels were. I wanted to see the market show signs of acceptance above that level for continuation to the upside. We're not seeing that. Nuance number one. The trend line in play. Okay, we kind of looked below it. We rejected. Now we're back below it. We've got a gap. Overnight inventory is short. Visuals down below. There is a naked point of control here. Last week's low here. Weekly kickoff low below that, 17,712. This could actually end up being a healthy pullback because the market isn't going to go one direction all the time. It has to pull back to even out inventory. The market, I think, the NASDAQ and the S&P have done a pretty good job of evening out that inventory um, in this area of balance. But again, I think that they are in a precarious position where they could change that longer time frame market state to either a lower balance or a deeper pullback. Yes.
You mentioned a precarious position here as far as, a larger pullback or something like that. In the day before an FOMC rate announcement, are you more likely to be looking for the range trades or something like that as opposed to, some big move when all the information everyone's waiting for is coming out tomorrow?
Typically, I would say that is true. But in the context of the current market, I think that there's always that probability, Jack, and you're right. You're right to point that out. And I know a lot of folks are probably looking for some sort of range trade today, and that may be exactly what happens. But because of the context in the longer time frame, the way the market has been struggling to the upside, and a couple of the nuances that we're seeing, I think that there's at least a little bit higher probability of some directional trade happening today. It could be completely wrong. Everything is a hypothesis, but just from looking at the nuances, the key reversal, the late spikes in these markets, the fact that we're opening with gaps, that we're near an important trend line, and that we were unable to hold price above that weekly kickoff high, all are pointing to possible bigger range or bigger opportunities. Now, Jack, they could be absolutely a range bound day. We don't know what's going to happen. I'm just stacking the nuances that I see that say there's something else maybe going on here that might provide bigger opportunity for us today.
The market is the pain machine. The pain machine.
Yes,
so
yes,
we don't expect it. We'll do.
Yes, it is. Yeah, 100%. So just to kind of look at the profile from yesterday in the NASDAQ, we also have a late spike. Price balancing, leaving balance late in the day, and then closing, not giving the market time to show acceptance at that lower level. Again, opening below it, a higher probability of acceptance of lower pricing. The base of the late spike in the NASDAQ, 18,234. Now that's kind of a go, no go level. If we get above that and show acceptance in range and value from yesterday, the opposite could certainly occur. And that has been very typical in this market. A lot of folks are expecting when the market shows weakness, we just have to buy it because that's what's been working. If that changes, it's going to strip a lot of gears. And I don't know, again, if that's going to happen, but there is that probability based on the nuances that we're seeing. So here's the late spike settled all the way down at 18,231, below weekly kickoff low. Again, that's the reason I put those there is I thought it was very important for price to maintain above that level to show continuation to the takeout, possibly the high of that key reversal pattern. So I think that's about it. We got that late spike nuance in the NASDAQ opening with a gap. Again, if we can't close the gap, we're looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap, which would again be a nuance telling us to look to the short side. It feels strange to even say that about these equities, but we're just taking a look at what we see. Crude oil, medium time frame upside structure remains. Higher lows, higher highs. Overnight open interest indicates new buyers came in on this push above weekly kickoff. This double distribution trend day to the upside did bring in new business. It's right after rollover, so that new business is a little bit hidden by the fact that we lost 22,000 in the April contract, but we added much more than that in the future contracts. So it does look like there were actual decent buyers coming into this market yesterday, adding to long positions. Volume was okay. Open interest increased. The upside auction appears to be doing pretty well. I'm going to give it a grade of a B minus, The volume wasn't that great. It's just coming out of rollover, which makes things a little bit blurry. So I'm going to give this rally yesterday a B minor. And my expectation is that it is doing well and likely to continue in that direction. We did close above the weekly kickoff high. Here is the 30-minute chart. Let's take a quick look. Whoops. Hey there. Hold on there. Okay. So, 2 days of range breaking out to the upside above last week's range. We closed on the high. It was a double distribution trend day to the upside with decent volume and an increase in open interest. That says that the upside auction that occurred yesterday was healthy and is likely to continue. Overnight inventory, we don't really have any. We opened in range, but above value. And it looks as though we are attempting to push higher and reject range and value from yesterday. Attempting is an industry term. It is trying. Monitor how good of a job it does going in that direction. Value rejection last night from the previous session, opening without overnight inventory, buyers coming in, all good signs. This was after the close yesterday, and this high will be a tough spot, but we've already taken out our overnight high, and we appear to be doing pretty well in doing that. So the profile yesterday, a double distribution trend day, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know how many days, how many bars were higher lows and higher highs. There is one interesting level in crude oil. If we were to pull back, the afternoon pullback low at 81.49, 81.49 would be, I think, a really interesting level for us to look for an opportunity. Look, that's the afternoon pullback high. It's the overnight high before that. It's the high of the day before that. It's pretty close to the high of the day before that. If we do pull back there, that'll be a really interesting level if we even get the opportunity. Right now, the auction seems healthy to the upside. Now let's take a look at gold.
Yeah. Give us your fastest 30-second gold report for the gold bugs out there.
You got it. Upside digestion, bull flag forming, added 4,600 in open interest yesterday. Volume is falling because we are coming into rollover. It's probably going to be another couple of weeks before we move into the June contract. On the 30-minute chart, just to show you the bull flag that is forming, we have the directional activity, which left a lot of weak structure down below, but we've been pulling back on lower volume. We did add open interest on a push to the upside yesterday. I'm using range to breakout rules on this. Movement to the upper trend line looks to short. Movement to the lower trend line looks to long until one or the other is broken and brings in some meaningful participation outside of this range. Yesterday's profile was a normal variation neutral day. That can sometimes cause a market to seek new levels to facilitate trade because, after all, what is the market's job? It is to facilitate trade. Take your deep breath. Be humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Make sure you pray for peace. And we're going to have RIPS coming in here right now. Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, we're just going to roll it right in, I think.
Let's roll.
Yes, the doorbell. Hello, RIPS.
Good morning. Good morning, Ho. Good morning, Jack. How you folks doing?
Good. What's going
Fantastic.
Just the day before FOMC, so not too much craziness going on. Right now, we are pushing up into a little bit of an inefficiency on the 15-minute here in the NQ. We did have a little bit of a bounce there out of Google and Apple, which are kind of driving the NQ here to the north side. We also have the S&Ps kind of breaking through the VWAP there at 5202. So
Mhm.
if we're going to have a push of liquidity back up to the top side after we had basically a big draw of liquidity here to the downside. So I want to see if we get any follow through today, but my expectations are extremely low since tomorrow is FOMC. The only real news that people are trading off of today outside of the Canadian CPI is going to be the Bank of Japan decision that was overnight. And they are raising their rates for the first time in 17 years, so almost 2 decades there. And yeah, a lot of exciting stuff, but I still think that the big one on the table right now is going to be FOMC tomorrow. So we might see a little bit of positioning trade going into that. I think that any of those large positional trades will be taking place during the 20-year bond auction this afternoon that is due to take place, I believe, at 1:30 or 1 o'clock. Let's see here. At 1 p.m. Eastern, so noon Central Time. We'll see a 20-year bond auction. So I do expect to see some positioning going into that. But, we could have a very choppy range here off the open. So I'll be here for it. I'll be watching for it. Right now, we are just, like I said, pushing into this inefficiency. We have a bearish order block above that. And if we do tap into that, I'll be looking for a rejection up there, which coincides with our level of 195 quarters there in the NQ. But we do have a couple levels to get through. 147 3/4 at the top side, 166, and then of course 195 quarters. If we do reject here at 147 3/4, we do have room back to the downside below 18,100 here at 18,097 halves, with a tickle down here to 18,071. If we do break that 18,071 to the downside, we could be meandering down towards 18,000 flat at 18,018, which I think is close to one of your levels there, John, isn't it? I think you have 22s or something.
And last week's low is 18,006 and a quarter. That's about as close to the level I've got there. Naked point of control down at 18,071, which kind of put in our low in the NASDAQ here so far.
Gotcha.
If this wasn't a like day before FOMC day, I would be really, really thirsty to get into something early here. But, we're opening out of range. We're opening out of value. We've got a late spike. We've got the key reversal pattern. And I don't want to color anybody's opinion or bias because today is FOMC. I think there is always the possibility of just creating a range day and hanging around all day.
100%.
But with the position that these markets are in, I think they're at the most precarious position. They're the most precarious area that I've seen so far this year of a potential market state change. But that may not happen till tomorrow after the FOMC, if it does at all. Who knows?
Yeah, perfectly lined up for that FOMC meeting, it feels like.
Oh.
Hey.
Oh, what's up?
Whoa, look at that.
What's up, Dre?
What's happening, boys?
Well, just getting ready for the
Tuesday
open.
In paradise over here.
Yeah, it sure is. Rips. Another Tuesday in paradise is right. Sorry to interrupt that, but you guys are talking about FOMC tomorrow. Yeah, so not expecting a whole lot today, right? They're gonna, light and tight, hop around, and if something comes in, we'll take advantage of it. But nothing too crazy, Rips. So, what are you thinking, Rips, going into a day like today?
Well, I'm going to try to be hands-off. I'm going to be going into today with the attitude that I'm going to be looking to trade combines instead of XFAs. I'm definitely not touching my live. I'm going to wait until the afterglow of FOMC to even think about trading my live. But if we do have some sort of follow-through today and the price action does look easy, I might switch into trading some XFAs. But on the onset here for the open, which is going to be coming in just one short minute here, I'm going to be looking to trade a combine into this open here.
Excellent. Good to know.
Yeah, I think it's probably a smart idea. I'll probably do the same.
Call that shifting gears, right? Shifting gears. But the afterglow of the FOMC is that'll be tomorrow afternoon. Jay Powell will get on the mic and tell us what he's feeling. But until that happens, keep it light and tight. John, you got me thinking now about that key reversal from, when was it, about 10 days ago?
Yeah, it was the 8th.
8th, yes. So 10, yeah. It's in the back of my head now. So taking along is going to be a little bit more difficult. Anything's hell, long or short, these markets. Nothing's really having any conviction or driving one way or another. But we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Andre.
I think it could be just a function of everybody waiting for FOMC.
Mm-hmm.
Usually the way it goes. Markets are open.
All right, here we go.
Let's get it, traders.
Starting out with a big amount of liquidity there drawn to the downside. S&Ps are still holding above the VWAP for now. So we had a dunk low there in the NQ. We now are pushing into the middle section of this inefficiency here. But again, a lot of orders going off, a lot of order matching right now. We'll have to see if we have any kind of advantage trade looking for a scalp here on the open. Right now, I'm not really seeing anything that's floating my boat. A lot of order matching going on here.
5200s, S&Ps. Should be around.
We also had another offering announced by SMCI, which can definitely add some contagion to the downside in the chips market.
Why is that, Rips?
The semis. Sorry?
Why is that? An offering?
Well, offerings usually, I mean, they're raising money when the price is high, but it just seems weird that they've done 2 of them now. If I'm not mistaken, somebody can correct me. I believe it's 2. This is their second offering in 2 weeks for SMCI, if not sooner. I'm going to try short here since this is kind of failing this range. I want to see this tucking below 118 halves. So I'm short in a combine right now.
As am I.
For these 118 halves, we got to the downside here.
Off the opening range.
And adding again there since we're weak below 118 halves.
I'm adding another one as
97 halves now to print. Watching here, if we duck below these hundreds would be very nice and advantageous here. Adding in one more lot here for the scoop below 100s. Covering my ad there. And covering another lot there, just in case we perk back up. Boom, I stopped on 116 halves and stopped out there. So puts me up. I was up, let's see here. I was up $517, now up $789. So nice little scalp there to the downside.
Mm-hmm. And still short 2 off the opening range. Maybe we got to stop in at, where is that? The other side of the opening range, 07 quarter. I did add to this because it looked like it was getting some legs to the downside. We've got negative 1400 in Delta already here so far. Okay. Opening range is the high of the session in the NASDAQ and in the S&Ps, and with the late spike, I'm thinking, there's the possibility that we could see sellers come in off that acceptance of lower pricing. Again, it is the day before FOMC, so got to keep our expectations reasonable. See money, take money.
Yeah, agree with you 100% there. We are still holding some bids here above these 120s in the NQ, but I'm not super adamant on taking a follow-up trade here until I see some confirmation that we are going to hold these levels. Right now, kind of trading this 135 level, a lot of liquidity kind of being exchanged at 135s here in the NQ. S&Ps are still kind of faulting just below the VWAP here.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Tesla's looking to break lower. Meta and Microsoft doing the opposite of one another. Microsoft on the way up, Meta on the way down. Google testing the lower end of the VWAP here. Apple cratering to the downside. Nvidia finding a perk back above 870s here. Amazon as well showing a little bit of perk to the upside. And 130s are holding still. 135s are holding here. I'm going to try a little bit of a long here above 140s here in the NAS. Keeping my stop pretty tight. I want to see this auctioning above these 150s now. Adding for this break above 150s. Looking for 157 actually to trade here to the north side.
Mm-hmm.
See if we can break through these 150s. Here's the test. There's the tap in 150 and covering just one there. Moving my stop to 137.75. I want to add for that break above 150 if we actually get it, but right now we're just trading within that opening range.
Mm-hmm.
So stopped out there. What were we at? We were at 789. That brings us up to $810. 2-lot trade, 1-on-1 lot lost on the other one. About a scratch trade there.
Very nice.
And this is what we expect, though, folks. This is FOMC,
right.
So it's going to be very, very choppy. It's
a bit of a ho hum day so far.
Right, and this is why I'm being extra scalpy here, and I'm not looking for home run trades. I'm looking to pick up the pennies what I can here on each lot, and trying to be, trying to keep an open mind here, so to speak.
Waiting until Michael comes in and just starts slinging around 5s and 10 lots again, not knowing it.
Oh my goodness.
I always don't want to say anything to him when he comes in here and just see what happens, but that wouldn't be a very good team trade. A partner.
I'm trying another short here. I want to see if 118s can fail. Right now, 118s are bouncing. If we actually get a break through those 118s, I want to add into this here. So looking for this short to continue down, adding for this break below 110s now. Meta is off a cliff here. Microsoft is starting to roll over as well, and that's why I'm trying to take this to the short side here, targeting 97 halves to the downside. Seeing if we can get through this liquidity that is nestled up at these 115s here. And I will add if we get this nice clean break. Right now we're just holding these 112s for now. A lot of liquidity right here, down here at these 111s, 112s. And there's that break that I'm going to add into, break below 110s here, targeting 100 evens. Looking to cover 2 into these 100 evens here. See if we can get this clean break below 105. And a lot of liquidity resting there at those 111s for now. See if we can get this break. Covering 2 right there. Got a nice little clean snap. Going to move my stop on the remaining contract up to 115 quarters. In case we get a bounce back up. Stopped out there. So we're at 810. Bumps us up to 957 now.
Nice trade.
Extra scalpy today.
Yeah, very scalpy. I'm just sitting in these shorts, just with the opening range at the high of the day, just seeing what's going to happen.
Snipers.
And 110s again being tested here to the downside. I was happy to get out of the trade just because I'm not seeing that heavy selling, even though that the Magnificent 7 is telling me otherwise. You know, I'm seeing a lot of fading going on there. NVIDIA rejecting those 875s, which is a good play for this to the short side. If we just made new lows on the NQ there, new low of day. We are breaking below these 97s. I do want to look at taking this again to the short side here. We are
just a heads up.
I'm going to try another short here as we are below those 97 halves. So I'd be looking for a 71 target here to the downside. And again, we're just trying to scalp around this range, see if hundreds are weak on this bounce. Watching here down towards these hundreds.
Go.
Adding into that
there. There you go.
Nice.
I need a good flushacito here.
Caught a nice one there, John.
Yeah, I'm still short, and I'm up $150.
Beautiful. Love to see that.
Don't you love the S&Ps?
Oh yeah. Yeah, Apple's looking pretty speedy to the downside here. I want to see Microsoft touching below 416s here. So still short 2 contracts here, looking for 71s on this fade. Touching into 87 halves here. I don't want to be too greedy. I'm going to actually peel off a lot here into this 80 liquidity. Watch and see if we can actually auction below that. And
I'm gonna do the same. I'm gonna buy one for the break.
So 90s are holding for now. If that snaps, I want to do a quick flip of 2 contracts there at the 80 level. 90s breaking again, looking for a quick flip out of 2 here into these 80s. Covered 2 there, quick flip. Stop at 91 halves just in case. I'm looking for 71 to the downside here if we actually get the break of 80s. There we go. There's that snap down into those 80s.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful pull right into that 80 contracts. There's 80 resting. There were 80 resting on 80. We took out 40. And here we come breaking those 80s again. Got about 40 more contracts there. They don't want to give it up just yet. Next pull down, I'm going to move my stop into the profit there, 87 halves. There's that 80 pull, looking for that clean break to the downside now, targeting 71 here. And if we get popped back up, that's just fine. We've realized some nice profit on this trade so far. So we just want to let this trade work for us. We are going to see that action below the 80s right now. We are kind of bottoming out here, but Magnificent 7 says we have more business to be doing to the downside here. That's why our target is 71 here. So letting this final contract work for us. See if we can get this clean break below the 80s without a bounce here. There's a lot of liquidity resting below the 80s there. There's that snap that we're looking for. I'm just going to cover into that there. Very, very nice. So that's going to bring us up from
Well done.
$957 on the day all the way up to $1,600 now in a Topstep
Nice.
combine there.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Nice.
Carving up.
Well,
that
and
And
man,
that
the
71
Nasdaq
target
is
is tagged. Beautiful trade there.
carving up.
much sexier product to trade than the S&Ps. S&Ps is meandering to the downside, and the Nasdaq, you're getting some really good flushes down on that. That's beautiful stuff.
Hey,
That was
thank
good
you,
shit,
John.
Rips. Damn, dude. that was chill. What's he wearing today? Nice sweatshirt.
Yeah, I know.
Looks familiar.
Nice sweatshirt. God.
Looks just like you.
He's
I was
Yeah,
dressed up
wins.
like Andre and I
Dressed
call
up.
each other. 2 a.m. Said, "What are you wearing?" Woke him
Dressed
up.
up like Andre.
Woke him up. What are you wearing, buddy?
Mine's
Yeah,
just in the
shagging
rotation
balls
uniform.
It was
Wimbledon.
dressed like your idol day today, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know who. I don't know
dang.
who's idling who. I like it, Andre. I like that.
The idol. I'm the idol. How about it? Welcome,
Good
Michael.
morning, MP.
Welcome.
How you doing, buddy?
Quiet morning.
Good.
What's with the sigh?
I just solving world's problems. 6 a.m. on my phone right in. High levels of energy on a 6 to 7 o'clock phone call. All
There you
good
go.
though. It's all good.
All good.
It's just.
Sounds
I don't
like it.
I don't like managing things. I like to trade. I
You
like
have the
to
right
be a
job,
dad.
then, Mike.
I know, right? I like to trade. I like to trade. Yeah, I like to trade. I like to be a dad. I like to pass the series 3, and I study. Dude, yesterday was like a study till 9:30 last night. It's like college, and I didn't even do that in college.
Back in college, man.
Yeah, and then I got to put kids to bed too. So, got to be a dad. But what's the
First and
levels,
foremost.
Johnny? What levels do we got, Johnny?
Whoa. Well, in Nasdaq. So I've got these markets in a very precarious situation here, Michael. I say that this week is probably the biggest risk that we've had of breaking the upside structure we've had all year. If it wasn't for FOMC meeting, I think we'd already kind of be underway. As far as the Nasdaq is concerned, we had a late spike yesterday, and Michael, the late spike is when the market closes below the range for the day, like it extends the range and then closes, which doesn't let the market give time to accept lower pricing, and we've opened below that. So my thought is, even if we get a pretty decent pullback to the upside, we're going to be looking for opportunities to shorts today. The opening range in the S&P and the Nasdaq are still the high of the regular trading hour session. The Nasdaq is continuing to put in lower lows here even as we speak. As far as levels, we just passed through a naked point of control, which was 18,070, and then we've got 18,006 quarter, which is last week's low, which could easily become a visual target for price at this level. If you look at the Nasdaq, I mean, it traded basically right after the open, right on the open at VWAP, which is tilting lower, which kind of encourages the fact that the market is attempting to move lower. It's a matter of determining how good of a job it's doing. I'd say the Nasdaq is doing a much better job than the S&P. The Dow took out the high of the opening range, which has, I think, slowed down the move down in the S&Ps. But in the longer time frame, Michael, the key reversal we had back here on the 8th, where was that? Here it is. We opened, traded higher, closed lower. That was the all-time high. We have not taken that out yet. We've been putting in lower.
You gotta
highs
tell me
and lower
levels, Johnny.
lows.
I'm not looking at your screen, Johnny. You gotta tell me levels. I'm not looking at your screen.
That's kind of ancient history as far as levels are concerned today.
But we were just talking about it took.
Session. So yeah,
That's
high of
all,
the
okay,
opening range, Michael, is 18.
Shut up, Andre.
20. 18,152. I'm sorry, 18,152.
152.
That's a long ways away. The point of control that we're testing through right now is 18,071. 071, and it's pretty close to the overnight low, which was 18. 077. So somewhere between 071 and 077, the overnight low and this naked point of control could be a decent opportunity, for a continuation to the downside or a failure below the overnight low for a move back to the upside.
Okay, Rips, what do you got?
Well, I'm looking for a short here. I want to see 71s holding here. As long as 71s hold, I see that we can potentially have a bigger fade here to the downside. But right now we're collecting a lot of liquidity here down in this downside pull. So I want to see if 71s are going to reject. I have a stop here at 84. So I'm wanting to see whether or not we are going to gather liquidity here for a move higher. If we have a move higher, we can target 97 halves to the top side. But I'm currently short looking for this breakdown and this failure of 71s here. That's what I'm looking for.
Okay, consolidation, Johnny just said right around here. You said the same thing. 71s is the number to watch right here, right now.
Yes.
And high of the opening range is still high. Therefore, selling rips, not rips on the here with us, but selling rip higher might be the play. Might be the play. Because yesterday we were talking about that with Wolf, trying to recognize the trend early in the day. Now, I just sat down, so I need to calm down a little bit before I start. What's up, buddy? What's up, Andre?
Hey, man, let's go. Let's trade this today. Don't forget, we got FOMC tomorrow. So,
yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking for this clean failure now below 60s here. If we actually have this failure to the downside, looking for 50s to trade, and we should have a big flush below those 50s. If we actually stop finding liquidity down here to the bid side, right around these 60s. So that's what I'm watching for as we are currently seeing this trade unfold here.
Yeah, we are absorbing a lot of selling down here. I mean, we got negative 2,600 in delta in the S&Ps, and it seems to be having a little bit of trouble pushing to the downside. I'd like to see that liquidity get used up and see us move lower.
Rips, I got the house account. I just hit up the risk manager boys over there on a 50 lot max and a $10,000 daily loss on it. So if you see anything, let's talk. I got a 10 play on it.
Well, if we continue to be weak below these 71s, I do like this short. That's what I will say about this trade here. I really do like this short. If we are weak below 71s, targeting is 18,018 to the downside. So we have a potential 50-point play from here, Michael.
Okay. Well, we shall kind of let it dance right here. You're already in, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep, I'm just letting this work right now.
Okay. What are you in the 70s?
60 flat, 60 even.
60 flat. Okay, you're right around here. Scary about when it does stuff like this. If it shows any strength, it's a 20 like point, like kind of breath. College try, and then unlike on
the running start
other days a running so the these little breasts can move, but
patience. Spoos, Johnny, just hanging around 5,200s.
Yeah, still 2,600 negative delta, just kind of hanging around down here, just kind of building volume down here.
Yeah, there's a lot of building of volume down here at the bid side, and that's where if this does break, we're going to have a lot of stops being popped to the downside. It should give us a straight shot if we actually break below these 50s.
I got short one. Nothing showing on tilt. I got short of one guy.
Nothing showing on tilt here? I'm surprised.
No, nothing really. No.
So, guys, what that means is nothing showing on tilt for the newbie folks and whatnot. Tilt is running across the top of your screen. That's delayed. If you want the real-time one, Topstep X, which will be public here within 3 weeks.
Wow.
We'll have that in real time. Yeah, we'll have that in real time. It is everybody here at Topstep that has an open position. We don't tell you who you are or anything. It just says, let's just say there's more than 1,000 people with an open position. I know that. But let's just say 1,000 people have an open position. If it says, like it says right now, says on my screen, 56% of the folks in NASDAQ are long. That means 560 people of the 1,000 are long. When that gets up to like 800, 80%, 850, 900, I haven't seen anything above 920, which is 92% of 1,000. That is a really interesting point. to a really interesting place to annotate on your charts. I didn't say you had to trade anything, but you should annotate it on your charts. And then you should see what the market did after that. Some of your biggest moves, whether with it or against it, are when the tilt goes tilty. Something to think about. Nobody has this. Not even the other funding companies. They just give you a platform and all that kind of stuff. We try to give you. I'm not doing it, right? It's not a rant. This is to help you.
I started to laugh because I thought we might be going there already.
No, this is a guy.
Self-started one.
Yeah. No, it's trying. I'm just trying to stress that TopStep's trying to put information in front of people that will actually help you out. Try to help you out. Lead a horse to water.
I like that a lot.
Trader Page.
Soapbox MP. Yeah, we are coming back.
I'm laying off.
I'm on that trade, by the way.
74s.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah,
we're just kind of consolidating at this area, and if we do spring out of this area, I do have a stop in place where I would be proven wrong. But if we do flush out of this area, there's going to be a lot of stops being popped here to the downside, and that's kind of what I'm banking on, that we would get that flush all the way down to 18,018 potentially. But it is contingent upon a couple things here. We're seeing a bounce from Amazon. We're seeing a bounce from Microsoft here. It's not really conducive to what we're looking for. So we have to see Apple starting to turn around, a little bit of weakness out of Amazon, maybe some weakness out of NVIDIA would start to complement this play here. But yeah, we're shooting up out of that area. So we might have to take a second try on this here as we are kind of rocketing up out of this area.
We don't say that. Isaac Rivera will yell at us.
What's that?
Andre?
Yeah, he's on my ass about how
he's on us.
We just got stopped out there.
Yeah.
Catching a bid.
Yeah, we did catch a bid. I mean, we were looking for that to rocket out of that downside there. So giving back a little bit of our profit puts us at 168 on the day there in the red.
All right, I got stopped out. That was a good college try. All right.
Yeah, I like the try because the risk to reward on that play. We're risking 20 handles to make 50.
Yep.
And I do want to see if we actually come up to these 97 halves and start to reject. I would probably take the exact same trade here, looking for this failure. So wanting to see if we get up to these 97s now.
I mean, you got tilt guys going up to 73% now. So you got longs going, but you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a huge fan of this. I'll get short right here, but I'm only holding it for 10 handles. And I don't like this 10 handle. I'm out. I'm just now picking top. I'm already down 500 on my first two trades of the day. Yeah,
so I'm watching here at these 97 halves.
Nothing on.
Again, S&P's coming back up to VWAP.
Yeah, S&P are touching VWAP right now. Same thing with NQ.
Yep. All roads.
I'm going to take a short here. So I'm back short, looking for basically the same setup as before. We came back, we tickled those 97 halves, so now I'm looking for that flush back to the downside here, which is kind of what's happening. We got to get through these 90s. We have liquidity resting there at 75s. So I'd really like to get this trade to kind of hold all the way down for a flush, down to 18,018 if we can actually get there. But if this is going to continue to bounce, then we'll do the shot clock and then kind of let it play itself out. But again, I like this to the short side here after we gathered liquidity all the way up there to 97. I saw some sellers up there between 90 and 100. So we'll see if we can start popping some stops here to the downside, get back into that range of the 71 level.
Yeah. I got a 2-lot short from 91.
Good luck to you, Michael.
I don't need luck. I need rips.
And we need rips to the downside here. We need the rips to be sold here. So I'm just going to try to be
I see where you're going. If any of this buying strength in here slows down or stops, it feels like the floor is going to come out from underneath it. But if any of these folks, like you, if there's a lot of you and I's out there picking this shorts, and it might feed this little 20, 30, 40, 50 handle rip, and the next thing you know it, you're sitting on a decent loser to start your day, 20, 30 minutes into it, which I don't want to do.
Yeah, we just want to
But
see
these
this flushing
90s
through key levels like 71. If we get
Yep.
back to that level and we find weakness at that level, we would invite that flush back down to the 50s. So we just have to find continued weakness here. We're seeing weakness out of Google. Apple is not making a case for weakness. We do have a bounce out of Meta and Microsoft, which is not helping us. But the moment that the buyers exhaust on those key names, we're going to start to see this rolling over. So testing these 80s to the downside here. Nice
I
flush.
got one on it now only.
Yeah, I want to see this break through this level of liquidity that we saw earlier. I'm going to try to be patient on this trade. Even though it's a scalpy day, I want to be a little bit patient.
I don't know how much heat I want to handle on this though, because if it's trade, I got short 91. So if it wants to trade up to evens 18,100, then you're in the hundreds and the 05s and the 10s, which then it floats around there and then it comes back under the 100. You kind of play this Nasdaq game.
The old Nasdaq
it's
game,
not,
huh?
The old Nasdaq game. Yeah.
What is that Nasdaq game?
Stratego.
I know what you mean.
Exactly.
I know exactly what you mean, but you got to tell them.
Clue. There you go.
Colonel Mustard in the observatory with the candlestick.
Yes.
So we're back at these 91s. We're back towards your entry here, Michael.
I took off a couple down there.
I like that. That's
That's
nice.
why I
Good
do.
stop there.
I do like that, but now it is one of those that my break even would be 13 handles from here, so I could handle 18 104s, and then that's my trade is a scratch. So
Yeah,
here's
we are
your
picking up
04s.
some buying steam there through the hundreds. My stop's at 108 quarters. So if we don't fail these hundreds
108
here,
quarters.
I will get stopped out at those 108 quarters. Apple is making the case for a big launch here.
Yeah, I'm gonna go 108 halves, just so when you get stopped out to the tick, I'll still be healthy. we're in this together.
Yeah, let's see if we
And
can
Michael,
get weak back below these hundreds here.
When
What's
you
up,
do
Jack?
get flat, Michael, we have something. We got to test you a little bit.
Ooh,
You know
pop
what I'm
quiz.
saying?
All angles. All angles.
I'm almost on unit 3. Is that the test you're talking about?
Unit 3 of the Series 3, perhaps.
Guys, we're all going to learn more about this market, this beautiful futures market with clearinghouses and FCMs and non-clearing FCMs and IBs and CTAs and
All the fun
all that kind of
stuff.
good stuff.
Technical and
It is actually
fundamental
really,
analysis.
really, yeah, it's really actually interesting. As I've been studying for it, I've been hitting a channel in our Topstep Slack, the Topstep Trading League, because I'm like, there's a bunch of trading terms in here. I'm like, oh yeah, fill or kill. What about that team trading name? Oh yeah, what
FOK.
about? Yeah, what about liquidity provider? I'm like, oh, because I'm reading about this. I'm like, well, this gotta be cool, So just throwing over. We have a laundry list of names, and thank you guys for providing those in the chat when we asked, hey, can you help us with some names?
Aren't locals the liquidity providers? Isn't that what
Yes,
they
they are.
Yes, and
you
they
got
put
us
it in
thinking?
there. Speculators are very important. So when people are like, well, mom and dad, what do you do? I provide liquidity to the markets, mom.
Yeah.
Like, lay off. What do you,
Wow,
when
they
you're on,
flushed
if
their
you're on
envelope.
Fortnite, yeah, if you're on Fortnite, then I don't know what you can tell the significant other that you're providing to the world.
So we're getting some nice
below that.
downside play here in the markets here. We are seeing Google is tooling to the downside. We are seeing NVIDIA struggling to push back above the VWAP. So those are all good things to have a short on for. We're seeing Tesla kind of fading. Meta is showing us a little bit of a bounce. But again, if those buyers do exhaust, we can see this continue to the downside here. We're at the shoulder of this newly developed volume shelf down here at the 80s. So if we flush below that, we will be meandering down into those 71s. And again, we're just holding this short and letting this work.
Okay, so you like this short. This is still a 71 play.
Still the same play. And again, I'm banking on the fact that we will have stops being popped to the downside if we have any buyers exhausting here.
I covered just to get my day back to scratch.
Hey, there you go. Nice work.
Yeah, I just thought I need I'm down $150, but it was 600. So if I want to make a house account play, are you
asking what it should be? I think that again, if we're weak here below these 97 halves, if we continue weak below this, We do have some unexplored territory down there to the downside with a lot of stops that could be popped. But if we are continuing to gather bid side liquidity, we will just blow right through that and target at 118 halves to the top side. That would probably be my third and final area that I'd want to short here if it doesn't fail at this moment.
In the chat, can we do a poll? Guys, would you take the house count long or short right now if you're looking for 30 handles move, a 30 handle move, long or short? We got to probably get it in fairly quick, but it's still trading around the 90s.
Yeah,
From
we
the
keep on hitting
1890s.
the lower end of this volume shelf and kind of picking up some steam there. So we'll have to see if we
Short,
actually can get
long.
through this bid side liquidity here. Should just run a poll there in
No.
chat and then get the actual percentage.
Yeah, we'll get the poll guys to do that. If my chat
Lot of weights.
GPT brain can keep up here. Yeah. Should the house count go long or short? Guys, throw it in there. Help me understand what you guys are doing or what you're all thinking. So Rips is liking it unless it builds up steam. We're at the 18,100. So
Yeah, we're right at the hundreds
look at
again.
that.
And if we are weak into these hundreds, I mean, this could be kind of the third tap of this area where we start to fail. But I mean, it's contingent upon what the Magnificent Seven want to do from here. And right now, Microsoft is finding some strength alongside Meta. NVIDIA is kind of weak, though, below the 860 VWAP. So if that continues to add some weakness across the board here, we could see this fail. But again, I mean, we have room all the way up to 118 halves. I would get stopped there. I got stopped out there, those 108s there. So back out of the trade, looking for potentially 118s to short into. We're just still finding a lot of the bid side liquidity, but I'm not seeing a lot of strength to the upside here. It's more so just collecting bids and whipping back up to the top side here.
John, give me something on your end. Andre, watch the tilt for me. We're getting a 50-50. Literally, guys, come on. 50-50. 479 people on my screen.
Jeez,
50-50.
50-50.
Yeah, and John, if you see anything, there's no strong lean
Watching.
here. There's no strong lean here in the chat. There's nothing in the tilt leaning. We're talking about the 90 levels and the 70 levels, but then you got a little firm, bids coming in that firmed up a bit. Sorry, Rips, it did touch your stop and
Yeah, I got
pull
stopped out
off
there.
That. Yeah, no, it is what it is. And now we're right here, 18,100s. Interesting.
Yeah.
This is interesting. Is it going to coil up? Is it going to
it's not seeing that strength,
continue selling off?
Yeah, that's all I'm like. If we get a pushback up to 118 halves, I do think that's where we'd probably see a lot of weakness stepping in here. So
wow, I wish we could give out like
right at VWAP.
really quick.
Yes, we are.
Right, real quick, John. I wish we could give out like Topstep bucks or something. Like Matthew, wait for better entry. Shannon, good spot to do nothing. The bull shark, waiting is a position. Love it.
It is.
That's what we're
Yes,
gonna
it
do. That's what we're gonna do.
Give out ticks. Remember we used to give out ticks?
Oh,
We used to
God.
give out ticks.
I forgot about that.
Oh boy,
About that.
And not the bugs, ticks.
it was awesome. It was.
it's-
That's when Topstep first started. You'd get ticks if you filled out a profile. We were a scouting agency. We're like, fill out a profile. We want to know who you are. We want to know your trading model. We want to know blah, blah, blah. And then also when you participate in chat and you do things that actually are helpful to the chat room, we just start, like, we give you ticks.
Who
Write down
still
your
has
name.
some? Who still
Who still has some? There you go.
Who still has- that's pretty good, Oops.
Yeah. So it was great. And then we would you could redeem them for Man Hoop. Do you remember what we could redeem them for? I was throwing everything at the wall back then. I was like, man, this would be
Combines,
cool for
combines,
this.
and swag and stuff like that.
Combines and swag, trading combines and all that stuff. Yeah. So all right, we're showing strength, but this could actually be
I'm trying along now
VWAP and
here.
S&Ps might be Nasdaq might be tracking for VWAP as well. VWAP at 18,176.
I don't
George, that
Look at
saying
this-
has carried a lot of weight lately.
look at this 30-minute though.
What do you got?
Look at that 30-minute. I mean,
It's
it's on the
really
VWAP. This the downtrend. It's trending down, higher or lower lows, lower highs. It's VWAP. This is S&P. The VWAP 30-minute S&P on the VWAP. Then you got your I think it's my 50. That's my 100. My 50 and my 100. Is that right at my 100?
What was that?
I was stretching. Sorry, I was stretching. I forgot to click mute wait. Click mute wait. Yeah, getting old, Rips. Getting old.
Oh yeah.
Here we
So
go.
I'm trying to one contract long here myself, seeing if we can actually break through this. We're talking about 112s earlier. If we actually break through 112s and we find some strength, I would be looking to add to this. Since we aren't finding any kind of failure here to the downside, there's those 112s starting to give out. Trying to add here. I want to see us break through 118 halves to the top side here. It's really contingent upon whether or not we're going to see that break.
Well, keep an eye. John, what levels do you have up here?
Swipe at 118s now.
We're moving.
There's the 120s.
Well,
Yeah, we have
closest level I see in the NASDAQ.
3/4 here, and VWAP's up at 31. So see if we can add here on a little bit of a pullback.
We're already testing it in the S&Ps. Dow is just running to the upside right now.
Wow.
NVIDIA's coming on with Jim Cramer right now.
Yeah, Jensen Wong is going to be speaking to Jim Cramer.
Your boy.
So
everybody
going to
flip
zero,
over to CNBC. Yeah.
All right, Michael, we're waiting for this. Let's do a quick question real quick. I know you want these to come, so boom, boom. Series 3 pop quiz. What is the Series 3? Michael's explained it a little bit. It licenses you to sell commodity futures and futures contracts, options. As a professional, you need 70% correct to pass. So let's have some fun and prepare together. Are you ready, Michael?
Yes, and everybody, Jack's Series 3 question. Here we go. Polls in there. Everybody's doing this together. Got everybody on air. You're doing this with me.
Alrighty.
It's hard to read. The term.
It didn't come out with the background here. I have been usurped by the back box, but I will tell you what's going on here. The term basis has many similar meanings in the financial world. In commodities, the basis specifically refers to A, the difference between the spot price of a cash commodity and the price of a specific futures contract. B, the difference between the price of a specific futures contract and the spot price of a cash commodity. C, the effective price of a commodity. And D, the average price. You see what's happening here is that I try to do the Jeopardy blue for you, Michael. And on this backup box, that's color keyed out. So I have to go back to the drawing board. D, the average price between the spot price and the futures price.
Hold on. I want to get everybody's, because I know the answer here. I do. And how do you want to do this, Jack? Because I want the on-air folks to Rips and Hoagland.
I don't know this
Andre.
one. I don't know this one.
I mean, I have a guess. I have a guess
too, but I do not know.
Well, here, let's just narrow it down to the two that you think it could be. And in the Series 3, you have a minute and 12. You have a minute and 12 seconds per question. What do you think?
B. I'm thinking.
I'm going with A or C myself.
I'm going A.
Okay.
All right.
I'm going
A. Ready?
I'm going A because I remember, and I think it's right because it's spot minus futures is basis. So how this is worded is
the
A
wording
would be
that gets
would be
you on
minus.
this.
Yeah, the wording that gets you on this thing.
Yeah,
I think it's that.
It always does, man. They always word it.
I think
hard.
that's intentional.
Yep.
All right. Really quick. The answer to this question. Sorry, with this stuff.
Please be
it is B.
Thank you.
It is.
Thank you.
This is just between the price.
I have something that pop up.
We're
practicing with this in real time. I have something that will show what the answer is, but the color correction there did it. It is B. So
yeah.
How? Because it's spot minus futures is the basis. I think
it says the basis refers to the difference between the spot price of a cash commodity and the price of a specific futures contract.
Yep. Never.
That's what it said.
Spot first.
He's pulling out the book.
Hold on. Can you put those two back up? What were the two? Because I this is the shit that like bugs the hell out of me with Kaplan or with not Kaplan. These tests because like it's spot minus futures is basis. Spot, right? Right now, basis on what's the cat?
Look at this.
John,
shit.
what's the cash? What's the S&P cash? And then what's the S&P right now? That's how you do it. Like the S&P cash is
whatever it says
Yeah,
here.
I'm looking for it.
It'll pop up here in a second. There you go. Cash 5137.
5137. 5137 minus.
Call it 5200.
5200. So it's a basis of. No, that'd be a plus basis. No, that'd be a minus basis. It should be a minus basis. A minus. I don't know, 5137 minus 5201.
63.
Yeah.
You can have a negative basis.
Oh yeah, you can have a negative basis.
Mm-hmm.
So good.
Welcome to the Series 3, everybody.
So good.
Okay.
Exciting stuff here, by the way. I'm back long.
Nobody
I got stopped out. I'm currently sitting down $1,400, but I got stopped out there on that. I was trying to short those up at 118. We talked about. I'm sorry, I was trying to long those 118s. I ended up stopping myself out there on that pullback. But we are kind of holding a little bit of an uptrend here, and I do want to see this strong above 118 and a half here. If we do get strong above, that would be adding into that, looking for at least 30 for the VWAP here. But my stop is right below 100 here.
Land Shark, yes, we do care. Nobody cares. Yes, you do. You're trading futures, no futures. Like, why? Well, go play baseball then and not know the rules. I mean, like, go play la cricket or whatever. Like, just know the sport of which you're playing in. Yeah, I know, la cricket. But Jack, I think that was worded. I think that wording.
It's always so hard.
I didn't write it, man.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I understood it, man.
You can have the same complaint when you take it. I was thinking I wanted to introduce the idea that if you get it wrong, you got to Venmo me $20, and if I get it, or if you get it right, I'll Venmo you $5.
Yeah. D-trade, bro. Nobody here wants to take the test. I'm going to pay for 100 people to take the test this year. 100 people I'll take, and I bet you, bro, that 100 people take me up on it. And guess what? I have a prop firm. I'll house all your Series 3 passers at my prop firm. Oh, and guess what? If you don't get a job as a futures trader or make money futures trading, or you still make money futures trading, you can also get a job with your Series 3 because it'll make you more desirable on LinkedIn. Maybe I can help you out on that way too. We all can win.
Look at all these people. They want to take it.
There you go. Oh, bro. There you go, bro.
Bro, T-trade, bro. And you bro.
Come on, man. Go trade your 20 accounts.
Stop. All right, dude.
I'm just teasing.
Let's get to the markets. All right, we're selling off here in the S&Ps as well as the NASDAQ. Coming up beneath the VWAP.
Yeah, what's funny is that if I would have taken my original trade idea, which was shorting those 118 halves, I'd be probably sitting a little bit better right now. But this price action is tremendously difficult here. I'm down $2,100 right now after being up a couple chunks of change. So I'm just trying to trade around this price action here myself. But down $2,100 in a combine right now.
He's handing out
sitting short my original one lot.
Are you really? It's still around the 18,100s right here. So it creeped up to 26. Yeah. So that's why I am asking Jack and the production team to weave in the Series 3 in here, because we're going to do this all the time and you don't have to participate. But how fun would it be if I was not sitting here in this? I am having to do this, but like to add this to your LinkedIn to say, hey, by the way, I passed my Series 3 and I can house it at Topstep until I find a job with somebody else. I mean, that makes you more desirable. If I can help you guys become more attractive in the career world, let's do it together. Yeah. How much? So, and in the end of the day, we're filling up the think tank. That's also good too.
Love the passion
around
Michael.
Something we trade.
I love it too, man. It's so good.
I know it was an idea I had at the end of last year. I'm like, or beginning of this year, I'm like, well, why can't everybody why can't we start doing this? Help people get their Series 3, because you can put a trading combine as risk management experience on your LinkedIn. We get people doing it all the time. Tons of people are connected to Topstep as a trader, a junior trader or something like that, and it helps him. People be like, I see it in my thing. Hey, got a job. Switch Topstep. Saying I sweet.
I'm with Billy Joe. Billy, I was going to say the same thing. Can you make me more attractive, Michael?
That show is called The Swan, and I don't think it's on anymore. That was such a bad show.
The Ugly Duckling?
Yes. Yeah, take you from an ugly duckling to a swan, and you're like, oh, you mean you just
who'd sign up for that show?
Surgery?
Who'd sign up?
There was people. That's a hard show to watch. Yeah, it's an ABC, NBC, or whatever primetime show.
Oh yeah. All right, crude making a move to the upside here. Yes, we are rallying in crude. Isaac Rivera. I'll call this a rally. We're about 7 cents off the highs. Trading 56s, high of $82.63. Gold taking a turn to the upside here as well. Chop around VWAP in the S&Ps. As I kissed the VWAP for a hot second, then we turn around and went to the downside here. Now we're now beneath those 100s like you guys have been watching here, Michael. Nothing showing on tilt. Per se, 65% short NASDAQ, 60% short S&Ps. But it is the day before FOMC. Just a heads up reminder that we'll pipe in Jerome Powell's press conference tomorrow, and we'll have some traders on with our commentary. We mostly remain silent unless something really pops in, but we will trade the press conference. It's locked and loaded. It's about as serious and locked in as you'll see traders or something like that. Scouring them word for word, and we'll see the markets react tick for tick. Sometimes they like to talk on both sides of their mouth. That's cool. We will be here to trade every word the guy says. New highs in crude here. Uptick to $82.66. But we will be sure to pipe in that Jerome Powell press conference. Be sure to tune in. It's really good stuff. We started doing a last press conference, and people really liked it. Rips, I believe you were there. Yeah, Rips, you were there. That was awesome, awesome stuff. We'll be joined by Isaac Suffren, too. And during Power Hour, he was on this last time. He seems to find his way into the most important events of the trade. So, yeah, please tune in for that. But for the time being, we're seeing crude make new highs.
Yeah, we are trying to see if we can get a breakout here up above 110s. We are consolidating under those 111s right now. I just did get stopped out there. But yeah, just trying to navigate around the NQ here, looking for a breakout or a breakdown trade. Right now, we're just kind of in this tight consolidation area. Basically, from 40 points of consolidation, we're just going up and down, back and forth here. So just trying to look for a clear direction on any kind of these trades here that we're taking. But yeah, the original trade idea I had was shorting 118 halves. Unfortunately, I didn't end up taking that when we were up there, and instead was looking for that to the long side, and that's where we got that failure up there. So we basically topped out at 126 3/4. So we'll have to see whether or not if we can get back up to that level. If we get back up to that level, we would be running up towards those 147 3/4. If we get above that level, we have room all the way up to 166, followed by 195 quarters.
I don't know how this happened. I'm sitting here in my different account. In my different account, I was in the house account when we were talking about the house account, but now I'm clearly long a one lot from 108, 18108. Don't know how, don't know why. Bummer. Well, let's just close that one. That was a great little $300 loser. Because you switch accounts, you can't see the open position in the other one, or maybe had something working over there. Mistakes, they're costly in this business. That was $300.
Mm-hmm. It happens, Michael.
Yeah, it does.
Crude ripping to the upside here, big new highs. Well, we see $83 today.
We are seeing some buyers exhausting a little bit here in the NQ, so I'm back to the short side here, going with my original thesis for that break below that 71 level. So let's see if we can actually have this play out into fruition here. What were you going to ask there, Andre?
Nothing. You're in a trade. I'll stick to that. Say if you take a peek at crude when we have a chance, when there's a lull, but we are making new highs. Seems to be the only market that's really kind of moving here. It's kind of making new highs and new lows. Everything else is kind of sitting in this range. S&P's, not a whole lot going on. Just like yesterday, not a whole lot going on. Chop around 5200s. Like you said, it's a scalper's market today.
Yeah,
so,
definitely.
When you we'll take a peek at crude, as your crude levels have been very strong in the past. So when you have a chance, we'll take a look.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get some nice ads here as we get back 100%. Down towards that 70 level. We are at the lower collar of this volume shelf here, right around 82 halves. So if we do break below this, we're running into the same problem where the last time I was shorting, where we had a lot of bid side liquidity. But again, if we flush through that bid side liquidity, it should be pretty speedy here to the downside. So that's the move I'm trying to catch here, is right here, a flush into this volume collar of 82, and then potentially seeing those 80s starting to fade here. Looking over at the Mag 7, we are seeing a little bit of weakness out of Google, a pullback in Apple, and also a pullback in Microsoft here from the highs. There's a nice flush below 80s here.
Starting to see short bias in both equities. 72% short NASDAQ, 71% short ES. Rips, back to you.
So I'm trying to add here on these perks back up towards 90. We're just kind of seeing the downtrend is in play, but we're seeing a little pops. So I'm trying to capitalize by adding into those pops as we are seeing this downtrend kind of unfold here. Again, we're looking for stops to be blown below that 70 level, and that's that would be the choice move for the trade here. Now into these 75s. Any trades on for you, Michael?
No, I'm arguing with Jack right now.
Yeah, you are, man. Let's get to the show. Come on.
I am in the show. You can get to the show, Andre. People are trading. They can do. Jack, the answer's A.
Is it A?
I don't care. It's 100% A.
Michael, did you see that screenshot I pasted that is directly from the study guide that says the answer is B? I'm not saying I know what the answer is and I'm right. I'm saying that's what it says is right.
It has a checkbox on the difference between the spot price, whatever.
No, wait. There is a mistake here. You are correct. The answer is A, but why?
Yes!
Thing I pasted.
Yes! Thank you, Andre.
Thank God. Thank God.
No, thank you, God. Thank you, God.
Thank
You guys
God.
can play your own game.
Sorry,
I'm learning. I'm learning the right word.
I got to show you guys this screenshot. For some reason, the pasted thing I got, they bolded the wrong answer.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
what I'm
they
looking
sure
at.
did. Thank God.
Wow. Well, this is
No, thank God, Andre. I'm going to get this shit right. I'm not studying and getting things wrong. If I'm going, it's a hard enough thing. So yes, I don't care if it takes an hour of our day. If you guys want to do this, you guys keep trading. I'm going to keep learning. So I'm learning in different areas.
Point of control just moved down to 72 halves here in the NASDAQ. So we're looking to see a flush below that point of control. Trying to explore that liquidity again below those 71s here. We are running into the VWAP there. And Meta, if we break below that VWAP and Meta, could get speedy to the downside. NVIDIA is below 855 here. So we're wanting to see that continuation to the downside here. We do have some liquidity stacking up below those 80s. And if we do not start to dip into that, then we'll probably get stopped out here and rocket out of this position. Stop is moving to 93 halves here.
Look at him go.
And he's gone.
He's gone, dude. Uh-oh. Yeah, buddy. Look at him. Let's trade this up now, dude. House account. Let's do this sucker.
I mean, this is terrible price action to be trading in anything other than a combine. I will say that. This is just garbage price action.
Yeah, no, I know.
We can take more quiz questions.
I'm all for that as we let this trade develop here.
Look at him peacocking around his office, man. You're right. You're right. I'm glad you had conviction. I'm glad you had conviction on this one. You're right.
Well, no, let's move
gloves
on.
are off.
Let's move on.
Well, let's move on because we got
Gloves
Marcus.
are
We
off.
kind of have the show going on. We're
I
not
don't
just
like,
sitting around.
but if people are getting uneducated or going, education goes in the, you know what? Like, I'll stay in my swim lane. You got yours. Yeah.
Oh, baby.
I love you,
I am
buddy.
not butthurt, Jay.
All right,
I
let's try
can
it.
assure you, I am not butthurt whatsoever. I'm happy for my friend. He was right, and he, come hell or high water, he was going to prove that he was right. And you know what? I'm not going to live this one down. I can assure you, this one's going to. I'll throw this one in my face for the next few days. Yeah, there's that. Yeah, there's that graphic.
Love that.
Gangster.
So looking for this flush back down into these 70s here. We're touching on these 80s. And it looks like we might get stomped out here. But, you know, I'm trying to push into this. If we get this flush below these 70s, there's a good chance that we would explore that liquidity that we're talking about down into the 50s. And that would be the ideal trade of what I'm looking for here. We're just kind of pushing up against the lower end of this volume shelf here at these 80s. And if we do flush below that, we should see a very nice clean move down here into the low 70s. And I could probably think about covering, you know, a little bit of the position here into those low 70s on this Topstep 150K combine. How's it feel to be right, Mike?
Oh my God! You can just feel it through the screen, dude. Just
No, I want all the people that chose A and John chose A and I chose A. We were right.
I picked A. I picked A and C.
There you go. I'm fighting for you.
still
I'm
right.
fighting for you. I'm man of the people.
I appreciate that,
27%.
Fighting the good fight.
27% of the people. There's 600 people, so 20% of that is 180 people. 180 people chose A. So I'm fighting for you, 180 people.
That's what I love it. My man, look at my man.
There you go. I'm fighting for
the good
Justin
fight.
Johnson. I'm fighting for Stephanie. I'm fighting for
No,
Christian.
You're fighting for Plumber Joe, man. That's who you're fighting for out there.
Yeah. Six-pack Joe. What was he called back in the day? Or Six-pack Joe?
Six-pack.
Like what?
Oh, six-pack or something like that.
Six-pack
Was it-
Joe.
those
Joe
are
Six-pack. There you go.
Joe Six-pack.
Joe
All right.
Six-pack. You're like, come
Joe
on.
Six-pack.
Yeah, come on. 2016, was that elections?
Sounds about right.
That was just killing us.
Yeah, I just got stopped out there. I mean, that's probably gonna be the curtain call for my trading today because I keep on trying to force the issue and it's just not happening. We keep coming to key levels where we need a break. We collect liquidity down there, we shoot up, and the same thing goes for when I'm long.
Yep.
We collect liquidity and we just reverse it. So that's when I know I'm out of the pocket. When I'm out of the pocket, I just stop trading there.
Yeah.
That's all right.
That 071
Don't
is
worry.
just, I mean, that has just been such a tough spot in the NASDAQ to try and get down below.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we
Make it
traded
more
basically
control.
from those 118s back down to those 71s, and we didn't break at those 71s there.
Yeah. I'm still short.
You are.
You're on that original trade still, right, John?
Yeah, I did. I added to it, so I made a little bit on the first when I got out of the first one, just to buy one for the break. You know, if the market thinks you're long, it's going to break, and it hasn't been working so far. So I'm still short. I'm down $100 right now on the total position for the day right now. You know, we're still holding the opening range as the high of the session. The Dow is killing us.
Wow.
Apple is killing us. It's just not doing what I thought it would do. But you know, I don't get to choose that. And you know, we got to remember, man, it is FOMC tomorrow. It's probably just going to be one of those days.
Yeah, it's definitely very much range bound right now. And even if the range is, 40 or 50 points, we're still chopping around a very specific range here where we're not breaking to the top side on a certain level, and we're also not breaking below that level. And, if you're trying to play momentum on a non-momentous market, you're just going to get run over.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sizing into that. And, if it's not getting that break, then I'm going to get run over on that. So
Just focus on the
Hey, who's getting
extremes
chopped?
for the range days.
It's chopped. Yeah.
Who's getting chopped up? I got my hand up, but let's do a poll.
Right here.
I am. RIPS says we got a couple bases goes. He's down 600 or whomever bases. They're down 600 on 4 XF or trading Topstep X combines. Sorry, trash trading. Jeff says I think so far it feels that way.
absolutely.
Bloodbath. Me. Yep. Chop. Okay. Curveball's up
Chop,
260.
Stacking bananas. I'm about to retire.
Stack of bananas. I think I helped out your brother. So tell your brother thanks. He pinged me.
Stacking
Never
bananas.
go into that file, but yeah, his brother pinged me.
Huh.
Well, people have access to you. I've noticed.
I've heard a lot
that's
of
why I
good
don't
feedback
get 'em.
so far about that lockout button there, Michael. I've heard
Oh, yeah.
tons of good feedback about that so far.
They had to take it off my live right now. There's a couple issues with CTS connecting to it, so they're gonna bring it back. But everybody else is okay. If you're a live funded trader on Topstep X, it's off right now for a couple things that are dialing in. But man, yeah, I think yesterday I didn't have it on my live account, and I was down at 1,500 at one point. I ended up the day down like $600, which is fine because I think I end of the day being right around scratch. I didn't have it on there. Only reason why I traded yesterday was because I was able to trade yesterday. The only reason why I traded after the show. So needless to say, Topstep X team over there building this. I need that back on mine. But everybody else has theirs and it works just fine.
They're working on that shot clock button too, right?
Mm-hmm.
This actually shares a lot of the same functionality as a shot clock. We've talked about it.
That's what I figured.
okay,
the lockout button's almost the same thing, but it's just a timed lockout.
Yeah, I love going back to the engineers and be like, "Well, just copy and paste whatever that code is, and just say put it on like a 15-minute shot."
They love that.
They're like, "Yeah." They're like, "Yeah, sure."
Oh, yeah, just copy and paste.
Okay, now we're showing a little weakness.
Yeah, we're back at those 71s after I got tooled out of my position there. So yeah, it's a tough market. It's a tough market. It's all about timing today and getting really good entries. If I would have just, held that short from the opening print there, then we'd still be, I guess, I don't know if I would have held it all the way for that pushback up to the VWAP, but yeah, just difficult stuff today for me, at least. I know when I'm not reading the market well, and today is one of those days.
My goodness. Yeah, I was back in the money. It's just chopping around. I'm up, down, up, down. I'm up a little bit on the day right now. I want to get out and profit so that my duration is good. I don't want Mick yelling
Your
at
duration.
me. I don't want Mick yelling at me.
Yeah.
I know. I just told Mick to increase
70s again.
Back in the 70s. All right. So we're back at the 70s. What are we thinking right now? Okay. No, Rips, you're feeling a little chopped up, probably a little frustrated.
Yeah.
Got the 18s all the way up there, the 18.1, 18.20 area. I think it went up to 26. You were kind of looking for it to continue up, and then we were looking down here, right about now. We were looking for it to continue down. Yeah. So there's a little zigging and zagging that we're both off on.
Just bad timing, John,
when you're
on all the trades.
Which that's the name of the game in trading. That happens every now 100%. And then when you're way off, and then you got to decide when to shut it down, how to slow it down, how to make it not turn ugly. And a lot of traders, myself included, kind of tilt over, and they'll get emotionally on tilt. And the next thing you know, there goes your personal brokerage account, there goes your XFAs, your funded accounts, your however many combines and all that kind of stuff you're doing. So, yeah. But if you can just slow it down and start to step back. So let's step back for 1 second. It's 18,800 or 18,080 right now. It's in this, still showing a downtrend. If you look at a 30-minute, still in a downtrend. John, can you're pretty good at analyzing all like, and then bringing us up to what we should be thinking about.
They're still holding that 71 in the NASDAQ. That naked point of control has just been a point of contention for it. If we can take that out, all these longs that are buying against that, there's gonna be a boatload of stops down there for them, and we just got to get there. We got to get through this if we can.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance we hit those stops and then reverse, because there's not a lot of strong sell side, so it'd be artificial sell side pressure coming from those stops, and then we'd reverse off of that, I'd think.
And that's where I'd be getting out.
It's probably getting out where
like some momentum, but it's not. It's fake momentum.
Oh yeah, fake momentum. So Rips, that's what we're getting bought into today. Is that fake momentum?
Head fakes.
That's fake
Head
news.
Yep, big time.
Fake news.
All right.
A lot of traps today. A lot of traps.
Cost you money, man. Head fakes cost money.
Fake momentum.
Fake moves.
Fake momentum.
Yeah, not fake news. Fake moves.
Fake momentum. Fake answers on the top quiz.
Fake answers.
Everything today.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so
Woozy
good.
Woozy woo world.
So funny.
I'm cheering for it now. That's never a good sign.
We're all dancing around with Alice. Yeah, here we go.
Who's Alice? All right.
So, Alice in Wonderland, Andre.
I mean, S&Ps are virtually, I don't want to say virtually, but it's a whole lot of yuck in the S&Ps, which is okay. NASDAQ, I know these guys have been trying to get short all morning. It's been tough. It's just staying short in general. It's very tough.
F. Romo's got an easier one for you, Andre. Mickey Mouse stuff. How about that? Is that easier for you to understand? Mickey Mouse stuff?
Yeah, that's more my level. That's definitely more my level. I can understand that. Here we go. No, and crude's making new highs. It's about the only thing that's kind of making new highs and new lows here. Not really necessarily stuck in the range. 82.80. Well, we see $83 today in crude oil. Stay tuned. Here we go. New highs in crude oil. New highs. S&Ps and NASDAQ.
Those that are getting chopped. Yes, sir. Those that are getting chopped up, don't get discouraged. I know, Andrew, you say you hit your loss limit. That doesn't bust you out of a trading account unless it did. It's just a soft breach, so you calls it a day. Rips is slowing himself down or calling himself a day as well. So you can learn from other people. That's the great thing about Top Step TV. You can learn how other people are managing your day. Remember, it's an opportunity-making machine. The markets are open almost 24 hours a day. I don't think you should ever be there 24 hours a day, but the point of the story is it's always making opportunities. There's opportunities always there. You want to be there. So manage your now. Always trade for tomorrow. That's why we always say always trade for tomorrow. Remember Hogan and Andre, it's always been a saying at Top Step. Always trade for tomorrow.
Always trade for tomorrow.
Always.
Whatever you do today, don't let it keep you from trading tomorrow.
No, typically back at the firm when you got the shoulder tap, when you get the actual, the bad shoulder tap, probably meant you're definitely done for that day, and most likely you're done for the following day. Just clear your head, mental health day, call it what you will. You're clearly not seeing the markets well, and it's a very high likelihood that you'll be coming into the following day with guns blazing, trying to recoup all your losses from the previous day. It's still fresh on the mind, less than 12, 18 hours fresh, those losses that you're trying. The whole reason you got the shoulder tap in the first place, you weren't seeing the markets well. You come in the next day, you're probably going to come in guns blazing, trading, 2-3 times your default size. More often than not, it doesn't work out very well. So the shoulder tap was probably like a 36-hour shot clock, if you will, Rips. 36-hour shot clock. And it sucked. It sucked, but you know what? More often than not, it actually worked. It worked because by the time, being angry and upset with yourself, it gets exhausting. So come hour 24, come hour 30, you're tired. You're tired. And then you're just kind of like, oh, all right, I can get back to center. Like John always says, be centered. Sometimes you have to exhaust yourself to get back to center. At least that's how it was for me. So yeah, that shoulder tap would be about a 36-hour shot clock. So it'd be a day and a half. You come back. Then you're like, all right, the market got me. The market got me that day. So I'm coming back fresh and take baby steps and get it back, bit by bit, tick by tick. But not looking to make it all back in one trade, which typically if you did force your way to come back the following day, you come in triple your default. And it never really worked because you make a trade right off the 7:30 open and there was no trades to be had until 10 o'clock of that morning. So that's kind of the whole idea behind the shoulder tap. You get the tap, not so good, but it's always your own benefit.
I've been friends with Andre for many, many, many years, and we're trading buddies when we first started. You couldn't get a hold of him during those times. Same. I mean, I would keep mine on. You would alienate yourself, which is everybody had their own process. I
would. That's why I did. When they got really bad, dude. When I got blindsided by a Bank of Canada and Bank of Mexico headline within like 6 minutes of each other, and that was a tough one. That was a tough one. So that was about 2 or 3 day going hermit mode on that one. That really made me rethink a lot of stuff. But then I realized I'm taking this a little too serious. Yes, this is serious stuff. Serious. There's serious money to be made, but I'm taking it personally. And we start taking it personally, you trade like an ass, and you see things clearly. You see red, and the old BOC and BOM, man, I'll never forget that. Getting blindsided by conflicting headlines within 6 minutes of each other. Anyways, why we got a bit of a lull? I think you guys we're still chopping around 5,200s here in the S&Ps. Crude saw a pullback, so if you do think we're going to go higher in crude, this is your time to buy that pullback. But JD, if you're there, let's do a little bit of housekeeping. Let's get some stats, some streaks, and some plugs in. JD, what do you got?
What's up, guys? Here we go. Hot streaks coming in hot.
Let's go.
All right, we're back to our list from last week. Jacob and Chris did not trade on Friday, so they didn't make the list yesterday. But here we go. Loy, 33 days. Nice heater. Alexander with 27 days. Jamie with 25 days. Jacob at 22. And Chris, our live funded trader, is now on a 22-day ripper. All right, let's see those P&Ls from yesterday's live funded accounts. Okay, our boy Isaac pocketed 1,500. We're going to see Isaac a little later on today for Power Hour. He's going to close out the day with us. Julio took home 1,500 also. Venkata, name we've been hearing quite a bit of, 1,800. Oli up 2,400. And our live funded P&L leader from yesterday is Hisham with a cool 3G winning day. Nice job.
That's
all right. Also,
that's a pretty JD. That's a pretty light. You look at these all the time. It's pretty light yesterday for these guys.
Be modest.
Very light.
Price action wasn't great. Price action wasn't great yesterday. So I think those are good numbers considering the price action. But yeah, for sure, Michael.
I think when we share this, everybody, the folks that are watching should look at this and be like, hey, you know what? Like that's a Julio, $1,500. I mean, like it's totally doable. Like you're like these aren't like wild things that you can't accomplish on your own. Julio had a $1,500 day. Like, I've done that before. Like, so getting yourself to the live level, that's a difficult route. But as you can see, yesterday's best. It's not like it's something that you can't do.
I bet we see similar numbers tomorrow.
Just a quick reminder for everyone before I jump out, we're going to have our Topstep X walkthrough with Coach Robert tomorrow after the close, 3 o'clock Central Time. So if you missed the first one, make sure you're there for the second one. He's going to walk you through all the features of Topstep X. Also, that first video that he did last week is now up on our YouTube channel, so don't forget to go in and check that out if you get a chance. All right, I'll be back in a little bit with some XFA P&Ls and our top 10 list, the coveted top 10 list.
Thanks, JD.
The Dow is ripping to the upside.
Yeah,
right now.
we're ripping higher.
Yeah, I'm long NQ here myself. We are getting some nice liquidity here to the top side. We're just right at that 118 half level that we've been talking about. I might actually loosen my load up here, but we are kind of running into a little top side liquidity there. You're short now, Michael?
I'm just giving it a short right here, just really light. If it breaks above the 20s and holds above the 20s, I'm gonna get out. But if this is going to show us a stupid head fake again, a fake momentum move, then I'll fade it, which it's holding a bit. So I'll take one off. I had 2.
Yeah, I'm still holding this to the top side here, seeing if we can get that push above into that liquidity that's resting right there at the 135 level.
Yeah. No, I'll let it do a little flush out, a little deeper flush.
Yeah, I just got stopped out, and I'm back in on a short just. I'm stupid. I'm not going to keep this for very long. I want to see it come back into the initial balance and stay in there.
The Bears are in the house.
Where's the initial balance? Help us out, John.
Initial balance high in the S&P is 42.06 quarter. Initial balance, we're still inside of it in the NASDAQ. Initial balance high in the NASDAQ is 18,152. That is also the high of the opening range. So the NASDAQ lagging a little bit. The Dow is bringing us higher, getting a nice bounce in NVIDIA. Apple is now running to the upside a little bit. Google just kind of dragging along the bottom.
Yeah, Google's leaving a lot to be desired to the upside here. It's had trouble putting together a nice move here. If Google got its act together, that could be helpful for the NASDAQ, of course. We are seeing this auction back towards that 118 halves level. If we actually break about these 120s here, I would look to take off a little bit of the position.
What's your VWAP going on in NASDAQ right now? What level?
I got 23s for a VWAP here.
25.
Okay, Zones, guys. Zones. Those are in the chat.
Big sellers.
I just covered half there.
Big sellers in crude. Off 30 cents from the highs.
Dow is just relentless to the upside.
I'm taking off another half there.
I just feel like the top's going to I feel like this top wants to come off this NASDAQ. How are we looking at the gold? Take the top. I don't cash checks. What is it? Straight cash, homie.
Straight cash. Yes. It's hard to stay short, man.
It's
what are we doing right now?
Infinite bid market, Andre.
Infinite bid is right.
How are crude and gold folks doing?
How are they? We haven't given much love to crude. Gold just button up against VWAP here. Big little V shape bounce to the upside here, trading around 21, 2,157 and 30 cents there. But yes, crude's the only one's really making moves.
Gold is really in the middle of the range in the longer time frame. It's just a bad spot to try and trade.
Actually puts me back positive on the day somehow, somewhere.
That boy rips.
You see if we can leave the team sort of in the auction.
I have my stop at 22 3/4 now. So nice bounce back, nice recovery there.
Nice.
Yeah, this is ever short the market, Andre. We learned.
Never,
right?
Man.
Right.
Never ever short this market. It's just pointless.
You can't. I don't know.
Completely pointless to short this market.
Even no matter what Powell says tomorrow, if say they do sell it off hard, I mean, the bulls are going to be just drooling over the fact they're getting cheaper prices. Yeah, they're going to be drooling over the fact they're going to get cheaper prices in here. So, if you are going to get short, I think it's just, it's like, no pun intended, short-lived trade, scalp, see profit, take profit. But as Jack said, trying to catch the big one to the downside, I don't know what it's going to take. We had three hot inflation readings last week. We did see some sell-off, but all we did is just come back to these prices, 5,200s. I mean, we can't. 5,200 S&Ps, anything beneath 18,000 NASDAQ. I thought we were going to see it today. I thought, and sure enough, they're like, no, we'll buy at the 50 level. We'll get long here.
Yeah, what's a little bit disappointing for me is that I could have avoided the losses if we didn't get all the way back down to 71. I would have been way in the green today. I did hit max profit in one combine, and then right now we're up almost 4,000 another combine after losing on one combine. So that's the lay of the land here.
Gap close up to 52.10, base of the late spike for those that were here for the opening call, 52.16 NASDAQ. We've got a long way to go for a gap close. Gap close takes us all the way up to 18,219 if we're going to close that gap from yesterday's regular trading hour range. And the base of the late spike from yesterday in the NASDAQ, 18,234. It's a long way to go to close that gap in the NASDAQ. Much closer to the S&P.
Talk to me, MP.
Ritz, you got what in your account? In what count?
4,500 combine, 2,900 combine, and then, well, this one's at 3,500, and then max loss in one combine, but I didn't lose it.
Okay, so because somebody's in here is like, hey, you got into it, and somebody else goes good focus or something like that. So did you move a down day up to an up day or scratch day?
Oh yeah. No, we're back in the green now.
Okay. Yeah, good job.
Thank you.
Speaking of accounts, Michael, dare I say it's time to tangle round two real quick.
Give me a game.
Cannot wait.
We'll make this one fast, guys. We will not hang out on this.
All right, here it comes.
Yesterday's best, huh?
Well, that's a preview of that. There's a lot going on back with these questions. You ready to do this? Let's do it. Here we go.
Ooh, nice.
Equity funds in an account may only be withdrawn if A, the position is closed, B, the equity in the account is above the maintenance margin requirement, C, the equity in the account is above the initial margin requirement, D, there's a profit in the position.
Shit. C.
That's what I'm guessing.
Final answer?
Yeah.
That's what I'm going with.
The answer is indeed C. Yes. You win.
Bro, nobody cares.
Oh, that guy. Where are you at, bro? Where's that bro? Where's that bro at? Good job, man.
I'm undefeated so far, Jack, since we started this last week or whatever, right?
Yeah,
I think maybe I had one wrong. Well,
I'm the one that's defeated back here trying to get this to work.
Thank you, Jack. That was fun.
No
Where
problem.
do we have 60 Series 3 questions, 49% C. What was the answer? What was the answer again? I forgot. I already forgot.
C. 59, almost 50% of us got it right.
Good job, guys. 50% of us. Nice. Maintenance margin. When you open up a brokerage account and a personal brokerage account, and you and say it's at AMP, let's just say they're like a $50 margin. I don't even know. I don't want to go into all that. But there's a maintenance margin and an initial margin. Initial margin is when you go to put a one lot on, you got to pay. You have to have whatever in your account to cover the initial margin, the cost of that. You don't own it. You just are pledging that money to have that position, to have access to that position. Yeah. And then if it goes below that, then you got to pay your maintenance margin. If it goes, it's too much. We'll get into that one later. So it's a longer story that I don't want to get into. Somebody just asked what's a maintenance margin and an initial.
Yeah, I'm back to flat here. I did get stopped out, so yeah, we're just flat here. Trading on 3 combines, max loss in one, and then max profit in one, and 3,200 in another. So not too bad.
Is that right, Joey? Okay. All right, we're showing strength. I got short on the way up. I'm down $1,000 right now. It's not okay. That's where it starts to get ugly. I can work myself out of 1,000. Not too shabby, but
Well, you've worked your way out of better. You've worked your way out of worse.
It's just more work. Yeah.
The problem is, if it doesn't go that way, it just starts to get ugly.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Andre, you always taught me that one. You're like, you shouldn't have to pay that high of a tuition of the markets to learn. You shouldn't have to take a bad day. You shouldn't take a bad day and make it ugly, because bad days will happen.
NVIDIA is starting to really pick up some steam here and starting to push up towards the 50 EMA. We do have the 4 and 8 week bill announcement out from the Treasury here in about 10 minutes, so that can change the directionality of the market ever so slightly here.
And high of the day, high of the initial balance, high of the opening range, and then NASDAQ 18,152. 18,152. I'm trying to see if we can leave some sort of a failed auction at the high in the S&Ps here without a gap close. That would be something that I would be very interested in seeing.
Are you looking for any kind of long trades here, John? Are you looking still to the short side?
No. Here's why, if you guys want to go on my screen. The late spike yesterday at the end of the day is, it's a nuance that price is seeking lower levels. Opening below it is a high probability of successfully finding and accepting lower levels. So, as long as we stay below the base of the late spike in the S&Ps, which is 52.16, then I'm probably going to be just continuing to try and look for shorts. And, you can get chopped up on that for sure, especially in the equities. But that nuance there is probably the ruling reason for any trade I'm going to take today, as long as we stay below the base of that late spike, which again is 52.16. Look at it in the NASDAQ. I mean, so far the NASDAQ has unsuccessfully extended the range above the initial balance and the opening range. It's a long way to a gap close, and then the base of that late spike is 18,234. So if we're looking for shorts, it's all in timing and execution, as you tend to say quite a bit. You can be right and you can lose money. It's all in the timing and the execution.
Absolutely, 100%. We did come up close to that 147.75 level in the NASDAQ, and we are starting to reject and roll here. I would want to see a clean flush below 118 halves in order to basically facilitate this move back to the downside, potentially revisiting those 18,100s again.
Hey, what's front month in crude, John?
May. Q.
This K. That's what I thought. Same with gold?
No, April. April is still the front month in gold. It will roll to June, but probably a couple of weeks from now.
Thank you, sir. All day, all morning.
I'm trying to preempt this failed auction in the S&Ps, and it ain't working for me.
Yeah, this is tremendously tricky price action here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a tough trade day.
Any more trades from you, MP?
I don't know. I'm getting chopped up. I feel good about my educational tank filling up. I don't feel good about my trading. So I'm in a wash right now. I'm in a neutral state, emotional state.
The old wash cycle.
And while we're at it, that being, go ahead.
Please click that like button. Please click that subscribe button. We're about 400 subscribers from 75,000 subscribers on the march to 100,000. We got a little bit of a lull here. We really appreciate everyone watching, but please smash that like button, smash that subscribe button. Let's grow this sucker. Let's get to that 100,000. Did you hit like today, Michael? There it is. I just saw Michael hit like. Just saw it, like 619 likes. Maybe we got more. Now he just took one away.
Oh dear.
Okay. All right, yeah. Keep clicking that subscribe button. Let's get that number up to 75,000. I appreciate it. Yeah, Michael, you're saying it has been a choppy trade today. Me personally have not made any trades as I'm driving the segment. All good. Not seeing a whole lot of action here. It's okay. I made 2 trades yesterday, a couple $100. Light and tight. What do I say? The opportunities will come. It's a backloaded week. Meat and potatoes.
It's Tuesday.
It is. Drive it, Dre. Yeah. Thank you, Andy. I'm driving. Vroom, vroom. With one hand on the steering wheel. Jesus, take the wheel. For better or worse. I'm actually a good driver. I'm a good driver in real life, believe it or not.
No, you're not. I don't know why. We've had this argument 1,000 times.
Very good driver.
This argument
very,
1,000
very
times.
Sounds like everyone agrees that I'm a very good driver.
Sounds like Rain Man. I'm a very good driver. Very good driver.
Very good driver. Very good driver. Very good. I don't care what they say. They're all haters out there.
Yeah, we auctioned down to that 118 halves level and we kind of rejected off of it. So I'm looking for a potential long here. Off these 130s, we are auctioning above the VWAP here. But, I mean, it's choppy price action. You got to know what you're getting into with your risk here. Again, this is why we're focused on trading combines on a day like today.
Hey, John and Rips, do you guys know Demolition Derby? Do you guys know what to get first place to get first place in Demolition Derby?
Thank you.
Would you consider that person a good driver or a bad driver?
I mean, technically, they're a good driver.
Why? Why technically?
Well, because if the goal is to, win whatever competition you're in, you'd have to have some skill to be better than the other competitors, right?
And if the competition was having your car get hit the less or hitting people the least,
great driver.
Then you're probably a bad driver. You should be in Demolition Derby if that's your goal.
I got third place in the Demolition Derby. I got third place in the Demolition Derby, and this is an argument I've told Draven on. He's like, "You're not a good driver." I'm like, I got third place in an event where if you come out without people hitting you or you hit them, that means your car lasted. That means you're the winner. So I got third in that. So clearly, and I got paid $300. So
out of how many people?
30 cars.
Oh, really?
Ronnie Tex was from Springfield, and he
Where's
won.
Ronnie at? Tex. Ronnie, if you're watching, come on, Ronnie, if you're watching this.
Probably Sarpy County Correctional Center. I don't know.
Oh, come on.
I'm teasing. But no. So that's always been my argument with Andre when he's like, "You're a bad driver." I'm like, I third place in an event. Got paid because I was so good at not getting hit or hitting people because my car lasted in a demolition derby.
Hey,
what do you have? You have a dent. You have a dent on your car. So
isn't your goal to hit as many people as possible in a demolition derby, or is it to last?
You can avoid. You can. The last car standing. It's the last car standing, pretty much. Yeah.
Okay, got you. So you want to avoid the accidents as best you can.
You want to avoid. Thank you. That's the point of the story. You avoid the accidents.
I see.
Or your back ass into the car. You try to wipe people out. You can do a couple strategies. You can try to wipe people out, or you can just avoid people. Just drive around and avoid them the whole time.
Yeah. Old demo derby.
S&P has closed the gap to the tick.
Wow. How about that?
They did.
Yeah, NQs are struggling to stay afloat here. We had a big rejection out of Meta and Microsoft here, both printing lower as we are coming down.
There was a 600 lot that flashed to the upside in the S&Ps. It did get pulled. I was going to quote it, but it did not stay. Jay Cook, if you're watching, man, keep me posted if you saw that 600 lot upside. I think it was at 09s in S&Ps. Jay Cook, I saw you in the chat. Let me know if you do see that 600 lot flash. And not just a spoof. We're coming up to the 10 o'clock hour here, Central Time. 27 minutes left in fast markets. It's been, Hey, John, I liked an opening call. I liked how you gave that auction a grade, by the way. I really liked that. You got to keep doing that. That was good.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, John, you gave it a upside auction a B- yesterday or B?
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah. When the market's directional, I mean, you got to be gauging the features of the auction process that tell you if the market is healthy or if it's unhealthy. So here, let's take a quick look at crude because that's the market we were talking about, right? So we had weekly kickoff at 81. We closed above it yesterday. Volume was higher. It's still a kind of it's still a market that's sort of in rollover, and we added 3,500 estimated open interest. So above an important inflection level on higher volume and an increase in open interest says that the auction did well yesterday. When we're looking at a directional market, you're always asking yourself, what direction is it attempting to go? Obviously higher. How good of a job is it doing in that direction? And I said yesterday, the auction to the upside did well. I gave it a B minus because the volume is still divided between the contract months, but I still a B minus is still a healthy auction, and I was expecting the market to continue to try and push higher today. Now, this is a daily chart here, and we're looking at it in a kind of a shorter time frame view here because of the breakout yesterday. The market moved higher. It was a trend day to the upside. It added volume and it added open interest. That's a healthy upside auction.
Mm-hmm. I like that.
So when there is a direction, I will usually kind of pick a kind of an auction grade, right? Like, the breakout of crude oil, gold down here. This was an A breakout. This was a market that was very strong, high volume, big jumps in open interest. It was really likely to continue in that direction. Now we're in a bit of a bull flag. Volume has been lower. It is coming into rollover. We did add, I think, a little bit of open interest yesterday, 4,600 on an up day, indicating potential buyers. So, right now there is no auction grade. It's balancing. It's pulling back. There's no auction grade. If it breaks out to the upside again, then if we do see a healthy upside auction on that day, then I'll put in an auction grade on it.
I like that. Yeah, that caught me off. I'm like, ooh, John's giving grades now. I like this. He's seen it all, so he knows what a good auction looks like and what a bad auction looks like. So please be tuned in. Hey, really quick, we pinned to the top of the chat here. Sorry, John, I'll get to you real quick. Pin to the top of the chat. Ask Hogue anything. Get your group coaching questions in for group coaching today at noon Central Time. Get those in for John. Hogue, how have the questions been lately? Are there questions that you particularly you enjoy answering more than others? Questions that you think you're more knowledgeable? Like, what kind of questions should they throw at you now that we got you here?
Well, number one, any question is a good question. I don't agree with that.
I knew he was going to say it.
I don't agree with that. Yeah. Is your name John Hogue?
I do, John.
Question.
I do, John.
There's a title right there. Yeah.
We do see, some similar questions or some of the same questions, and that's okay because, we all learn, and sometimes we need to learn things over and over again. I know I do. I can put, I've put my hand on the hot stove a bunch of times before I figured out it was a bad idea. So any question, if they're psychological questions, I'm not a psychiatrist, but I've had the opportunity to work with several throughout my years in trading, and I will bring my experience to you in the things that I learned about myself in working with trading psychologists. And a lot of folks see things the same way. We're all human beings. Technical questions, profile questions are always great. Anything that I can answer. And, one thing that I want to make clear is nobody knows everything. I certainly don't know everything. So it gives us opportunities to learn something together. If there's a question I can't answer, that says, okay, there's something for me to learn there. And that's one of the things that I love about group coaching the most, is because I can help you and you help me by pointing out things that maybe I need to learn more about. And I'm going to be completely honest. If there's a question that I can't answer, range bars, I never used them. If you ask me about range bars, I'm going to send you to Robert.
And guys, definitely show up to group coaching, because John, probably I would say one of the best in the industry at group coaching, at just guiding and all that kind of stuff. And it's, again, it's lead a horse to water. You can't make him drink. You have the water right there. Go to it. Join it. You fly on the wall. Even if you don't know, if you're a newbie, if you're somebody who's been trading for a while, ask him a million questions. He'll answer them. But John, yes, I do believe that there is.
Thank you.
There's no stupid question. I've gotten in an argument with my wife about that one too. Yes, there is.
It's very important for me to be there and to be very good at it. And thank you, Michael, for saying those things.
You've been doing it for 12 years solid. Individually,
13,
group
13 in May.
Is that what it is? Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
When you really started helping traders, you've always been a trader. Your family, you come from a trading background.
Family business.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, you could go off, find somebody off the street in random, Des Moines, Iowa, or you could go to the guy who's been on the trading floor since he was born, and his dad was too. And like, it's just, you see, and yes, it does matter. It does matter.
Where else you get this? Yeah.
Yeah. So tune in.
So
It's
get
later.
those questions in.
A couple hours.
Get those questions in. Tune in. I think I heard Jack's voice very briefly before we went on to fill out those questions for Ask Hope Anything. Jack, did you have some for us, or did I mishear that?
I don't think you heard me. I was on mute.
Oh, never mind then. All good. All good. I heard you. I thought
Good
you
to
had
talk
another
to you.
question. Yeah, it's a good talk. Good talk. Good talk, Jack.
Great
Good
chat
talk.
there.
I think we're seeing catching a bit of a bear. Maybe we're going to test those 5210s here in the S&Ps. What's up?
I'm off.
What do you got?
I was just long I was long 16s. It took no heat. And I'm like, I'll look for 03s, 05s on this pullback. I literally just got out. Bought 16s, sold 16.75s.
I had a very similar trade there. I was buying basically 16 average there in that consolidation, then sold 35s, 36s.
Oh, right now?
Yeah. Yeah, the trade was up on the screen. We're currently up $4,600 now right now.
Man,
Okay, good job. Nice
I
job.
gotta start trading the
Nice
NASDAQ.
I mean, you have to have the stomach for it. You got to be willing to
Famous
take a lot
last
of
words.
heat, and then when it starts to develop, you have to really press the pedal to the metal there.
You should not.
That's
Oh,
one of the
man.
most
Yeah, this is
Difficult
where
and involved instruments to trade if you're trading it actively. If you're a passive trader, I mean, you can take some great passive trades on it, but yeah, there's a lot of opportunity if you press hard at the right areas.
That's
not even
problem.
probably 180 seconds ago. I had that 8, just a one lot, and I'm like, took really no heat on it. I'm like, I'm gonna wait for a better price, and then now it's at 20 handles. Like, I'm off today. Rips, I'm off. I'm glad you were off with me, but then you got on. What did it take?
I mean, I was on, then I was off. I mean, I was on before you came on, and then you came on, and then I got a little bit off there at the lows. I tried to shorting into the lows. We got to bounce up, tried to short the highs of that extension, got dumped on.
Don't feed Andre, dude. Don't feed Andre.
At all.
I just heard what I heard. I didn't hear. I mean,
yeah, I know you heard what you heard.
I love it.
No, but yeah, it's I took like basically a 10 minute break from trading, and then tried it again, and then started nailing trades. So I kept trading in the pocket there.
Dude, that shot clock. It's a real thing, folks. That shot clock is a real thing.
Oh, okay, I got to do it. Mike Knight, that was one of the best jokes I've heard in a while. No. Who just deleted that? View the deleted message. No. You guys know. Mike Knight. Apex is offering the Series 60. Series 3, you can do it 20 times.
That's amazing.
Oh, I didn't get the joke.
Oh, that's pretty good. That is good. That's a good joke. We can, yeah.
When will rate cuts begin? I don't know, man.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah,
so you're feeling good.
Any really nice trades that we could have put on into the house account that were like, let's size into this. Let's get a good move. It's a shame that we have yet to cross paths on that price action. I think back on Friday we'll have the afterglow of the FOMC to play together. So hopefully Friday gives us some nice clean price action we can trade in the house account.
That might be good.
Yeah.
71's 18,071 was the number for us to try along there, huh? Today.
Yeah, those 71s, I'm telling you, that's the level I was trying to get that short break into. And unfortunately, that was the bad timing to try to short into that. We got a launch from 71s all the way up to, 120s.
So now how do you call it a day then?
I'm cooked at this point. I'm done. I mean, good profit in 2 combines, maximum daily loss in 1 combine. That's usually that's where I hit my limit. That's the day before FOMC,
Yep.
Well, I've got obviously a short bias, and that's been costing me. But the day ain't over.
Yeah.
The day ain't over.
Whoa.
So here
It's
we
not over, but it's going to. We're going to see volume probably taper off as this day goes on. A lot of people are probably going to take the afternoon off. We here at Topstep TV will absolutely not. We're here to capture any opportunity that does come into the market, but we're not looking to trade up our big size. We're not trying to max out our positions here. 1s and 2s and 3s should suffice if you're just trying to pad the account going into FOMC tomorrow. We are seeing some sellers here in crude. Equities, man, yuck. It's okay. This is a test. This is a test your discipline, test your patience type of trade. It's okay. This is what makes you stronger moving forward. Look for your opportunities. I mean, these guys have been carving it up a little bit. Michael, what's your P&L? What are we looking at your P&L wise? Up,
down to G, down to G, down 1,000.
Okay. What do you think? You've been overtrading? You think you got good entries, or just too tight stops, or what do you think?
Too tight stops and getting out. Yeah, no, I got caught in the chop, and then Rips got himself back into good gear. I spent a lot of time being distracted, trying to find the right answer, fighting with you.
I mean, my win rate today is 56%, if that tells you anything, Michael.
Yeah.
I mean, not a great win rate. Not a great win rate.
I mean, but what's your risk to reward, though? I mean, because like if the risk to reward is 2 to 1, 40% or better is a profitable trader.
That's good.
Yeah, exactly.
Good.
My brother Randolph says he sees resistance at 18,160 in the NQ. Mr. Randolph Duke has set the price.
Set the price.
Yeah, this is just god awful price action. It was great off the open. I thought we were going to have some really nice moves, but then, when we have multiple fake outs like that, where we have a big pop up to the VWAP, then a drop testing those same low levels, then a big pop, a higher pop, another drop. It just makes it very, very difficult to trade unless you're being extremely scalpy here.
Yeah.
See money, take money.
Dylan goes, not taking profits killed me today. I was just going to say, Hogue says, see money, take money on days. This is see money, take money day.
Yeah, I was super scalpy off the open, and then,
Yeah, so hopefully you guys, this is just us talking. We're reevaluating the day. We're reevaluating how we've been trading the day. And Andre, I'm not a big golfer, but you follow golf, and when I watched with you, like they know every hole, what they did on each hole, and how they do it. And when you're around other traders, like they do that around levels. They do that. It's really interesting. And then they talk about how it's set up, what the blah 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 blah. Just like a golfer would be like the wind was playing, or it was all the golf words that you know.
Oh no, yeah, the levels, time of day, volume, what order flow was, what other markets were doing. When you immerse yourself into the trade like we do, you just happen to notice. And then like Rip says, he'll go back and he'll watch film on his trading, which really gets you to remember. Really just ingrains these trades in your heads and helps you recognize patterns moving forward. When you see, first you see price action like this might be more of a hands-off type of trade. The ones that really make the money are the brokers stay on commissions and fees. You see stuff like this, but then you see that breakout trade like John was saying. Was that oil where you gave the A+ auction or A+ grade to that breakout auction? Like, so you see these repetitions and you live it, you immerse yourself in it, and so when you see it come again, because it inevitably will present itself again, you are ready. You have an idea on like what the trade strategy may be moving forward.
Yep.
You do that with your ski runs, man. You remember ski runs and stuff. Like
we do it. We do it when
you live it. You eat, breathe, sleep it. Like you tend to remember. That's what this. Talk about screen time. You can't replicate that. That's essentially what we're doing here. We're just trying to ingrain it in our head.
And then being with other players in the space, like we're talking right now, even the folks in chat and everything like that. Like if they could talk with us right now, it would be that fluid conversation about how the S&P was setting up and the NASDAQ was setting up. Then you have the crude oil traders talking with other crude oil traders and gold. And that's what the pits were like. This is exactly what the pits, not exactly, but very similar to what the pits were like. And how else do you get that another layer of information, knowledge that isn't showing on your charts and gets information and thoughts out of your head to share with others, and they're doing the same thing. That fluidity of conversation, pretty damn important. So, yes, the price action has been trash. Locked out. Who's locked themselves out today? Locked it up?
Lock it up.
You lock it up.
You lock it up.
You lock it up. What's that from? What's that from? We got. We should do that.
Wedding Crasher.
Come on.
Wedding Crasher. Yeah, we will put it in
Same
here.
place that you have this one from.
That's what we call a sack lunch.
That's right.
All right, so we got people locking it up. Good job, guys. That's awesome. Guys that don't know, on TopstepX, you can lock yourself out. We call it lock it up because usually you're probably you're locking it out. You lock yourself out when you're up. And then your daily loss limit or your personal loss limit mindset right now if you guys go to my screen at 1942, and that was a joke because last week it was I was with you, Rips, wasn't I? No, we were talking
I had some
about
of that over the weekend.
Did you? Tequila? Yeah, I'm like, okay, it's a fun joke here. I'm going to set my personal daily loss limit on Cuervo. What is it? 18.
Don Julio Añejo, 1942.
There you go. Don Julio Añejo.
Got to roll
And that's where you see the
Benenye.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. From Nebraska, so it's going to be a tough one. So
that's a Don Julio, Nebraska.
the good old Don Julio and Nejo.
Nejo.
So I could set my personal daily loss limit, but everybody in here is locking themselves out. Why is that so important? For me, it is something that I push the developers over there to do. And now we're all trying to benefit from this. So that's why I'm asking, because it literally allows you to watch the markets, see everything that's happening, but you don't have that. You probably have the itch, but you don't have the ability to trade it, which is good. For me, it's good because if I had the ability to trade it and I had the itch, I would trade it. So I need to have that. I personally need that crutch. And that crutch just takes me smashing that stop button, lockout button. So we got a lot of people in here. Head up, guys. Hopefully it's helpful.
I would have benefited from that 10-minute lockout button. I had to do it manually on my phone. I took a 10-minute break. So the shot clock for me was 10 minutes today. I can't wait for that feature to be added to TopstepX.
Yes. Somebody was asking, hey, can you... It just got launched. Right now, it just closes you out for the end of the day. Yes, there'll probably be lock me out for 15 minutes, 1 hour, rest of the day, 2 minutes, something like that. I don't know, but they're not going to build all that functionality yet because there's a lot of things on their list that they're prioritizing. And I forced their hand and said, guys, I would love to have this. Can you please have this done? And they said 2 weeks, and they got it done in one. Impressive. And yeah, now we're all able to use it. Those people on TopstepX, and TopstepX does come live to everybody with all the accounts, the 50, the 100, and the 150 in April. So, and you're only beginning these special limited offers and all that kind of stuff that we've been doing for the data pass through of the data fees. For $4.50, 97.27% off, all that kind of stuff. That'll only happen here on TopstepTV. So that's why you really need to tune in. We're not forcing you to tune in to something that we hope helps you. No, we're trying to help you tune in or motivate you or incentivize you to tune in because we believe that together on TopstepTV we can help each other. So, needless to say, good job locking it out. Yeah,
lock it
guys.
up.
We got about 9 minutes left in 9 minutes left in fast markets here, and we do got to get to everyone's favorite leaderboard. JD, if you're there, let's see how our top 10 are doing. JD, what's up, man?
Present. All right, let's check out some XFA P&Ls from yesterday first, real quick.
For sure.
All right, XFA numbers we've been seeing lately just been pretty incredible the last couple weeks. Liam had a nice 12K winner yesterday. Colin with more than 13,000. David more than 15,000. Antonio with 18,000, and our XFA leader from yesterday is Lewis. Took home a cool $19,500. Lewis was actually copying trades across 3 XFAs for a grand total of $58,303 yesterday.
Wow.
We're going to see his name again in just a second. Hang on.
Okay.
Stacking bananas. We don't want the
Stacking
leaderboard
bananas.
to be depressing.
No,
We don't want a leaderboard to be depressing. Just look at that and be positive and say it can be done. These are folks just like you and I. Look, I'm a kid from Nebraska. I always do that Nebraska thing. I'm a kid from Nebraska. I know you always, but I'm like, I didn't know, and I had to learn along the way. And then I got to Chicago around other traders, TopstepTV, and Discord, Topstep community Discord, around other traders, and I started getting better and better. And you'd see the ones do well, and the ones do poorly, and you would do well, and you would do poorly, and then to be around those, all that, it just helped you shorten your learning curve. It helped you misery loves company, or support each other, or high five each other. So,
And
these
that
are
floor
folks crushing
experience
it.
is no longer available except here on Top Step TV.
That's right, John.
The closest thing we can do, right, John?
It's about damn. It really is. It really. There's nothing comes close. Like, might even be better than the floor, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Smarter people.
You can get away with a lot more on the floor than we get here.
Yes, you could. Yes, you can. Not as many eyes
audio
watching.
wasn't recorded. Yeah,
no, it wasn't.
Eyes watching audio.
No, it was. All right, JD, let's take a look at these top 10 funded traders leaderboard.
Yep. You've been staring at the bottom half of the top 10 list for the last minute or two. Our boy, Mr. Slow Markets, Coach Dakota, is back on the list. He was ranked number 12 yesterday. Jesus is into the list. He's a live funded trader. Joined the top 10 list with a nice 50K account balance just recently. Asmir popped up to 8th place from 10th yesterday. Isaac held on to 7th place for another day with a nice $1,500 winner that we mentioned already. And Nicholas T dropped from 4th down to 6th after taking some heat across a live funded account and 3 XFAs yesterday. There's the bottom half of the top 10 list. All right, here we go. 1 through 5. Ding, 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 ding.
Boom, 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 boom.
Okay.
All right, Lewis, who we just
Alcaron.
mentioned a minute ago, slid into 5th with that huge $58,000 day yesterday.
Wow.
Pin took over 4th place, up from 5th place yesterday. And Raj, Balkaran, and Michael all held on to the top 3 spots for another day. Raj actually didn't trade yesterday, so no change in his account value. Balkaran put up about 15,000 across 3 XFAs, catching up to Michael. Michael made about $1,000 yesterday. There is your top 10 list.
JD, you called it, man. You called it. You said Balkaran is hot on his trail, and you weren't kidding.
He is.
Balkaran comes from Michael R.
Super hot.
Good calling that one. Thanks, JD.
All right. Who's ready for a laugh on this
Yeah.
Tuesday
What's
morning? All right, James, let it rip.
Who's in the crosshairs here?
Which one? The story?
The story, yeah, please.
Oh, yeah.
Our boy Elon's back in the news. This time it's for doping.
I mean, whatever works.
What does he likes the K-hole, huh?
Small doses of ketamine to combat depression, apparently. He said it was prescribed by a doctor. There was some concerns about federal policy violations that could, quote, jeopardize SpaceX government contracts. That quote came from Reuters.
Money.
But then, he did agree. He did agree to 3 years of random drug testing. And on his last test, they found, quote, a direct quote from Elon, not even trace quantities were found of any drugs or alcohol. So
there you go, Elon. I like it.
Yeah. Double middle fingers to the drug testers. There,
move on, media. Move on.
Double middle fingers to them.
I mean, the dude just
a lot of bark for very little bite.
Yeah.
Right. The dude just puts out great hits. Tesla, SpaceX, PayPal, Starlink. Yeah, I give him $120 a month on Starlink alone. It's rural areas now, and third world countries now, and they can get internet 150 down. That's incredible.
Wow.
Let him smoke pot. If he's smoking pot legally, let him do that. If he's doing special K or whatever, K.
You know the nicknames.
Going down K.
A lot of
K holes.
I've
never done it. I've never done it.
I'm messing.
I'm messing. I only do things prescribed. I only do things prescribed.
We got 4 minutes left here in Fast Markets. I want to go over the schedule because I know we have a very something very special and important to Coach Robert here. We'll touch on that in a second. But first, after this, we got shoulder tap COVID with Hogan Mick, very special, important. And then power players. This one's very important to Robert, and it's going to be with Desmond W. And we're going to be talking about We're going to get into the weeds a little bit, but this is super exciting. More algo talk with Coach Robert. We're going to really get into, math, algorithms, stuff like that. It's super in depth. Please watch. All right. We're going to try to dumb it down for you. It's not going to be boring. It's going to be super informative, super educational, and entertaining a little bit. I'll be there driving it. I'm going to get out of the way a little bit. I'm going to let Desmond and Robert do their thing, but please get in there and watch. Okay. So get in there and watch, and we will talk about. Trust me, you guys are going to really like this one. It's different. It's something different than we do here than normally at TopstepTV. After that, we're going to have market stalking with D, as we all know that. And then for Power Hour, we got JD, myself, and Isaac R. That's a new trio, so that should be really interesting. And then, of course, we have Slow Markets with Dakota starting at 8 p.m. Central. It's going to be very informative. Please tune in, especially 11 o'clock. We're going to see something super cool, something we don't normally do here at TopstepTV. But, yeah, what's up?
Isaac R, guys. Isaac R is the trader that was on the live funded list. We're transparent here. Or live leaderboard, one of the top 10. Tune in, learn. Don't judge. Listen.
A good trader.
And good trader. There's a lot to be talked about here. So we have him on, and that's a good one to tune in for. And Power Hour, from what I'm hearing, is almost giving fast markets here a run for its money.
Profits-wise, it's getting it's been a profitable segment. It's a lot of fun. Like I said, we like to have a good time. Tomorrow, not so much. Tomorrow, we're going to be locked and loaded with the Jerome Powell press conference coming in. It's not so much fun and games. It's going to be straight trading. So you might see a little different side to us. But, we're going to be locked and loaded for that one.
And real quick question, MP. We still do have another Series 3 question loaded, but would it be worth it to run a poll to see maybe how many questions during fast markets people want to see from Series 3? Robert,
sure,
0, 1, 2, or 3?
No, we're not doing 0 because I don't care if they say 0. No. Okay,
but I'm just trying to gauge. We're just trying to gauge where they're at. We need the feedback. But
fine. Let's just do 2. Two a fast market. I know because I'm pushing Jack. I want to have these a little bit more. But again, Jack is the producer. He's going to balance things. So Do you want to just do 2, Jack? I'm done with that. 2 a fast market?
Yeah, 2 be fine.
We need to roll educate. Okay, cool. That's how we work here, guys. We compromise. That's 0, huh?
It drove some good conversation. I thought it drove some good conversation in the chat and with us. You get to see Michael.
10 of them. Billy.
2's good.
Okay,
I voted 4.
RIPS, the agent of chaos. The agent of chaos.
Oh, there we go.
Look at that.
All right, let's see.
I would have voted 6 if that was an option.
Yeah, Rips, you know what you're doing there.
Well, the problem is you're supposed to have a minute. You're supposed to have a minute to answer these questions. So that's a lot of time sitting around.
Funny. 4's taking the lead. All right, Jack. Let's go with the people. The Republic of Topstep.
Ooh, this is FINRA.
Republic of you.
Republic of Jack. That
backfired Jack attack.
All right, guys, we'll keep that poll up and we'll monitor the results. But we got Shoulder Tap coming up next. Rips, thank you so much for joining us. We will see you later in this week. John, you're coming up next. MP, as always, thanks for joining us, giving us your precious time, your valuable time here in the mornings at TopstepTV. See if you keep trading our way out of it. Michael, leave us with some parting words.
I love you, buddy. I'll give you a little. I was ragging on you today. It keeps our relationship even stronger.
Yeah.
Andre.
All right, guys.
Good trading today.
That was awesome.
Rips, good trading. Andre, good driving. Hogue, good trading with you, buddy. Jack, James, JD, all that. Robert, good stuff, guys.
One thing, Michael, real quick. Killers coming to Lollapalooza this summer. Later. We'll on his Shoulder Tap. Later.
Hello, traders and Series 3 aficionados, and welcome to Shoulder Tap. I am Jack, joined by Mick today. Mick, this is my first shoulder tap. Be gentle.
I'll be very gentle. Happy to have you on. This is a nice little change of pace, changing things up. I love it, Jack.
I'm thrilled to be here, and Eddie will be back in the saddle, I'm sure, tomorrow, and it'll be nice to see him as well. But I'm interested to hear about what kind of shout-outs you got today.
No problem. Jack, by the way, I think you'd look pretty good with a mustache.
I have a picture somewhere. I do not. I look so much like a cop from the it's a real shady look, I'll tell you that. For me, you look great.
A cop, maybe a porn star or something like that. Anyways, let's get into trading. So it's a bit of a bloody board this morning on the live accounts. We got a lot of people down money in the markets today, specifically the equity indices. A lot of larger accounts with $3,000 daily loss limits hit. Not too many people that are up money, but I will rattle off our top performers in the live accounts today. Big shout out to he's up $3,800. Corey's up $2,000. We've got Eddie, Nathan, Isaac Rivera, all up about $1,000. And then I mentioned him yesterday, old Johnny Brahm. He's up $700 today. He had a $2,500 day yesterday, and he's on a 5-day win streak for about $5,700. So happy for him. He's trading really, really well. And I'll probably try and, if this streak continues and he keeps putting up good numbers, we'll get him up on a trading card and kind of dissect his trading activity a little bit deeper. But Jack, let's hop into the cards. I want to start out with this is a very big shoulder tap for Chung Yam. If we can get his card up. Yeah, this is about as ugly as it comes. Only 5 days in the live account, 0 winning days, 0 winning trades, losing over $3,000 every single day. And I want to feature him because it's not all about sunshine and roses and stuff, even on this first day of spring. We do have the sunshine here. Not too many flowers are popping up just yet here in Chicago, though. But look, Chung is in a position where he's really eroded a lot of his account balance in his first 5 trading days. And it's, the question is, at what point do you stop and, make some adjustments? I've got someone that I'm going to talk about here, I think on the 3rd trading card, who's done really a phenomenal job about making adjustments. But I think all the metrics here speak for themselves. It's just been very poor performance. They didn't start slowly. They came out of the gate swinging. Chung has been with us at Topstep for quite some time now, as a matter of fact, and I've seen him in funded level accounts before. He's a trader who finds short-term success through big swings. If he gets on the right side of the market, he puts up really big numbers. But overall, the trading is relatively poor, and that's what we're seeing in the live account now. Jack, I'm kind of curious, since I don't get to speak with you about this all the time, but when you were with a prop firm prior to joining Topstep, when you get hit on the chin 5 days in a row for big P&Ls, how did that, what happened when that occurred in your trading, if it ever occurred?
I don't think I ever got hit hard 5 days in a row. I did get punished over the course of an entire year in 2015. But what happened in general is that, if you blew out one day, they probably wouldn't necessarily change your loss limit for the next day, although it would be smart not to do it. If you then went out and hit it the second day, they would probably either have you take a day off, but they would definitely bring in your risk, right? Probably by about half. Okay. The situation in which you were to take big losers 5 straight days, you would probably be trading a very small account by that 5th day, and you'd probably have the risk manager, the head of your desk, coming to you and asking, what the hell are you doing? right?
Yeah, I have been asked what the hell are you doing before when I was market making the grains. It does happen, but I mean, so for Chung, I mean, he's got to be making these adjustments on his own. We can certainly, set a lower loss limit for him, but it doesn't appear that, I think he's doing what he wants to be doing and not what he should be doing. Definitely taking some time off is a big thing that, you need to consider here. If you think about it in 5 short days, the percentage of this account that's been eaten up or lost to the markets is pretty substantial. He doesn't have a ton of cash left in this account. I've been told, I've seen other people told to take the day off, take the week off. I know one of our biggest traders, when I was with a prop firm doing the market making, he took an entire month off. He had a pretty bad month, but he was also kind of the shining star of the group. So he could afford that. But, stepping away is a big thing here. And I think it's, really time for Chung to do that and make some of his adjustments. Anyways, I just kind of wanted to point that out. I don't want to get repetitive here. It's glaringly obvious what needs to happen. What he's doing in the market's not working. And, he's got to make some changes. Otherwise, this account could be gone in the next 2 trading days.
Yeah, he seems to have defeated probability on that 0% winning trades, which leads me to believe that he's going for the fences and just very low percentage, always adding, then taking the loss, and then maybe one of these times it runs and then makes something.
Yeah.
But
yeah. And I mean, he's really not even trading massive size on this account. I guess he's scaling into some bigger positions, but very few of his trades have actually been up money, or has he even found himself up money on a single trading day. So Chung, let's make some changes. I think it's good to take some time off. And with that, let's move on. I've got a shout out for our next trader, Chris V. So let's get him up. So this is what I like to see. 91. He's average daily P&L. Chris is a singles hitter, which I think everybody that's watched a couple episodes of this shoulder tap segment knows that I love. The singles hitters are the people that have high win rates, high winning day percentages. They are in a position where they're trading smaller, which I like because there's room to grow there. If what you're doing on a small scale works, you can definitely leverage what you're doing, scale what you're doing, and then, start seeing larger daily P&Ls as you increase your position sizing. But really good stuff here out of Chris, averaging 4 trades a day, trading 1 to 3 contracts. Now, one of the most impressive things, aside from these metrics, Jack, is Chris has been in this live account for 45 days. 45 days. That's a nice long run. So all these metrics are off a pretty good sample size too. So, I mean, this guy is, he's doing really well. I also want to give him a shout out. Jack, he's on a 21-day win streak for $9,900. We always see, we talk about in fast markets, we do the leaderboard. We talk about who's up, big money. So you might think over the course of 21 days, $9,900, isn't that big of a deal as you size it up to some of these other stories you hear about, but it's a big deal. It's a very big deal. 21 days, that's basically like, 1 month of trading sessions at five business days a week. So if you think about it and kind of extrapolate this performance, granted, win streaks always end. He's on a bit of a tear here with a 21-day win streak, but we're talking a 6-figure a year trader here, just averaging $176 per day.
This is savage trading right here. Really no notes, because if he has that sort of winning percentage, you're not going to be able to. I see his risk rewards a little, maybe not where we would ideally want it to be, but if you're having that percentage win, you're not going to be able to. Unless you're, Paul Tudor Jones reincarnate, you're not going to have a 76% winning trade percentage with a 2-to-1 or 3-to-1 reward. And if you are, I'll give you my personal email and talk.
Yeah, right. I think from what I remember, going over these cards and looking at these people, those traders that have the high winning trade percentages sometimes don't have the best risk reward ratios. I think it's kind of par for the course. I always attribute it to them being more accustomed to finding winning trades. Therefore, when they don't have a winner, they let it go against them a little bit more. But that's just a personal opinion. From what I'm seeing here. The last thing, everybody's human. Nobody's perfect. Nobody's a well-oiled machine. We always strive to be that. But, the only thing here is there's a couple anomalies, Jack. And despite them having an average winning day of $420 and an average losing day of $2,300, which really comes because there's few losing days. 2 of those losing days were $3,000 daily loss limit hits. So that's kind of the only thing here that I could say is, watch out for, Chris, because everything you're doing is right. You just have had those, days where probably something psychologically is going on and we kind of deviate from, what we normally do, which again, we're all humans and that happens. But that's really, I'm clawing at something, Jack, to, comment on an area for improvement here. Everything else looks really good.
So,
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna say something slightly dangerous here. Is that going back to my trading experience? Is that if you didn't hit your daily loss, we about once a month, once every 2 months, something like that. And if you didn't hit that often, then you weren't trading big enough. But I don't think that's the problem most of our traders have, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, I know it seems to me that most people in the XFAs are a little bit more willing to put on that risk, where our traders in the live accounts, while they do size up, they tend to manage it in a more risk averse manner. So, you see people trading max position size a lot in the XFAs, only to scale down a little bit in the live account. We certainly have people that we increase their position size, outside of the scaling plan, and, people in 150K accounts going up above 15 contracts if it makes sense. But most people are pretty mature about that. I do want to point out, Jack, you mentioned something that was interesting, in that if you're not hitting your daily loss limit, you might not be trading, enough size. It's not a one size. It's not a one size fits all thing, but we as traders, we talk about putting the pedal down when things are working and pumping the brakes when they're not working. Not everybody is extremely aggressive, but some of the very successful traders out there are extremely aggressive. And when that market goes in their favor, they are really pressing. And, that combined with, that, which includes large position sizing and the market going in your favor, combined with catching a piece of the trend for the day. I mean, that's when we see some really, really big numbers out of our traders. So Chris isn't one of those guys. He puts up small numbers. I love it. I'd rather see the smaller numbers consistently over, the big pressing wins. But everybody's got their own comfort zone. I suggest you stay in your own comfort zone, but do kind of, where you have opportunities that are smart opportunities, do try and press a little bit when you get those winners on. Averaging in on a winning trade usually tends to work out in the trader's favor for profitability. Okay.
Right on.
Let's move on. I have got a shout out here for Justin, and I'll explain why it's a shout out. Because the metrics on this trading card aren't fabulous. So Justin, average daily P&L -$9. They're treading water, but they are treading water over 51 days in the live account, Jack. There's kind of a lot to talk about here. So you see the high percent winning days and the high percent winning trades, and you're like, how is this person losing money? Well, they are a little bit, and it's basically because, the risk reward's not there. The average winning days are smaller, quite a bit smaller than the average losing days. And the average winning trade per contract, the risk reward, like I said, is not there. This is not a shoulder tap card for a number of reasons. This is a shout out card. And the biggest reason it's a shout out card is because I looked at all these 51 days of trading activity. Again, just like I mentioned with Chris, hey, 45 days for Chris, 51 days for Justin. That's a lot of trading. That's, that's survival mode and treading water in the live account, which I always like people grinding it out. The best thing about Justin, though, is if you look, Jack, at his trade report, you'll see early on there were a lot of big winning days, big losing days, and somewhere around the halfway mark in their trading days, they made a big adjustment. And they went from trading predominantly the NASDAQ to micro NASDAQ. So
okay,
they realized what they were doing wasn't working. And I'll tell you, if you dissect the first half of this trading account with the second half, we would not have numbers like this here. Average daily P&L would be positive. So they really got off to a struggling start, made some adjustments, which is awesome. It's mature. I got a ton of respect for what they did, and they turned things around and they really scaled down their size. We talked about it with Chung, slow down, pump the brakes. Well, that's exactly what Justin did. And the adjustments that he has made are really, really helping him out. I'm also proud of him. He's on a 12-day win streak right now since he kind of switched predominantly to the micros. The profitability is there now. The confidence has to be there now. Putting together, winning streaks, seeing that you're completely changing your performance. It's just a recipe for more good things to come if they can stick to these adjustments. And, we all go through ebbs and flows and peaks and troughs with our trading. Making these adjustments is absolutely necessary. And, through consistent profitability and the confidence coming back, then we can kind of start going back to pressing, trading a little bit larger. But Justin's doing exactly what he needed to be doing. And like I said, I couldn't be more proud of him. Speaking of grinding it out, I don't see this out a lot of our traders. Justin has, like I said, been in this live account for 51 days. Since he earned this live account, there's been no new trading combines that he signed up for. He's not in an XFA. He's got one account with Topstep, and it's his live account. More respect for that, too, because Justin, like I wish many of our other traders would, consider, is like, hey, I got this live account. I got to the place where I needed to be or I wanted to be, and I'm just going to make it work. I'm going to make it work. I'm going to grind it out. I'm going to do whatever I need to do. I'm going to make whatever adjustments I need to. That mentality has probably helped him out quite a bit because, I talk about resets from time to time. I talk about, not bailing yourself out. I use that rich uncle example about, the trader that gets an account, with 100 grand in it and is told, make this work or you're out of the business, versus that other trader who gets the account with 100 grand and the rich uncle says, don't worry about it. If it doesn't work out, I'll give you more money. I'll give you more money. So that mentality of it being like do or die certainly helps people. And I think that's, I just have a lot of respect for what they're doing and kind of grinding it out through the adversity of, a struggled start. Is there anything on this trade report that how can you not be? Jack, is there anything else you're seeing on here that you want to maybe comment on?
No, I think you hit the main part of it, of just the sizing down is something that's so hard to do, yet absolutely necessary. That's the one thing. If you're going to be anywhere where you're trading other people's money or something like that, it'll be automatic. Everything should be some percentage of what you have left. And hey there, you want to sign out really quick? I presume you're Desmond. Yeah. Why don't you sign out real quick? And now I'm alone on shoulder tap. Let's see what happens with that. All right. For those watching at home, what happened there is Mick got kicked out of his slot, as this program does. He may be back soon, but that's your surprise look at funded trader Desmond, who's coming up at Power Players with Robert. They're going to talk algos. And James, is there one more trading card there? I'm going to do it.
Yeah, let's do it. I believe we got one more.
Yeah,
we'll go ahead and bring it up. Let's do it for Edward.
All right. Look at me. I'm the risk manager now, people. Edward B., North Bay Village, Florida. Hey, Mick, sorry, I'm doing this card. You want to come back in a while?
Who kicked me off?
It was Desmond. Funded trader Desmond came for you.
Let me at him.
You want to talk about you want to talk about Edward real quick?
Yeah. Let's talk about it. Well, Jack, I mean, I don't want to steal your thunder. You were going for it. I'll give a quick summary and I'll let you point out anything that you like here. So Edward's someone that we on the risk team have our eye on. He's been trading really well. He's in an XFA, 12 days into it. We'd like to see a little bit more of exactly what we're seeing right now. I'll kick it over to you, Jack.
I mean, what's not to like? 67% winning trades seems, sometimes you see people with these, 80% winning trades or something like that. And I am hesitant to believe that will endure. But 67 is reasonable for what he's doing. Average winnings a little bit more than average losing, but the ratio looks good on the winner to loser. And worst day only 366. That's phenomenal.
Yeah, I like it. And what's Edwards in a? He's in the 50K. Okay, so yeah, his worst day, he didn't even go halfway to his daily loss limit, which we really like this. I had, in hindsight, I shouldn't say in hindsight. It's like I'm itching to call this guy up, but the one thing that's kind of stopping myself or stopping the risk team from calling him up is he's good at taking payouts, but maybe a little too good at taking payouts because if you look at that current account balance, he's not maintaining a very high account balance. He's only got about 600 in there because he's just regularly taking some payouts. Half of the account. He's taking the full 50% that he can take at a crack. So just, Edward, we want to call you up, but we don't want to call you up with 600 or a low value because if you're, while it's a small losing day, that worst day of 366, if you were to have, those back to back, then you bust the account. So we don't want to call someone up only to have them, stumble a couple times and lose the account. But really good trading. Edward, just try and keep paying yourself, but maintain an account balance if you would, please.
Well, awesome stuff. Mick, it was a pleasure doing a shoulder tap today with you and Desmond. And and yeah, that was great. Hope to do it again sometime. I'm going to go and find a picture of myself with a mustache for Power Hour. I think I've shown it on TopstepTV before, and you'll get why I don't do it. But yeah, stick around after this as we're having Power Players. Coach Robert is talking with Desmond at 1:00. Well, first, we have group coaching with Hogue and JD, TopQuiz with me and Anne-Marie at 11:45. Hogue, Coach Jay, and Deeyana at 1:00, and Power Hour with Andre and JD, the Dancing Bear, and Isaac Rivera. It's going to be a good time, so hope to see you around there. And Mick, any parting last thoughts, words?
Yeah, this is actually for Isaac. Isaac, confirm that home address so I can send you those cigars. Sent you an email a couple days ago. Let me know if it's the right one. We'll get them out to you. Jack, right, this was fun. Happy you came on. Let's do it again.
It's good to see you. Let's take another flight sometime. I'm going to look at my camera now. We'll be back please. Right after this.
right. This is a bit of a different type of power players we have here. Believe it or not, some think I'm a little bit of a bro, and yes, I get that, but I did come from a family of nerds. Both my parents are scientists, and my brother is a nerd as well, so we're going to nerd out a little bit here in power players, maybe a little bit out of my comfort zone, but we're going to make it easy for everyone to digest. You see the guy on the right, that is Coach Robert. He is our algo expert, and the man in the middle joining us for the first time on TopstepTV is Desmond. Desmond's been with us for about 6 months. He's been training for about 4 years. Welcome to TopstepTV. Desmond, please give us a brief introduction, who you are, how you got here, and your trading journey, and we'll go from there. Thank you for joining us, Desmond.
Thank you so much, Andre. So I've been a trader for 4 years. I started out with, the really risky stuff, 0 DTE options. And it was only until about the middle of 2023 that I discovered Topstep for the first time. And not only was it an opportunity to get funded, it was in something that I haven't traded before, which is futures contracts. And futures are inherently leveraged. So I found an opportunity to make money. But at the same time, with all of these Topstep coaches, such as Coach Robert, they teach something, called risk management. And through all of this, I started to learn how to trade effectively. But I didn't actually find a true trading strategy until I developed my own coding algorithms. And using some of my background in coding, I learned that by applying coding to trading, you're able to remove a lot of the flaws that make trading so hard, emotions, decision-making, and that allows you to make the process so much more efficient. And that's how I became a live funded trader. And I was able to pass XFAs. I was able to take a 5-figure payout. And that's why I'm now here on Topstep TV to talk with you guys about how to become an algo trader yourself.
Go ahead, Robert.
Yeah, that's some good stuff. Desmond, good to see you here. We did chat briefly last night to make sure we had this segment down and make sure we're all on the same page. So it's good to finally actually see you on my other screen over here. So let's start with algos, like what they are. It's not necessarily always automated trading. You can have an algorithm is just a series. It's a sequence of events that happen. So if you're going to the store, you get off this road, you take a right on this road, and you drive an X amount of miles or whatever, or time, and then you pull in the park. That is literally an algo also. It's just a sequence. It's a set of steps. Why I got into some of these algos is one of the largest downfalls and one of the hardest things to overcome in trading is human emotion. So if that is one of the biggest issues that we have as traders, why don't I focus on removing that piece first? And that is kind of how I got into it as well. And a secondary piece of that is if you have a process and you do it over and over and over again, you can kind of see where some of the flaws may be in it, or you can actually see where you can make some performance enhancements in there and actually recognize things that you may not have seen if you were just, kind of on a whim. And journaling is good, but when you have the algos, it's just a set of instructions and step-by-step process. And I think Desmond, you have your own. I've built several myself, and TradingView with just indicators because there's no automated there, and then moving to NinjaTrader to automate some of that. And I'm working with Quant Tower, which is a little bit better coding in there, and then of course over to TopStep X when that goes on. So I think you have one of your own that you've done. I think I've seen it before. So why don't you talk about that a little bit too?
Yeah, absolutely. So, now we're okay. Let me.
Yeah, they fire it up. They'll take care of the screen changing in the background for you.
There it is. So what you see here on the left is my algo. And what it essentially does is it takes my thought process, the ideas that go into strategies that you might have or that I might have, and it takes those and turns those into really hard rules that a computer can execute. So when I think people talk about algorithmic trading, they think it's very complex. It's something that only a software engineer could develop. But just like how Coach Robert said, an algorithm really is as simple as if you need to go to the grocery store, you take a right turn and then a left turn. It's taking these ideas of logic, things that you already know as a trader, and you can hard code it into your system. So for example, let's just say you have one of the most basic strategy any trader knows. For example, the EM crossover. The moving average crossover. And you believe that when the fast moving average crosses over the long moving average, you believe that's a buying opportunity. Then you can have an algorithm that recognizes that, and the algorithm would indicate a buying opportunity right there. And so whatever your strategy is, whether it's ICT or it's some other sort of reversal or trend continuation, as long as you know the specific rule set, of your strategy, you can turn that into code. And in fact, it's relatively easy. I was completely unfamiliar with TradingView's PineScript. I was unfamiliar with NinjaTrader's NinjaScript, but I was able to pick up both within a month or two. And by learning these rule sets, you're able to apply them into your trading. And what I want to show you right now is I want to show you these charts on the left. I know there's a lot of things on my chart, but this is the 5-minute chart of NQ. This is the 1 minute. The top is the 5-minute chart of NQ. The bottom is the 1-minute chart of NQ. And you'll see that there's a bunch of red and green signals. These signals indicate different opportunities to buy and sell based on my specific rule set. There's 3 types of opportunities that my signal identifies. So you'll see that there's an L next to some of the sell signals, and then there's TB, and then there's one more, there's a TA, but the TA is very rare. And these, for me, my specific rule set is about different types of trends. There's linear trends, there's trends that turn back. So from the moving average, there's trends that turn away linearly, there's trends that turn back, which is TB, and there's TA, which is pretty rare, and you don't see it on my chart right now. But TA is when there's a trend that's turning away really quickly. And so with these opportunities, now I'm able to remove a lot of the decision making that goes into, or not remove, but I'm able to be 100% sure whether or not if there's an actual opportunity. And something I hope to do in this session is, you'll see that I have a combine put on to the right side of my screen. I want to see if there's any opportunities that pop up during this session, and I'll be able to live sculpt futures, live sculpt NQ alongside you guys based on my algorithm.
Now, how did you, Desmond, you said PineScript was first. Now, for those that don't know, TradingView, they have their own language. It's called PineScript, which anybody can edit, and on the platform, a lot of it, like thousands and the tens of thousands, are all open source. Meaning you can click the little icon next to this little bracket, and you can open to see what the code looks like. PineScript is a version of Python. It's just kind of modified. And when you have NinjaTrader, their NinjaScript is actually a version of C#, but they have it morphed a little bit into what they want. Desmond, is that where you started? Did you go to school for type of the coding, or algos, or mathematics, or anything like that? Is that where you started with PineScript?
Yeah, I have very, very minimal coding background. So my major in New York University is chemical engineering, and any sort of engineering, you'll have to learn just a little bit of coding, a little bit of Python, a little bit of C, and that's all it needed to give me a base. Because something great about the algorithm community, in especially trading, is that it's extremely popular. A lot of, especially not only institutionally, but also for retail traders as well, because with scripts such as PineScript and NinjaScript, it's built into a more simplistic system that is integrated directly into your trading ideas. So for example, if there's a moving average, all you have to say is moving average of NQ, for example. You don't have to code that moving average yourself. All you have to do is call up that command. So
very nice.
It's very simplified. The system itself simplifies the ideas for you. And speaking of simplified ideas, I don't know if you saw earlier, but in that split second, there was a buy long. There's a buy buy long linear signal that popped up here. It disappeared because the candle didn't close up here. But if it goes back up and it retraces and finishes this candle with a buy long, then that would be an opportunity for me. It looks like it's not going to, so that's an opportunity that didn't fully form. But anyways, continue, Robert.
I was going to say that even if we take the coding piece out of it, listen to the chat and whoever's watching this, you can have your own set of rules that you can follow for your trading. So that would be an algorithm. It's simply a mathematical equation. And if we switch over to my charts, I can show you something as an example of what I'm talking about. And here it is here. I'm just going to take this piece. Blow it up really big for us. This here, if you've heard of fractals, that's what a fractal looks like. And we can make an algo out of this by saying, hey, if we have a candle that's up high like this, and the two candles before it are lower, and the two candles are after it are lower, why don't we go short? And then we put a stop at the top of it. So that would, in a sense, be an algo. Now, I could do that myself and just so, oh, look, this just is pattern. I have two candles going up, peak, down, down, and then just simply enter a short at that position. When you automate that, maybe I let the dog out, or maybe you need the restroom, or maybe you're getting some food heated up or something, because you don't know if it's going to happen. And it kind of gives you a little bit of an edge. You don't have to keep watching and see what's going on, and you'll get an alert that goes on. So I don't know if Andre uses any of that stuff, but the way we trade in our process, and we call them strategies because we're discretionary traders. Hey, this is what I like. This is my average. This is my high. Whatever box you want to fit yourself into, you just made an algo. So there's a difference between just what the process is and then make automation. Okay. Desmond, do you use the actual automation portion of it yourself? Because I know TradingView doesn't have the necessarily automation in the descent of future. So how do you do the automation, or are you just using this as signals for yourself?
So I trade two different accounts. So one is discretionary with signals, and so that was what I showed you earlier. So there's a algorithm that generates signals for me that indicates where these opportunities are based on, like you said, a strategy that I developed, just like all of you other traders with your own strategy and your own edge. And on another side of what I have is, let me pull it up.
Please.
Yeah. You guys can show my share my screen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this NinjaTrader chart shows my automated. It's completely automated strategy, and so it's able to generate returns relatively consistently for me, but it's completely automated. Something you have is this position, which is why it's beneficial to have a fully automated strategy while you remain a discretionary trader. And so what this algorithm does is it takes these opportunities and it buys and makes strategies complete. What I do is when I wake up, I turn this algorithm, close this screen, I minimize it, and then I trade my own on here. And so that allows me to do is while whatever profit or loss I make here with my discretionary trading, right? If I profit here, then I'll probably profit over on my algorithm. But even if I make a loss with my discretionary trading, sometimes it happens, right? Sometimes, regardless of how good you are or how good your algorithm is, everybody will make a loss sometime, someday. Regardless of what happens, I know that my algorithm's running in the background fully passively. I'm not looking at it, but it's generating returns for me anyways. And so when you have these automated ideas, it allows you to really have like more peace of mind, because you know that you don't need to worry about ideas such as, oh, am I making the correct decision? Do I need to trade more? It stops you from over trading. all of these ideas are why you really should start developing your own algorithms. Or if not, there's a lot of algorithms that you can access from other people. I know Coach Robert is someone who is great at algorithms, and there's, in fact, in our Discord, there's a whole algo trading section. When you're developing your own algorithm, reach out to me, reach out to Robert. We'll be able to help you develop your own, well, turn your strategy, which is already an algorithm, by the way, and turn it into computer code. And that's the true beauty of algorithmic trading. It's something you already have as a trader. Unless you're buying and selling randomly, as long as you have a strategy, you can turn that into computer code, and that's an algorithm. It's not that complex.
I got a question for you guys. A question for those of us that aren't algorithmic traders, more discretionary traders like myself, and the majority of people here in the chat, but we want to learn. I want to touch on HFTs, high frequency trading. Is that our main competition as far as discretionary traders go? What exactly are HFTs? What exactly is high frequency trading? Who are they, and how much how are we competing directly with them? Just give us a little bit of background on who they are and what their place is in the market.
Sure. High frequency trading are taking small pieces, literally some ticks, very, very rapidly, hundreds, thousands, and all these times during the day. I don't think we're competing with that because they are so rapid that they're in between taking pieces along the way, and those are with the larger institutions with the super fast computers. We're not going to compete with that. I'm looking at the Topstep X. We have the new thing at the top. It shows our speed that we have in the ping time. Yep. It's 34 milliseconds, 27 milliseconds. These things are doing 10 and 8 nanoseconds. In fact, what I will do in the chat, that's a great segue, is I'm going to post one of my favorite TED Talks regarding algo trading. It's from about 6 years ago. The gentleman's name is Kevin Slavin. I'm going to copy that, and I will paste it in the chat. And he talks about these algos and how the markets are looked into, and they extract this information out. So for us retail traders, and Andre, it's a good question, the discretionary traders, we don't really have to worry about that. We just worry about the big players that are moving the markets around. We see gold being pushed and oil being pushed with the stuff going on in the Middle East and the dollar changing. That's the big thing. We don't necessarily need to worry about these small pieces along the way. Okay, not anymore. I mean, it was like that a long time ago. They're still there. It controls a lot of the market. But if we're seeing something moving a couple of ticks here and there, it's just we're just going to see our P&L going up and down slightly. It's not really going to make a huge difference on us retail traders. That's a good question. Desmond, do you have something to add to that?
Yeah, so I absolutely agree with Robert. So what high frequency trading really is actually, so right now you see on the 5-minute chart there's a opportunity for me to buy long, and there's a uptrend that's currently forming. And so what I'm waiting for right now is for there to be a pullback on the 1-minute chart, and that'll be my opportunity to go long. And in fact, I think it's happening right now. But what high frequency trading algorithms actually do is, for example, if I press a market order long right now, and which I'll actually do. So when I put in that market order, it's being filled by a high frequency trading algorithm. And the reason why is because these are sending millions of orders every single minute, and they provide liquidity for the market. So don't be afraid of the high frequency trading algorithms. What they do is they sell both ways. They buy and they short. And the whole purpose of them is that they are providing liquidity. In fact, we should all be thankful for them, because if not for them, I wouldn't be able to market buy at a good price. And now going back to your algorithm, this is the whole purpose. It's something that should be with your strategy. This candle right here is a bullish engulfing, and that's one of the prompts for my strategy. And I wait for that small pullback right here, and I go long. And now with my one contract of NQ, I'm up 165. I'm up 165 with that one sculpt. And you see all of these lines. These are all just price levels from previous price action, and I'm trying to shoot for one of them as my take profit level. And so this is really the beauty of algorithmic trading. You're not competing with high frequency traders. They're just providing liquidity for you. What your algorithm should do is it helps you identify opportunities that you already create. Like, for example, if I was trading without my algorithm, let's go to a fresh chart of NQ with nothing. Let me turn it off. All right, a fresh chart of NQ with nothing. It looks like there's an uptrend, right? I can draw a line. Yep. Right?
All right, now you have your channel.
Right. I have a channel, and now I see, oh wow, there's a breakout. I can buy right here. So that's essentially the same trade that I just made. But if I'm drawing it like this, if I'm drawing the line like this, how do I know, is this a breakout down here? What about here?
Exactly.
What about here?
That's the $1 million question, Desmond.
And that's where you set your rules in place, right? That's where you set your rules in place, where you can say whatever your strategy is, your rules are, your equations are to enter and exit the trade. You can say, okay, well, just as an example, if it breaks out, but it already broke out a minute before or a time before, or it broke out by a certain amount, you can actually program that stuff into it.
Exactly. And so once you find out all those rules, you can turn it into code. And now I don't have to see this and look at, okay, which one's the false breakout? Is that a real breakout? In fact, it tells me. It tells me.
When you say it tells you, how does it tell you? What tells you? I mean, just graphically looking at the chart, it tells you.
Yeah,
I can see that. I guess I can see that myself. I can see that. Yes, we did finally break out. Now the algorithm, it will tell you that it has broke. What's the algorithm doing differently than that my eyes couldn't do otherwise? I guess is my question.
The answer is, it doesn't do anything that the eyes. Your algorithm is a second pair of eyes. It doesn't do what the eye cannot do. So that's why it's not as difficult to create your own algorithm as most people think. When people think algorithm, they think, all right, it's complex engineering, it's really hard, it's impossible. But no, you tell the computer to do what your eyes do. So when I recognize this breakout, I can do it with my eyes. But isn't it better that I have a second pair of eyes that also tell me that there's a breakout here?
Indeed.
That's exactly what algorithm does.
That's exactly right.
Great answer. Yeah. Okay, great. That answer. Ask and answered. So essentially, the algorithm. I don't want to oversimplify. I know I don't want to say it's just if thens, because is it more than if thens, or is it just basically if thens stacked upon if thens stacked upon if thens?
Pretty much. If then else, and then you can loop them. We don't go too far into the actual coding. You can go to Discord, and there's the algo channel there. We can really get into nitty gritty. I call mine Matt. Believe it or not, that's my name. I call it MATT, M-A-T-T, and that is short for Managed Algorithmic Technical Trading. So I'm trading, I'm using technicals to trade. It's an algo that uses technicals to trade, and I manage it. Doesn't mean manage every trade. It just says, hey, this is what I'm looking for. The process that I have in place that I don't have to look at for my eyes, it dings on the chart, makes an entry, and I can still, as a human, look at that and be like, oh, okay, I really don't like the feeling of that. And just close the trade. So that's what I call it. I lovingly call all my stuff is under the umbrella of MATT, Managed Algorithmic Technical Trading. Desmond, I don't know if you have a name for yours, but in the chat, people love in here. It is not an end all be all. It's not like none of these things that you just go, you turn on, and the longer you let it run, the more money you make. That is not the case whatsoever. It just makes things a little bit easier. For example, and I want to kick it back to Desmond. I have one that it's on Quant Tower, and it uses range bars because everybody knows me, knows like range bars. So if I want to place a trade every 5 points and then take it off every 8 or 9 points, and the market runs up, an algo can do that faster than I can click the mouse on and off, on and off. It's not high speed, it's not seconds, but when that bar closes, and if a couple, 2, 3 of them go right up because the market pushed up quickly, I might only get one of those in. But the automation part of it sees the same thing I do, like Desmond said, except it went enter, enter, exit, enter, exit, 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 enter, exit, like that. And I go look back and I go, oh, cool, that was really cool. Does it win all the time? Of course it doesn't win all the time. So Desmond, do you have any lovely things that you have for your stuff? Like I call mine Matt.
So sorry, I'm boring. My algorithm is called trend. It's called trend identifier. It's called
pretty
trend
straightforward.
identifier, and that's
Spell
exactly
it
what
out.
it does.
Yep.
It
That's pretty straightforward.
identifies
Even I know what
trend,
that one means. I understand that one. That's a good one. Okay.
and and see, there's an uptrend. That's what it does. And
Oh, that's
so
beautiful.
yeah, so like right here, see, there's a downtrend. It shows linear SL, which stands for short linear. So you should take a short because it's a linear downtrend. That's what it identifies. As simple as that. And now with here, there's a bunch of BLs. If you're for people who weren't listening before, that stands for buy linear. So there's a linear uptrend right now, and the whole idea is you're buying into this linear uptrend. And so
Yeah, that's great.
that's what it is. Yeah.
So what we
and-
did in oh, I'm sorry. Finish your statement, please.
No, I was gonna say, like naming your different algorithms is really, really nice, because as you dive deeper into this like abyss of algorithmic trading, you'll realize that one way you could do it is kind of like manage algorithmic trading, as Robert talked about. But the other thing you can do is also you can let them run and make passive trades for you. And that's kind of what I showed you with this Ninja Trader. And wait, hold on, it hit my take profit, so I'm gonna
See,
exit
it's exactly it right there. It's like, so you were just sitting here having a conversation talking about this, and you go, "Oh, look at that! It's hit my take profit." You really didn't have to watch it or manage it because it did it automatically for you.
Sorry to interrupt there, Robert. Did you make one live in real time for one of our traders before, if I remember correctly?
Yeah, that was a few months back, and it was like a 2-hour session. We did a Zoom session. It's in Discord in the coach's library. We literally built an algo, and Desmond will attest to this, from start to finish. We took a blank chart on Ninja Trader. We used the internal strategy builder, so no coding experience needed whatsoever. And we said, if the candle does this and that candle does that, then we're going to enter here, and we're going to put our stop here and our target here. And we built it on the fly in real time. It's about almost a 2-hour video, but it's free. You can have it and you can use it. It's literally a simple reversal going up and down and then down to up. So yeah, that's in Discord. Just go ahead and
Awesome.
Take it and use it. We're gonna do another one. Desmond, you and I should do another one live, like next week or something. We'll work that out.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to do that next week. I was actually I was thinking about doing that as well, because back on the automation side, something about, I don't know if you guys are as nerdy as I am. I read a book called Principles by Ray Dalio, so CEO of Bridgewater, like one of the most successful fund of all time. How he developed his firm is he realized that if you have uncorrelated alphas, now I'm really geeking out. But so an alpha is your strategy. So basically anything, it's your strategy to beat the market. When you have uncorrelated alphas, so multiple different strategies that have nothing to do with each other, you're able to minimize your risk. So decrease your downside while maximizing your upside. So my whole like future plan is I want to have a bunch of different completely uncorrelated alphas, a bunch of completely automated strategies that have nothing to do with each other, let them all run at the same time. And so I want to be developing automated strategies that make money together with Coach Robert on Discord. And so that's some future plans, and I hope you guys will join us as well. And I think it'll be great for all of us.
All right, I got a question for you fellas. I saw someone in the chat say 80% of the market movement is algorithms. Obviously, you guys don't know. Can you guys tell if the market is trading with is there any validity to that hypothetical, that guess, that assumption? 80%. I mean, is it 70%? Can you actually put a number on it? I think it's safe to say that over 80% is algorithm, or over 50% is algorithmic trading. What are your thoughts on where algorithms are going? Are they becoming more efficient? Have they kind of plateaued? What is the future? What's the forefront? Like, what are the platforms? What are we talking about here? Like, yes, I get it's the if-thens and stuff, but what are we? And then I think I've been able to wrap my head around. But moving forward, is it going to be more? Is the competition going to be more fierce because of algorithms? What's the future? What's the present look like, and what's the future look like in terms of algorithmic trading?
Desmond, do you want to start with that? You're the guest, sir.
I can, yeah. That's a really good question, because when we're talking about these things like algorithms, and then now a bunch of people are talking about artificial intelligence. So it
Right.
seems like algorithms are getting better. It seems like it's getting scarier. But guess what? If all of these quant trading funds, 2 Sigma, DE Shaw, I'm from New York City, if these quant funds believed that AI was getting stronger and it's getting more intense, they would already be using AI. They'd be the forefront of it. But in fact, if you go to a lot of these firms, they're actually sticking to literally some of these high frequency trading algorithms are older than I am. And they still keep using these algorithms. The reason why is because competition in the AI algorithm world is completely separate from competition in the retail trading space.
How so?
And
How so?
Yeah.
Desmond, how so? How's the competition much different than retail trading?
Sorry, I thought you said also. I thought you said
no,
also.
how so? Sorry, my apologies. How so?
Yeah. Like I said before, high frequency trading, how they make money is in the nanosecond, as Coach Robert said.
Okay.
How they make it is there's small discrepancies between the bid and ask. Yep. And what they do is they arbitrage this spread. That's completely different from what us traders do.
Yep.
There are market neutral strategy for us retail traders, but a lot of what we're trying to do is we're trying to make advantage of these trends. And what high frequency traders do with these trends is they're providing the market orders that in fact propel this trend forward. And so as algorithms evolve, that doesn't make it worse for us retail traders. In fact, that makes it better because we have more liquidity. We have more opportunities for these long trends. What these high frequency trading algorithms do, in fact, is they even protect you. So for example, when let's just say you're in a long position here and it drops down super quickly, as you see in this candle, this one right here. You see how this wick kind of moved back up? So if you had a long and you didn't set a stop loss and it dropped all the way down, you would instantly blow your account. But you have this one opportunity to exit your loss before it gets completely annihilated. The reason why this wick goes back up is because there are high frequency trading bots that are buying that discrepancy and they provide liquidity for you to exit. If you didn't have this liquidity provided by algorithms, then you would be screwed. And in fact, they're not competing with you at all because what they're doing is they're making these extremely quick buy and sell orders that don't determine market direction, but they determine the bid and ask. So that's why the bid and ask is so tight. So it's not multiple ticks. It's only a quarter of a tick. And that's what
let's give. You're spot on with that with the small stuff. I just like for what we do for trading, it's there. It's always going to be there, and it is, Andre, about 75-80% of the market is just doing all this, but it almost doesn't. I say it doesn't pertain to us because we're not looking at these small pieces. Okay, let me give a real world example on this, and we'll put this to test, and I'll actually give you something to work with. Prior to COVID, I had a strategy I was using, and it was doing pretty good, but when the big COVID thing happened, February, March of 2020, the market was different. Instead of NQ moving 200-300 points a day, it was moving 1,000. And the way it was moving is if you're trading a 1 minute candle and it was like 10-15 points, they're now 60-80 points. So I had to adapt the algo in the mathematical equation I was using to work within that construct. And then when it started changing again, I had to change it again. So there were 3 different quote algos, 3 different equations, 3 different structures through the year 2020, the first third of the year, the middle third of the year, and the last third of the year. Now, if I ran a back test on December 31st of that year and I said, give me the whole year, and I used my first method, I did great for a third of the year and then lost the others. If I used my second method, the beginning and end of the year were horrible and I did good in the middle. This is adaptability, and this is what we can just code differently for these algos, or just learn differently. And here's what I did, and this is a real world example. real world example is when I noticed the market moving up or down during the COVID time, one thing I noticed, this is a 1 minute candle, by the way. I noticed that the market, once it, let's say it plotted a green candle, it would pretty much retrace that candle, whether it went down or back up again, about 60 or 70% of the way because the market was flying around. So I coded a process to automatically run that says, hey, if you have a green candle, short it. And my target was 40%, 30% of the previous candle. And that was it. My stop was above it. Sometimes you hit your stop, and sometimes you don't. And that's just something that happened. Didn't work that way at the beginning of the year. Didn't work that way at the end of the year. It was in the midst of COVID when things were flying around. It's like, wow, we have a green candle close. It literally almost every time, and don't believe me, go back and look at it. You retrace most of that candle. I'm like, well, the hell? Green candle, short, take 20%, 30% of the previous candle, and that's it. Do that 3, 4, 5 times and enjoy your day. That's what it worked. Doesn't work now.
Incredible. Real quick market update here. As you guys were talking, someone did hit that algo button just to parrot a joke someone had in the chat. We're making new highs in the S&P's trading 52.29.5. My goodness. And while no one's looking, someone hit the buy button on their algorithm. If the market goes higher, buy it. And then if it goes higher, buy some more, then sell it for even a higher price is my algorithm that's being in play right now in the S&Ps. We got a couple minutes left here in Power Players. It's been a fascinating segment. A lot of good questions. You guys did a really good job of being able to kind of simplify it and tell us what you guys were thinking. Desmond, I'd really like for you to be able to come on again with us. Obviously, it's not my decision per se, but I think there's a lot more to uncover and unravel here and how to perhaps introduce algorithmic trading if-then statements. I know you said you don't need much of a coding background to get into algorithmic trading. My question is, how much of a trading background do you need to get into algorithmic trading? Do you need to have how much of I do say you're in chemical engineering and you do have a little bit of background in trading. How, do I need to understand the market fundamentals in order to run successful algorithms, or is there ways around that? Is there a cheat sheet for this stuff? I guess is my question.
That's actually the best question so far, because people always ask, do I need to be a good coder? The real answer is you need to be a good trader.
Gotcha.
So your algorithm is only as good as you are. In fact, it can be better. It can be better than you are, but it can be better than you on the emotional side. It doesn't. Your algorithm will not know any strategies that you don't know, but it can execute those strategies with 100% accuracy. That's the difference.
Mm-hmm.
And
no
so
motion.
if you're a really bad trader, you don't know what you're doing, and you're buying and selling randomly, your algorithm is just going to do the same thing as you do with 100% accuracy. So if you're buying and selling randomly, your algorithm is going to buy and sell randomly with even more randomness than you are.
Gotcha.
And also it hit my take profit again. So
now that is how you end the segment, man. Desmond, that is incredible. Robert, wow, that's a mic drop right there. That's how you hit that. Wow, that was very nice. Robert, let's wrap it up with you. This is your guest, man. This is your segment. Robert, please close us out here on Power Players, Topstep TV. Nice job, Desmond. What's up, Robert?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's how it runs, right? I got one more thing to share, and it's something that everybody's going to spend this week on, probably the weekend. It's called a paperclip game, and it's a really good way to look at how an algo runs. I'm going to send a link. I'm put it in chat right now, and I will have it nearby myself, and I have it in that Discord channel. It's a paperclip game. You click on that link, you're going to look at a box of paper clips. Just keep clicking on it because you're building a paperclip. And once you get so many, you can sell one, and then you have to change the price of it. And then once you sell more, you get more money. You can buy like faster clippers, which makes more paper clips. And it keeps going and going and going. So you're actually building an algo to make paper clips. And I ran this, and it took me 34.5 hours to complete it. So we're going to sign off with that on this Tuesday, and please hit me up, and you all take care of it. And I definitely give me the feedback by Friday. Tell me how you did in the paperclip game. Grab yourself some Celsius, grab yourself some pizza, whatever you want to have, and some no-dose pills or something, and have some fun with it. And you can let it run automatically too once you get your algo set. It's really super cool. Just go to that link, click, and have a ball with it. I'm looking forward to hearing back.
Good stuff,
Thanks,
guys.
Andre.
Good stuff, guys. Equities are on the move to the upside. We got Top Quiz coming out with Anne Marie on Top Quiz. Great stuff. Desmond, please come back. Don't be a stranger around here. That was awesome stuff. Hell of a mic drop, taking profits as this segment ends. That was great stuff, guys. See you later. Top Quiz coming up next.
Hello, everybody. I'm back for part 3 today. It's Top Quiz. I'm Jack. I'm joined by Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie, you're joining us from the road, correct?
I am on the road. I am in Oporto, Portugal. Actually, we call it Porto in English, but I don't know why we don't just call it Oporto, but whatever. Yeah.
Nice. I've always wanted to go to Portugal. How's it been so far?
You know what? Food is amazing. The further out of town, when you get into the little villages near the seaside, the people are literally the kind of folks that would give you the shirt off their backs. They're just warm and wonderful. The food is fantastic. Tons of cobblestone streets. It's really wonderful.
Sounds awesome. If you're from Portugal in the chat, shout out. I see a few there. By the way, this is Top Quiz. At the top of the chat, you see that pinned message. Enter there. Once you do, answer the questions as they appear on your device. There will be 4 of them. If you get 3 or 4 right, you will be entered to perhaps win via raffle one of 50 free resets. The top 5 get them 2. Anne-Marie, I think that you have the smart glasses on today.
I do.
I think that with or without the glasses, that this is I think for all of you out there, I think this is a favorable test today. You know, it's not chock full of Series 3 questions about introducing brokers and all that stuff. So we'll give a few more seconds here. We got about 830 of you entered so far, including Jack for Prez. That's the last job in the world I'd ever want. Which
the good ones would never take the job.
Oh, of course not. Who needs that? So yeah, let's do this in just a few more seconds. Remember that we're on a 6-second delay, so answer them on your devices. How about no sports questions? Well, guess what, Lulu lately? Ain't no sports questions today. Just trading and one question about something else. Could we possibly just offer resets to all? I'm not the right person to ask on that.
Okay, that's hilarious.
All righty. Are you ready, Anne-Marie?
I am.
Let's get this started then. During the intro, I drink my water. All right. 3, 2, 1. In what year did Jerome Powell, aka Daddy Powell, take office as the chairman of the Federal Reserve System Board? Was it in 2000, 2012, 2018, or 2022?
2012.
2012. Actually, I believe the answer is 2018.
Oh!
Yeah, that was encroaching on Yellen time. But
That's
yes,
right.
he's been around. Close.
Feels
right
like he's been
idea,
around
though.
forever. But I remember
does.
something about him and Trump, and I thought Trump was elected in 2016, and so yeah. Anyways, he might have been on the board, but he wasn't the chair. Maybe. I don't know.
Exactly.
Yeah, but in any case,
No, totally makes sense. All right. We'll hear from Mr. Powell tomorrow. Plus the 4 years previous to this have just taken forever. So,
yes.
All right. Solistimo, the guy who appointed him, Donald Trump, is here. Mo Chicks. Okay. See, I can read occasionally. What about Bob? Live, laugh, love. Somebody that is either a person or a knitted poster in someone's kitchen. We'll find out. All right. Next question.
Dang it.
This was the last country in the world to have negative interest rates until their central bank hiked last night. Was this country Switzerland, India, Japan, or Russia?
Okay, that picture is
you nodded
hilarious.
like you know, so
right there. It's the BOJ. It's the Bank of Japan.
Yeah.
That is hilarious.
That's someone reacting to negative rates? Good. You guys got that one. Yes, Japan has raised their interest rate to 0, but it was negative before that. So there you go. All right. Let's see what we got coming up here. Scoreboard. Close. NQ Slayer, Slim Jackie, TP Now, Solistimo, and a Rabble Rouser. Here we go, Anne Marie. Question number 3. What is it called when a trader simultaneously buys and sells the same asset in different markets to book a profit? Is it liquidity, arbitrage, as I pronounce it, spreading, or scalping?
Waiting for the countdown. And I'm
Yeah,
going to
you
say
can throw it out
arbitrage.
there now. Yes, that question is from Tim Mitchell. Gave us that question. Thank you, Tim. Doing great stuff. You'll see him in the
Nice.
chat. And yes, it was indeed arbitrage. After 3 questions.
Couldn't we also call it a pairs trade, though?
We could. So, truth be told, Tim said the question there, and there are constraints on the length of it. So, I had to take some words out of that question to make it fit. That would have. What I did basically was I changed the answers so that there was no other one that made sense besides arbitrage. So, there you go. All right. We got this guy in first. You ain't going to get me to say it. Not yet. NQ Slayer, TP Now. What about Bob and Slim Jackie? All right. Let's go. Final question is the non-trading one, but it's universal. And when I show this, I put the distances in both meters and miles. So let's see it. The speed of light in a vacuum is roughly 3 million meters per second, 30 million meters per second, 300 million meters per second, or 3 billion. And the freedom units are next to them. Any thoughts here, Anne Marie?
Yes, it is 186,000 miles per second.
You are absolutely correct. Yes.
I were a physics minor way back in the day.
Well, I've told you before, I started as a physics major and then decided that that was too much punishment. So I went into the less rigorous field of economics.
I did cry a lot over my exams. I'm not going to lie. I had a professor come over and slide me some tissues.
Any physics majors in the chats there? I mean, people in there were stone cold killers. All right. Let's see who got the top 5. In third place, Live, Laugh, Love. It's wine o'clock somewhere. Jack something or another. And in first today, Chopopotamus. They've been there a few times.
Look at that. They just scooted right up the rails because their names weren't even at the... And then all of a sudden, Chopopotamus came from behind. Look at that. Fantastic.
Chopopotamus.
Congratulations, Chopopotamus.
Thank you, Emery. And thank you, Emery, so much for playing today. It's always a pleasure to see you. I hope you have a blast the rest of the time in Portugal. And I hope you guys all have a... Yes. I hope you guys all have a blast too, because we have Hogue and JD coming up for group coaching. We have Deeyana and Coach Jay coming on for market stalking. And then Isaac Rivera and JD are stepping into the octagon for Power Hour at 2. You won't want to miss it. Thanks again, Anne-Marie. I'll see you soon. See you in a few minutes, everybody.
Good afternoon, all you 20-year bond auction enthusiasts. It's Hogue and JD here for group coaching. It's the noon hour in Chicago time, 12:03 p.m. Central Time to be exact. We just had a 20-year bond auction come out. And was there also a 52-week auction? We had the 1-year note auction also?
Yeah, there was a 52-week bill auction that came off at 10:30, but just now at noon with the 20-year bond auction. The high yield was 4.542%. The previous was 4.595%. So lower yield, but the bid to cover was 2.79. The previous bid to cover was 2.39. So there's the results of the 20-year bond auction, and that's looks like that's going to be pretty much about it until the API crude numbers come out at 3:30 this afternoon. Of course, we all know that the FOMC meeting is underway. I do not have a bug in the room, so we can't tell you what's going on there. But we'll see tomorrow, won't we?
We sure will. FOMC announcement is due out at 1 o'clock Central Time tomorrow, followed by the Fed Chair press conference at 1:30. We're going to see if we could stream some a live feed for you while that's going on. Maybe take some Q&A while it's happening. We'll definitely be watching the markets too. Maybe throwing some pulled pork around. But anyway.
Okay.
Welcome back to group coaching, everyone. Thanks for submitting your questions. We had a bunch of questions come in kind of late yesterday, so we're going to start with a few that we didn't get to at the end of yesterday's group coaching session. And then again, we'll try and get to everybody else's questions. We still have the form pinned in the chat right now, so if you do have a question, something pops in your head, feel free to throw it in there. Hopefully we can get to it today. If not, maybe later this week we'll get to them all. All right, Hogue, how you feeling? You want to dive into this?
I am ready and raring to go. I absolutely love group coaching, love talking to traders about trading, and feel blessed and grateful to be here. Well, let's see if we can't answer any and all of these questions.
All right, let's hit it. This question came in right after group coaching started yesterday from Yogi. Yogi says, or his question is about underlying stocks in the futures markets. In equity futures, what are the roles of the underlying stocks price movement and the futures price contracts? What are the factors that move equity futures prices? Also, commodity futures prices. What's moving the markets, Hogue? I know what you're going to say. Go ahead and say
it. No, I wouldn't do that. that.
When the market's going up, we got more buyers than sellers. That's what's moving the market.
Right. Yeah, and when it's going down, there's more sellers than buyers, right? So, well, in equity futures, the role of the underlying stock prices and their movement, of course, are going to affect futures prices, contracts, buys, sells. You have to remember, I mean, the cash price is the current cash price, and the futures price is with time actually entered into the equation. So there's going to be a little bit of a difference depending on market direction, all of those things. And then, and depending on which equity future you're trading, there's different sectors of stocks. Like NASDAQ is a lot of tech stocks. So all of that kind of enters into what the equity futures do is based off of what the underlying stocks, adding some cost of carry, some difference as to where we're thinking, or traders are thinking, that prices for these equities, for these stocks, are going to be. Right now we're in the June contract, so there is speculation as to where stocks are going to go between now and then that is built into that price. There are different stocks that kind of come into vogue and out of vogue as to how much they have an impact on the equity futures. It's a very broad thing that affects futures prices and equity futures, commodity futures. There's you've got economic conditions, you've got political situations, you've got global unrest. I mean, all of these things to some degree or another are going to affect equity futures prices, commodity futures prices. It's just all part of fundamental analysis. And if you can take all of that information and digest it to make a trading decision, I would have to say you're probably a lot smarter person than I am, Yogi. We're looking at the charts, we're looking at technical analysis. As day traders, we're just trying to take our little bite out of the money, out of the middle. And as difficult as that is, just adding a lot of the underlying things, including economic conditions, political situations, global unrest, crude oil prices are going to affect commodities prices. It is a big web of information that gets digested into a price of an equity index future or corn futures. All of that information can affect price. So to be very specific about how specific stocks or underlying stocks are affecting equity futures, again, it comes in vogue and out of vogue. Certain sectors are going to be really strong. They're going to affect the equity futures that are in that hold those stocks. Other stocks may be weaker. Maybe it is a bowl of spaghetti or it may be more like trying to unscramble eggs as to figure out exactly why things happen in equity futures. It's more of just trying to find a way in the charts and using technical analysis, whatever tools you're using to find your small little pieces of the action. It's a great question, Yogi. We could probably talk for hours on all of the things that affect under the equity futures, commodity futures. But there is a huge amount of information out there that gets digested from minute to minute, second to second, and that's where the collective perception of value is for that particular product at that time. Great question, Yogi. I wish I could be a lot more specific on that, but that is a huge subject to try and really nail in the time we have here today. So thanks for the question, Yogi. JD, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, definitely a macro topic, but if you're looking for a quick tutorial, stick around when you see RIPS come on for a segment, either in Fast Markets or Power Hour. He's always giving updates on the Mag 7 stocks. He keeps an eye on them all day long and how that movement affects the NASDAQ and the S&P 500. And he loves giving a breakdown of what he's looking at. So keep an eye on that upcoming. He's going to be on a couple more times this week, I believe. I don't have the schedule in front of me at the second.
I can
yeah,
tell you right now. Hang on. We have RIPS on Friday for Fast Markets. We have RIPS on Thursday for recapping with RIPS. And it looks like that's about it. So yeah, RIPS is always handy with some knowledge about how individual stocks are affecting the indices. Good call, JD.
For sure. All right. Next, we have a question from Eve. Eve's curious about paying taxes in the state of New York. He's new to trading, and can you tell me about filing income taxes in the state of New York? Eve, our apologies, but we are not tax professionals. We do not give tax advice here. My advice to you would be to seek out a tax professional that specializes in filing taxes in the state of New York. Anything else you want to add there, Hope?
The only thing I can add to that is make sure you pay your taxes because they don't like when you don't.
Thanks for the question, though. All right, next up, we have Mario. Mario wants to know, how many kinds of openings does the initial balance have? How about just a quick run-through of what the initial balance is?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of vague as to what your question is here, Mario. But the initial balance is basically kind of a leftover term from the trading pits and from the creators of Market Profile. The initial balance is technically around the first hour of the session, whatever session you're looking at. I mean, you could use an initial balance for an overnight session. I look at the initial balance for the regular trading hour session. So, that kind of gives local traders, speculators, some extremes with which to look for opportunities in the marketplace. Now, without being specific on getting on any entries, or which is I think what you're saying as far as openings are concerned, you're looking to see if the initial balance is outside of the previous day's range, overlapping to lower, inside the previous day's range, overlapping to higher, and outright higher. That gives you information of potential rejection or acceptance of price at lower levels. Mario, stick around because there are a couple of questions about the late spike and how the market opened today and what happened since the market opened that may bring some clarity to the question I think you're trying to answer about the initial balance. So stick around, and when we start getting into the kind of the late spike and what happened since then, we'll have a good look at the initial balance and how that could have possibly provided some good opportunity for you today. Good question, Mario. We're gonna talk a little bit more about that as the session goes on today.
How do you feel about rolling right into that? I'm not trying to throw you a curveball or anything, but
no, that's fine.
You want to talk about the late spike?
Yeah. So, if we could kind of go through Fred's question here, because I think it kind of, he was looking at the late spike. You want to read Fred's question and we'll get into it? I think I lost him. So I will talk about Fred's question. So Fred is asking, I know you're focused on the reversal pattern in the daily auction and the idea that the uptrend may be at a go no go level. Normally on a day like Tuesday today, when there's a late spike lower followed by an open below the late spike, I would look to sell strength. I like your idea of trying to enter at the point of failure, which is in my opinion, would be a few ticks above settlement. By the time price action reached settlement in E period at 10:30, responsive buyers looked too strong to fade. Agreed. Buyers had taken out the high of the opening range, closed the gap, and the market was one time framing higher. I felt like I waited for too much confirmation of my short idea and was too late to try a cheap short at settlement. Looking back at Tuesday, I wonder what I did wrong in choosing settlement as a point of failure. Did I pick a level too far above the market? Should I have simply faded the gap fill, even though the settlement was only a short distance higher? Should I have chosen the overnight high as a point of failure? Should I have abandoned my short bias entirely? Do you have any thoughts? Now, when it comes to hang on one second here. When it comes to the late spike and in the equities today and everything that happened, we've got something that I would kind of consider a little bit unusual for something that happened after a late spike. So what I'd like to do is bring up this platform, which is the profiles, and talk a little bit about what Fred was talking about. Now, this was the late spike that we talked about on the opening call, right? The market was relatively range bound for the better part of the day. Price pushed lower and closed lower, indicating that the market did not have time with which to show acceptance of lower pricing through time. When that's the case, and this is again based on when the markets were only open in the trading pits. So when that's the case, we have the market opening flat out below the late spike. Okay, typically that is going to be a higher probability of acceptance of lower pricing, but it doesn't necessarily mean that price has to go from that point. The opening range was the high of the session. I took a short, I took a small profit on one, I took a loss on the other one. Well, what are we looking for when we're thinking, okay, we need to sell strength because of the base of the late spike? The first thing we think about is the bottom of the range from yesterday. And D period and C period gave us opportunity to limit risk against that level. When that didn't hold, the next level would be the base of the late spike. E period gave us that opportunity and kept it cheap. Once we got back into value from yesterday, my idea for looking for opportunities to sell strength was now off, at least for now. At least for now. If you got right-sided, you were able to take advantage of the value area special situation play and then some. So the settlement price / the late spike was an opportunity to look for a potential short. And it also, because of the D period high here, gave us the chance to limit risk. The E period high here above the base of the late spike also gave us the opportunity to limit risk. One win, 1, 2, 3 losses, long recover most of those losses on this push to the upside. Okay, what the heck happened? The Dow absolutely went nuts to the upside. However, when we opened lower, let me get this looking. When we opened lower, the probability that we were going to bring value either outright lower or overlapping to lower increased. The value moving lower is what we're really talking about when we're talking about acceptance of lower pricing. If we don't come off these highs and come back inside value and kind of close out all these single TPOs, there is a chance that value could move higher, which is a low probability outcome after opening with a late spike. Whatever got into the Dow today, man, that thing just took off. But wait, take a look at the Dow. And I know a lot of folks are thinking, why don't they do levels in the Dow? Why don't we look more at the Dow? A lot more people are getting more interested in trading the Dow, and that's something that it's going to take some more time on my part, but maybe this is something we'll be able to add. The Dow yesterday did not leave a late spike. The NASDAQ did, the S&P did, the Dow did not. It did not leave a late spike. In other words, this was excess down here. When price came down, tested through this excess and rejected, that was a pretty good opportunity for us to say, okay, we rejected yesterday's low. We're kind of rallying now, so I don't want to sell the Dow. If I was going to sell anything, I probably would have sold the S&Ps or the NASDAQ, because the NASDAQ held the opening range at the high of the session for a long time. Once we took out the high of the initial balance, the high of yesterday's value, and we started seeing directional activity, there was nothing in here that said, there's nothing left. There's nothing left to look for a short, except for maybe this naked volume point of control here, which did close above, never came back to. We don't want to take that short. So back to Fred's question, he was feeling, what was the word you said? Ambiguous about the market today. All right, then don't do anything. Just stay out. If you're not kind of feeling it, if you're not seeing it, then just stay out. I would have been better off just staying out. I didn't trade in a live account today. I traded in a trading combine. I took a couple losses, had a nice win on the way back up, and I'm probably going to be done for the day. But I chose not to trade my live account because it is the day before FOMC day. And again, anything can happen. So back to the S&Ps, very small initial balance, doesn't take a lot of energy to extend above it. And now look where we traded to. We basically traded to the regular trading hour session high from yesterday. Is this done? Are we going to range up here? Are we going to continue? Do we see any evidence of longer time frame traders in this move to the upside? I'm thinking no. I mean, we're positive in delta. We are congruent with direction in delta. This market could just kind of continue to range here, bring value outside of yesterday's value. Nobody, I think, was really expecting a huge move today because of FOMC. So yes, there was some ambiguity in this market, especially knowing that the FOMC meeting was pending. So I don't think that you did anything wrong. If you were feeling ambiguous, if you weren't sure, waiting too long for confirmation of a short probably saved you money today, Fred. And God bless you for that. Did you do anything wrong? If you did nothing and you're feeling ambiguous, you did everything right. Okay? Now look at the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ was the toughest one to take out the high of the opening range. Opening with a gap with a late spike. This would be what I would kind of be expecting, was the opening range, the high of the session, and the market to continue to try and push lower. It did not. Once it took out the high of the initial balance, and we didn't leave. Well, I think initially we left a failed auction, but with that failed auction got taken out to the upside, the next stop would be the low of yesterday, or the low of the late spike from yesterday. That low again, 18,234. The market continued to push higher to where? Point of control from the previous day, of a warm, fuzzy area. It didn't even finish the value area special situation play, at least not yet. It traded to the point of control before kind of settling into range and value. When we look at the NASDAQ, again, the market is, right now we've got value, TPO value, flat out outside lower than the value from yesterday. This is acceptance of lower pricing, maybe just not in a direct way, but it is telling us for now that value is lower, confirming the idea that the market is accepting a lower pricing. We're going to have to come back down to this level before, if we stay up here all day, we may end up overlapping to lower in value. But just because the shorts didn't work where we thought they did, but value continues to push or to remain lower on the day, that's telling us that the late spike is actually proving right, if you will, because value moved lower at the end of the day today. We'll be checking this out tomorrow, certainly on the opening call, because we got to see how this day plays out according to whether value actually proves to be showing lower. Okay. Again, right now in the S&P, the NASDAQ, it is showing lower. How about in the Dow? The Dow, here's the low of yesterday. Here's the open, and it's just done nothing but rally all day long. So we can say value in the Dow is actually probably overlapping to higher, which is, the opposite of the NASDAQ and the S&Ps. So here's the range from yesterday. Here's value overlapping to higher in the Dow. Whatever got into the Dow today is what I think, really kind of helped, of course, push the NASDAQ and the S&P higher and higher. So that initial balance discussion that we were having kind of comes into today, because, if we're going to be looking for value, if we're going to be looking for a move to the downside after a late spike, the high of the initial balance in the opening range becomes more important. If we get above it and we can't continue, that would be a failed auction. But we had an attempted failed auction that failed, and the market continued to push right to the upside. You can see where this TPO stopped right at point of control. That's what the NASDAQ did. We had a move all the way through value to the high yesterday. And now we just seem to be kind of rotating here. So it's going to be an interesting day. Fred, if you did nothing, I'm proud of you. If you're feeling ambiguous, if you're not sure what to do, you're better off doing nothing. And which is what I should have done in my trading combine today. I had a whole bunch of gyrations that I didn't have to do because, just because I wanted to trade. And in the trading combine, I took a few losses, had a nice win. And we're fine there. So I hope that helps Mario, and of course, Fred, I hope that helps you as well. You always have really good, concise, and clear questions for me to answer, and I hope I answered it clearly for you. Thank you very much for the question, Fred. JD, do I have you back with me now?
Oh yeah, I never left. I was just on mute. Sorry about that.
Okay.
By the time I realized I wasn't talking to anybody, you had already taken back over. All right. Thanks for the question, Fred. Always great to hear from you. And excellent answer, Hogue. We should probably clip that one for posterity. All right. Driss wants to know if we can get some levels for the mini DAO contract. Well, it just so happens we have a couple of traders here at Topstep who have just recently gotten into trading the DAO. Dolby Time is slinging a lot of DAO. And was it
Anne-Marie?
Anne-Marie, yeah.
Yeah.
So keep an eye on them. Actually, Dolby's out on vacation for the rest of the week, but he'll be back on Monday. Other than that, maybe there's a way we could sneak in some DAO levels for you. I don't track the DAO that much. I'll watch it once in a while, but I'm not coming up with levels for it. I don't know. What about you, Hogue? Is that something you keep an eye on?
I don't track it that much, but I'm going to start doing some research, and I will see how that research goes for a little bit before I want to put anything out there. I mean, the last thing anybody wants to do is hurt anybody. And if I don't really follow it yet, I need to follow it for a while, but that might be something we'll be able to provide in some time. Again, I do have to do some research on it. And Robert says him on the DAO as well. So there you go.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Actually, that leads to another.
Does.
Jack loves the DAO. Yeah. Get him started.
Yes, he does.
We had another question about something you just mentioned. I don't know. We'll get back to it later. I just lost my train of thought on that. Let's move on, though. Thanks for the question, Driss. Ray says, Ray's got a question about micros versus minis, and when are we going to start increasing the amount of micros we're allowing traders to trade? Well, it just so happens, Ray, if you're on the TopstepX platform, there is a feedback option for you on the platform. Just go to that question mark in the left-hand toolbar, and you will see the feedback function. You'll also see our roadmap. And if you scroll down, you're going to see that item on the roadmap. There's a lot of items on there. We're making constant improvements to this platform. So we appreciate your feedback. You can even go in there and vote for whatever update you want first, and we'll take that into consideration. I know we mentioned this quite a bit, but take advantage of that tool. We put it there so your voice is going to be heard. We want you to have what you need to find success.
Yeah, it's definitely already on the roadmap. Just we don't have a timeline from when that's going to be done. It's a complicated thing to add. So, but it's on the roadmap.
Yep. All right. Next up, question about market profile from Arborist wants to know, what do you think is a reasonable risk reward target for beginners using market profile?
Okay.
It's kind of a loaded
for
question.
Beginners using, pardon?
Oh, never mind. Didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Oh, that's okay. That's all right. The first learning about market profile, and something that continues to kind of be difficult is trading before the creation of the initial balance. Market Stalker D, she's a crude trader mostly, and she kind of chooses to trade after the creation of the initial balance, and it can be a beneficial thing because the initial balance gives you early reference, right? So it's somebody just beginning to use market profile. I would suggest trying to wait until the initial balance is established and then work the extremes for the opportunities, because the extremes of the initial balance do offer opportunities to limit risk. After a period, if we wanted to buy against the low of a period, I mean, we could have risked, 2 points at the bottom here to look for a long. If we wanted to short at the high of the initial balance, the C period came out and, extended the range. So again, this is a cheap opportunity on the extreme of the initial balance. Watch what happens here. The initial balance has a tendency to be one extreme or the other of a daily range with high probability. today's low still in process, but still the initial balance is the low of the day. The initial balance is the high of the day. The initial balance is traded on both sides, which when that happens tends to create rotational or range bound activity, which it proved to do here. So 2 out of 3, right now we're at 66%, one extreme of the initial balance being the high or the low of the day. Here's another one. So we're at 75%. Here's 3 out of 5. 4 out of 6, 5 out of 7, 6 out of 8, 7 out of 9, and 8 out of 10. So of the last 10 regular trading hour sessions, 80% of the time, one extreme of the initial balance has remained the extreme of the day. The question is, which one? Which one? So that, as a new user of the market profile, before understanding the nuances, before anything like that, is the first thing I would say is focus on the extremes of the initial balance for any opportunities, because they will help you limit risk. If we knew that the low was going to be in today, even if we didn't, and we said, well, this C period, this lower here looks pretty cheap. If I bought a long here, I could risk basically 2 points. And if it does hold as the low of the initial balance, as the low of the day, then who knows how much we might be able to make on that. The same thing yesterday, B period high, C period comes up, can't take out B period high, D period comes back up here. We can risk about maybe 3 points on this opportunity. If this extreme of the initial balance remains the high of the session, we don't know how far it can go. So as a new user of the market profile, that is the first thing that I would focus on, and continue reading, continue looking left, and continue looking for opportunities as you gain knowledge and experience with the market profile. There's nothing that is going to work every time. There's nothing that never works, and there's nothing that always works. And there's no guarantee that one of those extremes isn't going to create a small loss for you. There's no guarantee that one of those extremes is going to create a huge win for you. It's all in your ability to recognize the opportunities, use the nuances that you have at hand, and then to limit risk. The nuances that I had in hand in the S&Ps and the NASDAQ today, those main nuances did not work. But it doesn't mean the next time that they're not going to work. It's all in stacking those nuances and looking for the right execution. And execution, I think, in that regard is pretty much everything, right? I mean, even if value ends up proving lower in the S&Ps today, the long was actually the way to make the money. Even if value moved lower, the price can go the opposite direction, and watching the migration of value over time can help give you more context and directional nuances in time. So, the market profile isn't a tool. It's not a decision maker. It's a context tool. It's supposed to help you kind of organize the market's information, which is market generated information, to use that in your decision making for looking for opportunities. Not every opportunity is going to be a winner. Not every opportunity is going to be a loser. So think about that, and kind of focus on those extremes as a new user of the market profile.
Excellent. Checking in on the chat real quick. Brian Wilson wants to know if there are any books that we recommend for getting your head around futures trading. Well, it just so happens we have a website dedicated to TopstepTV. It is TopstepTV. And on that website, we do have a Topstep reading list. I'm going to post that in the chat right now with the link. There you go. Definitely not the definitive reading list for learning futures trading, but it's just some of our favorites. So take a look at that. If you have any suggestions for books that we can add to the list, feel free to share that with us. Also, John Harris wants to know if we have any thoughts on crude oil. Well, it just so happens that Deeyana, Angelo, is coming back for a strategy lab. Or, hang on a second. Market Stalking with D. That's what I was looking for. At 1 o'clock today. So stick around for that, and you're going to hear a little bit about crude oil. Also, I have a check-in with our risk team. Our good friend Brett on the risk management team sent out a couple standout traders for us to mention. Yael in the live funded account is up $4,000 currently, and Miguel A is up $3,100. Both of those traders are trading in the live funded account. Nicely done. All right. Now that follow-up question that I was going to ask you a few minutes ago, Hogue, came from Lisa. You mentioned studying new markets and taking your time getting into them. So Lisa's question is, when trying to learn a new market, how long should you watch it before taking an actual trade? What's your process for that? Oh, I think we got Hogue on mute.
Sorry about that. Lisa, depending on your experience in the markets and in other markets, I think, when we're looking at any auction, we're looking at an auction that is it's an auction process, right? I mean, price is going to go higher until buyers won't buy it anymore. Sellers will usually come in, that upside auction will end, and the new auction to the downside will ensue. And this happens in multiple time frames. So depending on your experience in another market, I think that would directly kind of gauge how long you should be looking at another opportunity or another market to trade. So the markets do have different personalities, obviously. So, how long you should watch it before taking an actual trade. I don't think you should just watch it. I think you should actively practice in that product while you're kind of learning some of the finer nuances of it. I know D has, a lot of data, a lot of information about crude oil and how it moves and different nuances that seem to be stronger or weaker with that particular product. So I wouldn't just watch it. I would get a practice account and trade it, with a strategy that you're familiar with. If that strategy works, then start taking actual trades. You may want to tweak certain parts of that strategy while you're kind of getting used to the product. But I think when it comes down to the absolute base of what a market is, they're all just two-sided auction processes that occur in infinite time frames. There's a lot of similarities to that, and there's some big differences to that as well. So don't just watch it, practice it, purposefully practice it, deliberately practice it, account for performance. Act like it's an actual trade, real money account. Act like it. You'll help speed your learning curve. And even if you're just using it on a practice account, you're just looking at it, testing it out. Make sure you journal those trades as well. You want to treat anything that you're learning new as the same way you treated something the first time you learned how to trade to begin with. You get absorbed in it, make it feel real. Journal the process. Journal the trades, feel the trades the way you would if it was a real account. And when you find yourself seeing some degree of success when it's in the practice account, if you're deliberately practicing, then once you find a degree of success in it, then I would say go ahead and start taking an actual trade in that product. It's different for everybody, Lisa, but don't just watch it. Actively trade it, actively feel it. Get the data that you need, and then start trading it. I hope that makes sense.
Perfect sense. Yeah, you do have a practice account that you have access to here at Topstep. Take advantage of it. It's there for your benefit. you don't need to dive right into a brand new market right away. Figure out the nuance of that market, exactly what Hogue said. All right, thanks for the question, Lisa. Next up, we have Brian. Brian's got a question about big winning days. Do you have any advice for trading the next session after a big winning day?
Ooh. Yeah. Be careful. I've been at Topstep for a long time. I've seen a lot of really good traders. I've seen some really big days, and we see some of our biggest losing days right after big winning days. Brian, a big part of remaining a profitable trader is remembering who you are and staying humble. You have a big winning day, man. It is really easy to sit back on your laurels and say, I am the master of the markets. I don't have to work that hard anymore. I will just know what the market is going to do. Now I can size up because I had this big winning day yesterday. And whenever I have let my guard down like that, and I've said, you know what, I've got this, I've got a big win streak or a huge winning day or something like that. And, it's a high. I mean, it's also using mental capital. I mean, losses use mental capital. So do wins, make sure that you get your feedback on the ground, celebrate the win, do something nice for yourself, do something nice for somebody else. But when you come back to the market, remember who you are, and that is nothing. We are in the market's environment. We do not tell the market what to do. We are, a part of a picture that is so big that it's like a fly on an elephant. Does the elephant actually know that the fly is on it? So, stay humble, stay grateful. You had an opportunity that you were able to take advantage of. Wonderful. Thank the gods and thank God, and thank your ability to recognize that opportunity, and then just go look at the next opportunity, because that next opportunity has nothing to do with what happened yesterday. It has nothing to do with what's going to happen tomorrow. Every day is a new opportunity. And so you have a big winning day. Great. Celebrate. Don't sit down and start trading again until you've done your homework, till you've got your feet on the ground, and that you're back to center. Sometimes we get tilted when things are going bad. Yeah, you got to get back to center. When things are going really good, you can get off center the other way, get full of ourselves, think we know what the heck the market's going to do, and we don't. And that's when you end up in trouble. Every time I have lost my humility, there has been danger at my door. Anybody knows that song? When life seems like easy street, there is danger at your door. Name that song. All right. What's up next, JD?
We got kind of a follow-up to that. Pardon me. What are your thoughts on trading into big economic releases? Daniel's question is, tomorrow, we are all awaiting the FOMC announcement. How would you suggest to trade tomorrow? Thanks in advance, from Daniel.
Carefully. If there's opportunity in the morning, it's part of your strategy, it's part of your process, then go ahead, go ahead and take those trades. If there's opportunity, you want to be able to take advantage of it. But when you see that dome get, single and double digit thin, and that number, that release is coming out at 1 o'clock, I've taken a lot of positions into a lot of economic numbers. I've had great days and I've had horrible days. And if I were to sit down, and I've sat down and said, okay, of all those days that I took positions into huge economic numbers and totaled them out, it comes out just about dead even. So if that's the case, and over the years, and I'm dead even with holding positions into things like that are going to be tomorrow, I don't have to play, because I'm either going to have a really good day or I'm going to have a really bad day, and really nothing in the middle. So instead of going through the gyrations, beating up my heart, and all the aggravation and emotion that goes with a loss, a win is fine, but how do you trade it? How do you recognize the opportunities? Is there anything consistent that you can lean on when those types of situations occur, where you're going to be able to have a strategy? I don't have a strategy for when the market just absolutely goes crazy. I don't like when the market does that. I don't like extreme volatility. You might like it. Maybe you have a strategy for it, but for me, I'm hands off, and kind of like Rips was saying, I'll look for the afterglow on Thursday, unless there's unless it's a nothing burger and there is opportunity in that. But I'm not going to be trading extremely thin, wild, volatile markets, because historically they've either been great or they've been bad. If I'm going to break even on them over time anyway, then why even bother do that to my heart? You see all this gray hair. A lot of these are from those days. So, I'm not going to be trading it. It's up to you to trade, through it if you want to, but my suggestion is don't.
Hope that helps you out, Daniel. All right, we got time for a couple more here, I think. Abby's asking. Abby's got a question about account management. Abby's thankful to TopStep for providing an opportunity to purchase 550K combines. But the problem is, how do you manage all of those accounts? Abby wants to know if should he copy trade across all 5 and trade them all at once, or trade them one by one? What would be your process for trading 5 trading combines?
Okay. So you can copy trade them, and that's going to go, one strategy, or, across all 5 accounts. Copy trade 3, and then test other strategies in the other 2, or other products in the other 2. You can test different strategies in all 5 if you want to. It's a lot. I know that it is it is difficult to it's difficult to even manage positions in 3 different products. Imagine 3 different products on 5 different accounts. I'm not that smart. I can't do it. But if you're copy trading 3 of them and you've got a solid strategy and you're making money in those, great. But if there's another product, kind of like we were talking about earlier with the previous question, if there's another product that you're looking at, trade that product in the other account, in one of the other accounts. And maybe there's another product that you're looking at. We're always in development as traders. So, if you have a bad day and you're copying one account to 2, so that's 3 accounts, and you have a bad day there, if you have another couple of accounts that you're working on other strategies or other products with, you can still kind of stay in the game in that regard. Let's say you have a really good day in your copy trading accounts and you want to stop trading those, but you don't want to stop trading, you move to one of the other accounts. I mean, there's a million ways to, well, I hate that colloquialism, but there's a million ways to win an account, whatever it is. So I guess the best advice I can bring you, Abhay, is don't overcomplicate. If you're going to use 3 accounts, as copy accounts, and you want to work other strategies, great, but don't overcomplicate. Working 5 different accounts at one time, to me, is just distracting and something I've never been very good at. So, trade 1, copy it 4 times, copy 4, trade, keep 1 account open for more research, another product, another strategy, something like that. But again, try really not to overcomplicate things.
Yes, sir. Great question, and thank you for the answer, Hogue. We got a follow-up question. Follow-up question to what we were talking about initial balance earlier. King wants to know if the ES starts trading outside the initial balance, can you expect the NQ to follow? That's more of a king of the hill
Well,
question, right? Who's in
yeah.
charge that particular day?
Today, the S&P traded outside of the initial balance first, and it maintained a lot of time above that initial balance before the Nasdaq finally acquiesced and took out the high of the opening of the initial balance and the opening range in that case. So it's situational and contextual. I would have to go back and watch recordings over a long period of time to say which one was most likely to be first outside the initial balance. But today, the S&P was first outside the. Well, actually, I think the Dow was first outside the initial balance, then the S&P, and then the Nasdaq. So, great question. It's a lot of research to go back and figure out exactly which one was first.
Excellent. Next question. We have a humorist in our midst. Victor is curious about what the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow is.
I don't know that. I'm being thrown into the gorge of eternal death.
Right. We'll pull up the. Maybe we could pull up the Monty Python skit video for you and play it later on today. There is an answer in there somewhere, I think.
I can tell you what my favorite color is.
All right. Next, let's throw in a. Let's get a little personal. We'll close it out with Alex. Alex wants to know, what are you most grateful for having the ability to make a living from trading?
All of it. Even the bad. I've been to the mountain. I have been in the valley. I have been back to the mountain. I have been in the valley. I have been back to the mountain. The fact that I still get to be here and I still get to spend time with all of you and I still get to be involved in markets. I mean, it wasn't my intention to become a trader. My dad was a trader for 40 years. I was going to be an artist. Those big ideas when you're a young man. And I didn't, it didn't occur to me that I would have to starve for my art. And that's something I found I wasn't willing to do. So, when I got my first job on the trading floor, it was within a couple of weeks where I was like, wow, this is really cool. It was fun, a lot of people, very social. But as I got deeper into it and found that I had an aptitude for it, it was a place where, if you had an aptitude for it, people noticed and, they came and found you. You didn't have to, they didn't have to, yes, African or European. There you go. They didn't have to, but if they noticed that you were good at your job, they would kind of come and get you and they give you another job and you got moved up that way. And I'm thankful that, my dad was in the industry, the business. My brother was in the business. He's the one who got me my first job on the Merck trading floor. And, it's been a roller coaster, and some people like the carousel, and the carousel just kind of goes around and round. Some people like the roller coaster. I guess I was a roller coaster person, and I thank God every day, and I appreciate every day, and I'm grateful every day for the opportunity to ride that roller coaster, the good and the bad, the wonderful and the ugly, and that I still get to do what I'm doing here, and I think this is my favorite part of my career is the fact that I get to talk to traders and hear from traders and try and help traders and it's just it's what I love. I don't know. There's so many things about it that it's been. I've quit 100 times, but I've always come back to it. I've always been able to dig my way out, and I've had some wonderful times, a wonderful life, and a wife who loves me even through all of the ups and downs. She's been wonderful. It was our anniversary this week, and I don't know. I'm sitting here thinking about all the things that I'm so thankful for, and I could go on and on and on. But just the opportunities that the markets provide for us, and being grateful to be a part of it for as long as I have been.
And we're grateful to have you here, Hogue. I'm sure everybody feels the same way. Just a quick check-in. Shannon wants to know, what do we learn to set a trailing stop on TSX? Well, it just so happens Coach Robert is doing another Topstep walkthrough tutorial tomorrow right after the close at 3 o'clock Central Time. He's going to do sort of a repeat of what he did last week. You could find that video on our YouTube channel right now. He does walk through setting trailing stops in TopstepX. So just check out our YouTube channel and then check out Coach Robert again tomorrow after the close. All right, coming up next, we got Market Stalking with Hogue, Coach Jay, and Deeyana. You're getting 2 straight hours of Hogue and D's coming in. Get your crude oil pencils sharpened to take some notes, all of you asking questions about crude oil levels. And then after that, we're going to close it out in Power Hour with Andre, Isaac R., and yours truly, myself, JD, slinging some pulled pork in Power Hour. All right, that's all we got for you for group coaching today. Hogue, you got any dad wisdom you want to share?
I do. I got it here somewhere. Where is it? There it is. Dad wisdom. Very wise wisdom here. Learn how to take a loss. Learn how to take a loss. You gotta take smart risks. You don't have to risk a lot. Just take smart risks. Know when you're wrong. Get out. Look for the next opportunity. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being part of the community, hanging out with me. Blessings to you all. Be kind to yourselves. Be kind to others. Don't forget, pray for peace. We'll see you in a couple of minutes. Hey, thanks for sticking around. It is time for Market Stalking with D. We got D, the beautiful flower in the middle of between two thorns. Me and Coach J. Don't mean to call you a thorn, Coach J.
All good.
You're
All
a
good.
wonderful
I'll
person
take
and a
it.
great coach. Great to see everybody. All right. So we have D, who's a crude trader. Have you done much crude trading today?
I've done a little bit of crude oil trading. I've also done some gold trading, but it was mainly in the beginning of the day, of my day, which was London session. It was pretty kind of barcodey, rangy. So I just pinged it like up and down. So I ended up about 250 up on the day in the live. I do have 3
Nice.
combines that I'm working on. So across all 3 of them, I'm up about 1.2K there. So about 502, and then about 300 in another one, which is a smaller one. So I had 250K ones and 150K combined. So yeah, I mean, it hasn't been the liveliest day for me. But it's okay. We still got some opportunities. I was on my live stream earlier on my own YouTube, and I was waiting for a good setup and waiting and waiting and waiting. And crude oil just didn't really give me the levels that I was looking at, so I stayed away from trading it. We'll see whether I get maybe a long setup into the close, because we do have settlement coming up in about 20 minutes time or so. But yeah, no promises, so we can just talk about market development. Maybe I can run you through some trades that I did. I also did a DAX trade in my personal account for London. That was a setup that I like to call strength from inside the initial balance. You can drag that over. I know Eurex will be coming to Topstep before you guys ask.
Mhm.
It is in the works apparently. So so patience. So yeah, this was my little trade. If I go back in time, we did open below value, tested the value area, moved away from it, and then hit the first available demand, and then started to reverse. So that's when I kicked off my trade. Managed to grab probably about 37 ticks out of it. So that was pretty
Nice.
good. Kicked off my day, and then the rest of it was just like crude oil, just pinging up and down. And yeah, so not bad, not great, but you know, we've sort of made a little bit of cash. Jay,
Yeah,
what have you been doing today?
I walked out of the house at possibly the worst possible time, right before that NASDAQ rally. I had some errands I needed to run, but I did take some trades in the overnight session. I had a 50K combine on Topstep X that I'm trading that was able to hit the consistency target on that one. So we're going to sit that one to the side. And then this morning, I got access to an XFA on a combine that I passed yesterday. Took a trade on that. We were talking in the green room about the trade I took there. It was actually in lean hogs. I wonder how many traders we have that have ever taken a trade in that market. But it was a really clean setup. Hogue, I know you talk about opening range breakout trades. I love it on the 3-minute chart. But if we can look at this chart here, this red box here is a 3-minute opening range for lean hogs. We broke out to the low of it. Pretty good risk to reward. That blue line you see is anchored VWAP to the session open. We never got back above that VWAP to the close. So really good risk to reward trade there. On a 2-lot, I think I was risking $250 to make about 500.
Great trade.
So clean setup. The chart provided it. Not a market I trade often, but if the setup is there, you go ahead and take it.
I was going to say,
when does the lean hogs close? Because I'm sure people are going to know.
Yeah, the session close is right around 2 p.m. Eastern time, 1 Central.
Okay.
So 9:30 to 1. It's a shorter session than normal, but the opportunity is there. It's actually in Hogue. I think you were getting ready to ask what made me trade lean hogs.
Yes.
One of the things Coach Paul and I have been doing in the At the Buzzer class is trying to identify opportunity in other markets when your main market doesn't present a great opportunity. Right? Sometimes I might say I'm a NASDAQ trader and it chops around a lot, but if I identify the setup that I'm looking for, which is an opening range breakout, any chart can provide that opportunity. And hogs has been one that when it trades that opening range breakout, it usually goes in that direction, right? If we get a breakout to the low, it's going to trend in that direction most often.
How long have you been looking at hogs?
4 or 5 months.
Okay, so is it? I mean, opening range trades are they're kind of cyclical. Like they'll
Yes.
provide opportunity for a decent opportunity for a period of time, and then all of a sudden they just stop. Have you noticed that in the lean hogs?
Absolutely, yeah. There was so I've been looking at it for 4 or 5 months. I was actually trading cattle the same way, and then I think the seasonality of trade with hogs, cattle, December and January, it was a terrible trade. But one of the traders in our class, they kind of mentioned it. Hey, coach, you've mentioned this trade before. It's starting to show up again. Maybe you want to take a look at it. And now looking at the chart over the past 2 weeks or so, that trade has presented itself. So I think the trade is back on until it's not.
Yeah. Well, nice catch today. Nice catch today.
Thank you.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I think that goes a lot to one of the questions in group coaching today was, how do I look at other markets? How do I get into other markets? And you just got a really good example from Coach Jay there is, he started hearing about another market, looking at another market, and it was, he started looking at it 4 months ago. And how many trades have you taken in it?
I can count on one hand. In hogs, maybe less than 5. In cattle, it's been a lot more. But what I've realized is over the last 2 weeks, the trade has been better in hogs than it has been in cattle. Cattle, I'd say double digits, anywhere from 10 to 15.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
My brain doesn't spread out that much, but the idea that a market is a market. I mean, it's an auction process. A lot of similarities occur, whether it's crude oil, hogs, or tulips.
Yeah. if it trades, it trades, right? One thing that I wanted to mention as well, and we might turn this into a little bit of a competition. I've been talking to Danielle and Coach Paul about this. Hogue, the last time we spoke, I'm a basketball coach. We're in March. Some of the best basketball we get to see, college basketball. We're coming into March Madness. One of the things we're thinking about doing is a little bit of a tournament between the assets that we can trade at Topstep, right? Because we want to talk about opportunity in other markets. So Coach Paul and I put together a bracket where we're pitting the markets against each other, and a win for that day is the biggest percentage mover on the day.
Okay.
Right? So we have ES going up against the Nikkei. We have NASDAQ going up against cattle, right? And whichever one moves a higher percentage on the day is going to win. And really what we want to do is just point out, hey, there are opportunities other places. If you're a trader that has a strategy that you like, but you're not finding opportunity in the market that you trade, there might be some other places for you to look.
Interesting. Where do you get the time to look at all these markets?
Yeah, just one thing to keep in mind is that for some less experienced traders, you might want to stick like 2 or 3. Because I've had people who come to me and I'm like, so what do you trade? And they're like, ES, NQ, Euro futures, and I'm like,
yeah.
I'm
Which
like,
one are you
and how are
successful
you
at?
doing? Not very well.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, let's sort that out. So, we are obviously talking about us being, experienced traders. We're looking for another market. Just wanted to put that out there for the slightly newer traders. Just try to master one first before you go grasshoppering into like loads of other things. Yeah.
I mean,
But yeah, we should have a backup market, definitely, because when things go quiet in one market, you want to have a different asset class if possible. Because for me, that's, I bounce between DAX for London, which sometimes goes quiet. For example, I traded DAX last year all the way July, August, October. And then I didn't trade it November, December, January. And then I started trading it again February, March, right? So, and that's because the whole market just went dead for a while. I think after Christmas, they sort of go on holiday or vacation, and there just isn't that much movement. So I was looking at the initial balance movement, and a lot of the days we barely had about 35, 40 ticks there. And that's my sign to park it. Because on a lot of the days, if you have a very, very small initial balance, it's like, yes, it can turn into a trending day, but statistically, it's more likely to be a very boring, quiet day. So I look for that extra movement already during that first hour of trading, and then I will base my decision of what I'm going to trade. Crude oil is coming into the edge of the range that we've been stuck in, so it's touching the initial balance high. I might pop in a trade on a combine. I don't want to touch my live account because I don't quite have enough budget, today to play around. So I'm just going to keep that money in there because that's the money that counts. And if I do get a long setup, so I want to go long, this would be more like a Dolby style range trade, but it is from my level. It's from an initial balance high. Why would I be doing that? Well, first of all, we have a bit of a P-shaped day today. If you look at how the profile is distributed, so we have a thinner profile down the end, even though it's not a true P-shape, because sometimes when you get that huge run, it's very, very long in the sort of like the lower part of the profile. We don't have that, but it's still P-shape. And that means that counter trends are lower probability in crude oil in particular. So I usually try to stay away from shorting the market if it's in a P-shaped day. So just wait for a pullback, and then I try to find a position. So that's effectively what I'm going to be doing here. I'm just waiting for the price action or some buyers to come in. On the ladder, I can see that there is some demand around here, but they haven't quite stepped up to the stage. They're still trying to sell this, so I'm still waiting. But it is a level that I'm interested in, so I just wanted to put that out there.
Can you be a little bit specific about why you wouldn't take the counter trend trade on a P-shaped profile?
Well, because that's short covering, isn't it? Is it short covering? I always mix up the B and P shape.
Yes.
Yeah. So whenever the institutions decide they're going to get rid of their shorts, it just brings trending days. Now, whether they are huge trending days or just trending days that go for a little bit, today I think we're more in a normal day type. So it's not a normal variation because we're still within that first size of the initial balance. This is all profile stuff, so I don't want to scare people too much, but effectively just know that when positions are coming from the institutions and they're getting rid of stuff for whatever reason, and the reason here is because we've had a breakout to the upside in crude oil. There's also geopolitical risks to take into account. There's some worry about the supply and, whether we're going to have enough of the supply, therefore that tends to raise the prices. Grammar. So because of that, I don't really want to go against that. We've had buyers stepping in every time there's a sell-off. So even if you're going to go short, that's usually just going to present more of a scalping opportunity. Another reason today is that we are still in a relatively quieter day, and the price still not tested the average daily range, which is currently sat at 83.22 to the upside. So again, we are coming close to settlement, so I don't want to, say that, oh yeah, we're definitely going to get there. But the trend has been pretty strong. The buyers have been pretty forceful. If you look at the way the prices have behaved, so let me just clean up the chart a little bit and maybe make it bigger. So every time we sold off, buyers just took it away quite quickly. And anytime that's happening, that means the buyers are pretty strong, right? So you don't really want to fight that too much. Another reason is that at this time of day, even if the auction fails in crude oil, first of all, we've been above the initial balance most of the day, most of the session. That's a sign of strength. Second of all, failed auction at this time of the day, statistically, that's actually a low probability event. It happens about 2% of the time. And we're talking like looking at the last sort of 3, 4, 5 years. So unless there's, semi-apocalypse going on, there's no real opportunities for like a failed auction this late in the day. And that's another reason, sort of time of day, probability of a setup. So all of that is telling me that shorting this is not the best choice. So therefore, I am looking for longs. We seem to be getting a little bit of buying happening now. So I might want to pop that trade on, Yeah, it is a combine. So just wanted to completely make that clear.
Mm-hmm.
Right,
Seeing
so
some
I'm just
decent
going to do
selling
a
coming
one
in the
lot.
Nasdaq here.
Right. Okay. Do you?
Sorry, go ahead, D.
Yeah. Do you trade crude oil, Jay?
I do. Yeah. I haven't taken a trade in it. We've been talking. I was looking for it to trend up towards that 80 price, and since it hit 80, I haven't traded it.
Right.
Why? I don't know, because it's been in a pretty strong uptrend. But yeah, it's been a great
It's
trade.
been staggered uptrend. For
Yeah.
anyone who was looking to hold it for like a few days, that's like excellent. I found it a
Right.
little bit challenging intraday because it
Yeah,
would
I
go
agree.
it would just go on a run and then kind of staggeredly go upwards, but not really in
Yep.
any sort of a very strong trend. So that's always tricky. You want that momentum. That's been missing. I've got to say that from the daily range point of view, we have 135 ticks for the average session range over the last 10 days.
Nice.
Statistically, historically, you really want to see about 150 to 180, maybe even 200, 220 for a good period of strong trends and nice momentums. So we are a little bit below that. So I'm very mindful with my trade entries, trade locations. I'm not trading too much. I'm just kind of looking for higher probability setups. This is one of the reasons why I traded during London, because I found it pretty straightforward. It was, just a range bound day. So literally just pinging it from the standard deviation bands up and down, like nothing too much. But it was like, 8 ticks here, 12 ticks there, 15 ticks here. So, and it kind of added up. And that was my day. So we'll see whether they can run it up into the end of the day. So I've got a combine trade. Where it is, so it is 82.71 my entry. So just the one lot. And we'll see if we can get some
Long.
traction there. Yes, I'm long.
Okay.
From the initial balance high. That's my orientation point. There's a session VWAP here on a low time frame. I don't know whether that's still the case on a higher time frame. I mean, it's sort of there. Yeah, we'll see.
Jay, were you saying that you saw something in the Nasdaq right now?
I did see something in the Nasdaq. Yeah, yesterday we had towards the close. Yesterday we had some pretty big size that got filled on the ask up at 18,291 and 18,286. If you can look at this chart right here, it's exactly where we're kind of rejecting, right, the highs of the day. Looking for a short there. Like Dee was saying, looking for a scalp trade. I'm a momentum trader, and if you look at volume right now, volume's below our volume average, so I'm not expecting a ton of follow through on a trade. But if I can get a short up here around 18,285-ish, I'll look for about 10 to 15 points and risking right above 291. So maybe a 5-point stop with the idea that there was a seller that came in there yesterday and they look like they're holding price below those orders where they got filled yesterday.
And you know where weekly kickoff high is, right?
18,290.
18,290. 18,290. So at least there's.
I wonder if Hogue was the one selling those 500 lots at 18,290. Trading the house account.
Yeah.
No, that wasn't me. Nasdaq gives me heart palpitations.
Right.
Maybe it was MP. I bet it was MP.
Might have been. Might have been. So yeah, I mean the Nasdaq and the S&P, I mean they both put in late spikes yesterday. When that happens, I'm looking for acceptance of lower pricing. It did not happen. What the heck got into the Dow today? Jay, did you hear anything? What happened in the Dow? And the Dow was just so strong.
I did not. I don't normally pay attention to news too much, but I will look at the different equity markets. And again, this is just how my brain works, and I am like a squirrel where I'm just kind of all over the place. But I'll look at the different equity markets in the morning and see which one is trending the best. And the Dow, just from a technical setup, right? Here's our opening range. We left the opening range. Anchored VWAP leaves the opening range, and it's in a trend. Why it happened, I have no idea, to be honest. But this is the kind of chart that I like to see if I'm trading.
Yeah, I mean, the Dow didn't leave a late spike yesterday. It makes sense that it was the stronger of them.
Right.
But and every
I do
opportunity to
like
look.
the Dow. Whenever somebody comes to me and they're like, "Oh, I really want to trade equities," the Dow is actually one of the things that I tell them to try because it behaves itself. It's very clean. When it trends, it trends. When it reverses very nicely in like a V-shaped reversal, and it just lends itself really well to honing your skill. And then after that, I actually have students who love NQ. I can't stand it personally. I did trade it during COVID, and that was pretty fun. But I just find it too chaotic, and I don't like chaos. I'm a statistician. I like the levels to be reached within a certain margin of error, obviously. But when I'm looking at a level, I don't want it shooting past it by like 80 handles and then reversing. So that really
And
kind of
then
irks
revert.
me. Yeah, it's just that if I'm going to be angry about anything, that's it. Like, don't get angry about losing trades, nothing. But if if it's not behaving itself and it's like statistically, this is what you should be doing, and it's just all over the place. This is why I say to it, it's like kind of like being Nasdaq to me is like a psycho person who's like, hey, like all over the place, and it offers opportunities, but it's very, very difficult for me from a technical standpoint. From like I have this certain pedantic in my in the way I trade, and whenever the product is not behaving itself or it's way too slow, I just run away from it. I'm like, no, that's not for me. So that's one of the reasons why I don't trade Nasdaq. But other than that, I have students who are like, Nasdaq is my baby. I absolutely love it. And I'm like, okay, mate, like if it works for you, no problem. But I'm not good at trading it.
Oh, we love it on the good days.
Yeah, those opportunities that it provides are also opportunities to lose money a lot quicker as well. So I think from a risk management perspective, I can understand that.
Yeah. Yeah. It gives a lot, but then it takes a lot away as well. It doesn't forgive mistakes.
Yes.
And obviously when people are learning, there's a lot of mistakes. So you have to trade something that would allow you to make those mistakes and still not completely decimate your account in like a day or two. And Nasdaq has that tendency. They do really well and then they run into a quieter period and they just absolutely get just slaughtered. We're talking like, 5-6K of XFA profit down the drain in a day. It's like, what happened?
Nasdaq.
So yeah, too much drama, too much drama.
So with all this interest in the Dow, do you think it's worthwhile to kind of do the research and start adding it to like weekly kickoff levels? Seems like a lot more people.
I think there would be I think a lot of people will benefit from it. What do you reckon, Jay? Because I think it's a really good product.
I agree. Hogue, I'm going to be selfish here. I got 37 things on my watch list. If we could have weekly kickoff levels for all of those, I would be greatly indebted to
Put him to work, Jay. That's right.
But yeah, I think the Dow would be a great one. Like, so we can get traders, looking and thinking about some other markets. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It looks like a few people are commenting in the chat. If you want the Dow, I can start kind of working on them. It's a lot of work, but I'm happy to do it if that's what we're looking for.
Yeah.
Just looking at the chat. Someone asked me a question. Where is it? Oh, here we go. Isaac wants to know what time would you use for the initial balance in crude for the New York session? It is 8 a.m. till 9 a.m. CST. So it's effectively half an hour before the equities market open.
So Nasdaq is coming up towards this area that I was talking about, looking at a short before. If you guys know how I trade, I'm a momentum trader. I look at time and sales. So as we approach these levels, I'm not just going to take the blind short, especially because I see buying coming up to this level, right? So I don't want to be going against this right here. Really what I would want to see to take this short is the buying slow down. Maybe a few sellers start to come in and then I'll join the sells from there. Because with momentum, especially where volume is right now, we're seeing buying volume come in above that average. We might get some follow through to the upside. So I don't want to be the one to try to stop this if we get some real momentum upwards.
Good choice. Yeah, you even let it look above and then come back down below, maybe.
Exactly. Yep.
Because I mean, the S&Ps walked pretty much right through weekly kickoff high, and that was the base of the late spike.
What was the weekly kickoff high for ES, Hogue?
52.15.
Oh wow. Oh, so we're way away from that.
Yeah, and it was in essence. I mean, the base of the late spike from yesterday was 21.1650. So within 6 ticks of it, settlement was 1 tick below it, and so I don't know. I thought the nuances were pretty good to the downside today, but as we can all agree to, sometimes what we think doesn't work out. So
right.
I had 1 win, 3 losses, and then a nice win when we got back into value from yesterday in the S&Ps. I was able to take that value area special situation play. I'm still down a little bit, but it's in a trading compound. I haven't done anything in my live account today because of FOMC, and that's mainly the reason why I haven't done anything.
Right. Sal's perspective in the chat says, "Don't short, dude," but it's working.
Don't short, dude. Right?
It's
listen
working.
to chat.
Yeah. No, I mean that's what makes a market, right? Different opinions,
Difference of
the way
opinion.
the market can go. Yeah. Otherwise,
different opinions. Yeah.
Chat makes a market.
There's no unless we're in some crazy trending day. That's don't short, don't do this, don't do that. Like so many times, every time I open up my stream for the public, there's always people who are like, "Hey, you have no idea what you're doing," and then I do a trade, and they're like, "Oh, but I don't have an online presence," and I was like, "Well, that's not my problem, is it?" But they all have an opinion of how good you're, or why would you short it here, and then it works.
Yeah.
And they're like, "Oh, why did you short it there?" It's like it all kind of changes from "you're an idiot" to "Oh, how did you see that?"
Yeah. Well, how did you do that?
Anything can happen, right? Markets are markets. Unless we're in a crazy trending day, anything can happen. So
I think what I'll say to that also is it depends on what the expectations of the outcome of the trade is, right? If I'm expecting this short to go all the way back to 18,100, please help me out and tell me not to short it, right? Because my expectations might be a little lofty. But like I was saying on the trade, I'm looking for about 10 to 15 points, which if in hindsight now, if I took the trade, I got the 10 to 15 points I was looking for. So, depending on what those expectations are, someone might be saying, "Hey, I'm looking to short," and they're looking for 20 ticks. You might be looking to short for 200 ticks.
Right.
Might not be the opportunity for you.
Correct. Yeah.
It's all
that's also another criticism. Yeah. So Hogue and I get criticized a lot, like, "Oh, why are you guys not trading?" Because we're looking for larger reversal or breakout opportunities. I'm not personally, usually when the markets are moving well, I'm not looking for 10 ticks. I look for 70, 60, 70, 80, right? And that means you have to have a really good trading location and low frequency of trades. You're not going to catch a 70 tick move doing weird things, diddling in the middle and having orientation points that just don't provide that kind of an opportunity. So this is why sometimes I will sit on my hands for 3 hours waiting for the right opportunity. And sometimes we're criticized. Yeah, well, exactly. I know, Hogue, you're very similar to me. You want that good trading location.
Yeah.
Dee, you said you'll sit and wait for 3 hours. I thought about this segment. You in the name of your group, Market Stalking. I have on my whiteboard over here written "wait for volume," and that's part of the reason I didn't take this trade, right? Because volume is a joke right now in the Nasdaq, right? And in 3-minute candles, we're trading about 2,500. And my version of market stalking is looking for those volume events, right? I'll pull up a different chart real quick and we'll see an example of it. Again, I'm going to bounce to a different market, one that you might not have traded before. But if we look at silver, right, this is a random volume event in silver. This happened at 10:06 Eastern this morning. The open for silver is at 8 a.m. If I pull up a chart and I see something like this, and what happened in silver there? Why did we trade 1,600 contracts in a 3-minute period when normally we're trading around 500? That's, to me, stalking the market. Go ahead.
Yeah, from the mechanistic point, silver and gold actually have a connection with the Australian dollar. And what can happen? There's
Okay.
this thing called the NY cut, which
Okay.
happens at 10 a.m. It's effectively forex option expiries that happen every day. Now, because the Australian dollar is not the biggest currency, it doesn't have huge options every single day. But every so often, those option expiries are big enough to cause a knock-on effect in gold and in silver. So I'm guessing that's what it
Gotcha.
was, just purely because of the time of day. So I actually look
Okay.
at post-NY cut reversals as one of my big setups, both in crude oil and in gold. And that's the kind of stuff that I want to see. I want to see huge volume coming in and then causing a reversal in price. So
Right. Correct.
maybe you can use that if next time you see a spike.
Yeah.
Was that at that
definitely
time?
will. Yeah, it was 10:06 Eastern, so 6 minutes after the event
Yeah,
Dee was
it's
talking about.
exactly
But
the time. Yeah.
and it's exactly what you said, right? You get a reversal,
Yep.
we get high volume.
Yep.
Obviously, buyers took control of that candle there. And then what I normally
Yeah.
like to do is just, hey, the market respects whatever volume that came in. You could use that as your stop, right? If I go long here with
Yep.
the stop on the other side, it's a $350 exit for a
Yep.
2-to-1, 3-to-1 trade, which is a pretty good opportunity.
Yep. Exactly. Yeah. Yep.
Very
So, yeah,
nice. Did you take that?
there's a reason for it.
I unfortunately did not take it, Hogue.
Oh, that's
Not
right.
today.
You
No.
were away.
Yeah. Next time.
So if you look at Financial Juice, every day they will usually tell you what the forex option expiries are for the next day or for that day. And anytime it's kind of like 800 million or 1 billion, that's usually reserved for the bigger currencies. But every so often you have Australian dollar expiring by like 500 million, 800 million. That's a lot. And so I used to, when I was trading forex like a million years ago, that's the kind of thing that I was looking for. So I would pick the currency of the one that has the biggest option expiring
Gotcha.
in
Makes sense.
relation to whatever it is, and that's what would get me into the trade. So it was like one of the filtering things when I started trading futures, and it worked like beautifully for a long time. And then we had like, some liquidity issues, all the interest rates went down to zero, which affected the momentum of currencies. And I haven't really traded Forex since. So well, that's my story.
Yeah. That crude trade's working out a little bit. Do you have are you targeting like 83
Post
Dee, or
settlement now. I'm not targeting anything now. It's like post settlement. So I'm actually thinking of just taking these 8 points and being done with it. Yeah,
8
because
points is 8
it's
points.
done. Like it's over. Yeah, exactly. So I am going to do that now. But yeah, that's usually something that I would expect to get slightly earlier in the day. So if this sort of setup and the level appears maybe about 30 minutes before it actually appeared today, that's an excellent opportunity to run a nice little scalp into settlement. But today, it just happened that it happened a little bit too late, so we're out of volume, and therefore holding this is just not going to really do anything. So yeah, nice little scalp of 8 ticks.
Nice trade.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Jay, what are you thinking of your short now?
It's working. I mean, it's not going to go anywhere, right? We're not getting any follow through volume, right? These volume candles are getting less and less. It would have been a good idea. I don't like the location. If I had to take it now, I'd like it better up at that 286, especially because I'm only looking for 10 points. Yep.
What do you think about after 2:00 or after 2:30?
Yes, very much so. Very much so. We might see, and so going into, we have FOMC tomorrow. We might see some bigger orders getting filled, people adjusting or getting out of positions or whatever it is. I'm expecting to see some volatility in power hour for sure. Which direction that might be, that's the one thing about volume. You don't ever really get to determine when or where it's going to come in. It just kind of happens.
Mm-hmm.
So
there's a pretty good rally.
There's a statement in the chat by, oh god, I'm gonna butcher this, Hazaifa Zaba. I'm sorry. Hopefully I didn't butcher your name too much. So you're saying, oh, there was a 15-minute volume before. Yes, that was because it was settlement time. There's always a lot of volume going into settlement. So settlement is the time of day when back in the olden days, we used to end the open outcry trading, and then everybody would go down to the pub. And and that would be it for the day. But these days, you still have that extra volume. It's kind of like the MOC imbalance that we see at the end of electronic trading in equities, where something similar tends to happen in crude oil just before settlement. So even though we don't have the open outcry pits anymore, we still have the time of day where we still say, hey, this is where crude oil settled. So it's still sort of a soft electronic close of one of the products, if you want to call it that way. You can still open and close trades after that. It's just that the volume drops off dramatically. But you will always see like a huge spike, which you can also see on my chart here. This is why I have these better volumes here. You can see that a lot of buying came in at one point, and it was just like 5 minutes before the market actually settled. So that's the reason for that. Again, it's a mechanistic action of the market that you're trading. You need to know these times of day that matter for the product that you're trading.
I like that, mechanistic.
Yes, very scientific.
Mechanistic. That's a new industry term now.
It's a good word.
Industry term.
It's
Yes.
It's a SAT word.
Yes.
We got a comment from Gil here. Hi, everyone. Topstep rocks. Gil, I agree with you. Topstep does rock. We love to see comments like that. Thank you, Gil.
Very nice.
And
Nice
thank you
to see.
all.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chopping
Thank you
around
all.
here.
Yeah. It's
There's
just
the
there's just
Russell.
no pullback here.
None at all. Not yet.
Nothing.
And I shouldn't even say not yet because we might not get it.
No. Right? Yep.
Someone's saying, "Hey, thanks for mentioning financial juice in the past. I now love financial juice. Yeah, I used to pay for a whole bunch of like squawk services back in the day, but then financial juice kind of appeared, and I was like, oh, well, why should I pay for for anything? So I don't
Right.
know where they were going with that, like marketing, like from a business perspective. But yeah, if it's like free, and if it's only delayed by about 3 seconds, in the way we trade, we're not HFTs. You're not going to lose
No.
out much by waiting for like 5 seconds for the release to come out. So yeah, it's a really good service. Oh, financial juice is built into Topstep X too. There you go.
Yes, it
There you
is.
go.
Yes, it is. Man, oh man.
Gear has
Yeah,
Topstep has rock
NVIDIA,
stars. Yes.
Apple, just both of them just continuing to ratchet higher over time. Yeah, I'm not short.
Yep. Yeah, another good reason not to take it
Mechanistic
short.
flushacito. There we go. That's a nice word. Now that's an industry term.
There you go.
D, I had a question. I heard you mention platinum maybe a week ago, trading platinum. What you mentioned with silver and gold, does that affect platinum as well?
To a degree, but platinum is a really thin market in itself, and it's I think it's like half the amount of tick value. So while all the other minis are about $10, 12.5, well, platinum is about 5. So it's a smaller market, small contract, and it's very gappy. So if you look at the dome, there'll be like nothing, 2 contracts, nothing, 7 contracts. It's like so sometimes you have to wait for the right fill, and there is a little bit of a spread on it. I think there's a couple of ticks of spread because it's so thin. But yeah, I mean it's a great market. It behaves itself, and it tends to just get to a level of interest, like let's say a value area outer edge, which is a setup that I use quite a lot. It just reverses and boom, it goes like 60, 70 ticks, done. So it's
been a great
very
trade the last
straightforward
month.
market. Yeah. I've actually gone back and tested it the entire year for the last 12 months, and it doesn't really have much slowdown. Like it slowed down a little bit across the summer, which is not unusual. Like most things just die. But yeah, platinum has been one of the things that I'm actually looking at including as a part of my my portfolio of traded instruments. It's also good that it's on NYMEX exchange. It's a really odd thing because it opens the same time as gold for McCormick's hours, but it's listed on the NYMEX exchange. So if you're already paying for crude oil fees, it's already included.
Really?
So again,
Really?
yeah.
Strange.
It's a good product. Yeah, I know. That's what I thought. I was like, really, NYMEX? Steve P is
metals are
asking me,
COMEX.
would I ever trade Forex futures? No, I would not. I trade DAX almost exclusively these days. Sometimes I would trade crude oil and gold, but it has to be a pretty particular kind of day, usually range bound, because it's an out of hours for those two products, so it's not very good. But Forex, just if you look at the session range, the average session range in Forex, it's just atrocious. Like, I don't know how, maybe if you're a spreader, so you're looking for, some kind of a straddle or strangle, and then you're not really looking for the market to move anywhere, you're looking for a market neutral strategy, that's the market for you. But for this sort of stuff where you're actually looking for momentum, you want some movement in your favor, Forex is so frustrating. It used to be my market, like when I started 16 years ago, with the first 5 years of my career, I only traded euro dollar. Then I expanded that to yen. And then eventually I went to do, sort of in the last couple of years of my Forex trading, I was also doing GBP New Zealand cross pair, which you can't do on futures. I mean, you can, but you would probably have to make a synthetic pair out of it. I'm sorry, guys, I'm geeking out on you, like, totally now. But yeah, but making a synthetic
Take
pair,
notes.
that's like something that you can do. But again, I wouldn't choose Forex as my like first tradable instrument in any session, because it's so dead. Like, we still have interest rates that have gone up, but everybody everybody hiked their interest rates at the same time, so there's still no momentum. You need that interest rate differential between the countries so that this currency represents a carry trade, or what used to be called a carry trade. Like, carry trades don't exist anymore. For one tiny brief moment in time recently, like 3 years ago, there was a mention of a carry trade coming back, but no, it just didn't come true. Carry trade used to be a big thing in the 90s and the noughties, as we like to say. So 2000s, 2010, 12. And then after the European austerity measures, when they locked everything down, everybody's kind of in sync with their rate hikes, rate cuts. Everybody looks at what Fed is going to do, and then they do the same. That's not good for momentum in Forex markets. So until that comes back, I'm not going to touch Forex. You guys can, but I won't.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
I mean, it's not regulated. You don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another thing.
How do you know like how many contracts are open? Volume is blurry. It's
there's no volume. It's all just broker-based volume. It's nonsense.
Right. It's somebody else gets to choose the spreads, and they choose what you pay to get in, pay to get out. I mean, that bothers me. That's something I don't like.
Sounds like a losing game.
Yeah, somebody else is mentioning ESMA rules. I agree. So ESMA has reduced leverage on CFD products as well. Since that came in, you can't trade Forex with like 500 to 1 leverage, 1,000 to 1. Like, it was ridiculous back in the day. Like, proper Wild West of trading. Like, who the hell gives you, 500 to 1 leverage on anything? It's like, come on. It's a joke.
It's crazy.
And then they reduced it to like 10 to 1. And I think UK went a little bit rogue. So UK is like, oh, actually, we're not going to listen to EU because we're Brexit. So we're not a part of the European Union anymore. So they raised it, I think, to 20 to 1, but it's still not helping. So now you need a lot more capital to put behind in a broker that is not regulated. Like, the whole thing is just like a complete nightmare. If you were to trade currencies, you can trade Forex futures. That's kind of what I'm talking about here. Just don't go to CFDs, don't go to spot. Like, that's all just complete Wild West still to this day. And it's gotten worse.
Speaking of Forex future, currency futures, the Japanese yen. I know a lot of traders with Coach Dakota last night were waiting for slow markets after their rate decision. Look at this chart here.
That's a good, yeah. It's a good
event. The yen trades a ton of volume, traded 230,000 contracts, right? So you're not going to be the only one trading it. And it's been a market that's been beaten up for the last year or so. Find a way to get shorted so far.
Anybody?
Yeah, yen, when there's something going on with the the Japanese monetary policy is an excellent. It
Yep.
moves a lot. It moves
Yeah.
a lot, so it is a good product to trade. But again, you can't trade it all the time. You have to wait for a specific event. Otherwise, it's still
Events.
pretty terrible. Yeah.
Yep.
There's a
Coach
nice
Paul did
question
catch
here
it,
by
Hogue.
Michael. Yeah, nice. It's
Yeah.
a good trade. Michael Lawrence says, "Will crude be affected by the FOMC tomorrow? Not as much as gold, ES, and Q, Dow. It will be affected a little bit. So I typically don't trade crude oil for FOMC. It wouldn't be like, oh yeah, I'm going to trade FOMC now, so I'm going to trade it and buy crude oil.
Right.
It's not going to move that much, right? So in that respect, there's no immediate super reaction to the actual release. However, the following day, whatever they've done with the interest rates, or whether they kept it the same, cut, hiked, what tends to happen is there's like a knock-on effect. And the markets try to figure out how that's going to affect crude oil in the long run. And that's why there's like a delayed reaction to it. So that's what I prefer to trade. There's definitely a more unusual movement post FOMC, the day after. So I always say I trade the aftermath of the FOMC. And again, crude oil, by the time FOMC comes out, technically it's settled. So it wouldn't be something to look at to actually express your opinion of the FOMC decision. Crude oil is not it. So if you want something that moves for FOMC, that's the equities and gold. Like they move so much. It's complete carnage on most days because the algorithms are trying to figure out what's happening. There's a lot of slippage. Sometimes you can't even find somebody to take your order. So it doesn't matter where your stops are. You just can't exit a position. Not unlike the positions that we do here, like 1, 2, 3, 4. That's not so much of a problem. But as soon as you get into some size, like 50, 60, 100, 120 contracts, it's a pain to get out of those sort of positions.
Yes.
Hogue, I'm sure you've been there. It's horrible. It's the most the worst feeling in the world. Whether you're in profit or not, it's still a nightmare because you're like, come on, close, get out, and nothing's happening. Very frustrating. So I just don't. Yeah, I don't trade it. You just have to keep clicking, and pray that the platform doesn't lock up on you because that happens as well. So yeah, it's too much risk. I don't like it.
The short's looking a lot better, and I'm sitting over here smiling because it gave me the opportunity again, and I didn't take it. And there we go. I think my target would be, if you did take it, great trade. 18,252 would be the target for the shorts there. We are seeing some selling volume come in. Might give me another opportunity to get in here. We'll see how this candle closes. But
is that a 5-minute chart?
This is a 3-minute chart.
3-minute chart. Okay.
3-minute chart.
Thank you. Well, we're getting short on time here. We got to get to the power hour. Jay, pleasure having you. Love to talk to you a lot more, and looking forward to doing so. Dee,
likewise, this was the first time sharing the stage with Jay. I've never been on with you before, so that was
it's been great.
Pleasure. Yeah.
I learned something today, so thank you, Dee. Thank you, Hogue, as always.
Always more to
My
learn,
pleasure.
isn't there? Love that.
Yeah. Always, yeah. Every day I learn new things. Yeah. Well, maybe not every day, but yeah. I pick up little things like from everybody, from you, Jay. Before we met today, I used to listen to your sessions because you used to go on pretty late, like before TopstepTV was really kind of. You used to have sessions that were in the last couple of hours. So I used to watch you doing that, and I was like, oh, okay, he's really good. So that was very, very enjoyable. So it was my pleasure to share the stage with you today, and I hope to do it again sometime.
Yeah, we have to do it again.
We will make that happen. We will make that happen. All right. Thanks, folks. And Dee, Jay, as always a pleasure. Thank you very much. Blessings to you both. Blessings to you all. We've got the most exciting hour of television in the world coming up here. We've got the Power Hour coming up. Andre, JD, and Isaac R. So stick around, folks. Just a couple of minutes, and we'll have Power Hour all set up for you. We'll see you in a minute.
go. Let's go. It's Power Hour, the day before FOMC. The man in the middle, Isaac Rivera, joining us today on Power Hour as well is JD. JD's been on today. Isaac, what is happening, my man?
Nothing much. Just another day in the office. Got a couple trades off this morning, and just looking to have a really fun segment with the team here.
Very good, very good. Like we said, JD, have you made any trades today? Thank you for joining us on Power Hour. You started showing on Power Hour a little bit more. I'm having fun with you. Any trades today there, JD?
No, 0 trades today. In fact, I haven't even taken a break since I sat down in this chair a couple hours ago. We're kind of short-staffed here, so I've been working production for the last 2 days. Very little breaks, very few breaks.
Very much so. I'm not sure you've missed too much in the markets. We have seen a bit. Isaac's got me all self-conscious on how I describe when the market rallies a little bit, when the market sells off a little bit. The market caught a little bit of a bid here in S&Ps and NASDAQ in the late morning, and we kind of have seen some newer highs in the S&Ps, NASDAQ as well. 18,300 seems to be the level that we're trying to chase in the NASDAQ. Haven't got there quite yet. S&Ps almost saw 4,200, 5,240, 5,240. Everything else been kind of chopping around sideways. Isaac, how would you say these? Tell us about the trades today. You know what? F it. I'm going to be saying we catch a bid and catching a sell-off today. So we're just going to have to work with it together. What do you think?
Yeah.
Tell us about the trades today.
The bid was, saying that we caught a bid is definitely warranted because we did right after the open. I posted my levels on the platforms that I post them on early on, probably around 8:45 in the morning. And the areas that we were kind of looking at was just above like that 5190 level, and then right up to about 5225. And you could see we got down to, I think it was like 5186 was the low day. Hold on, I think you guys got my chart up. Yeah, so you could see here's my short entry, long exit ellipse up here. And then that's my long entry, short exit. And you can see we kind of made our way down here. So I would say, this is saying I posted that around like 5 in the morning, but I don't think I was up that early putting those up. It may have just adjusted with me changing. Yeah, no, sometimes I am on pretty early. But yeah, we got down to there and we caught a bid going into the open. And then immediately after the open, we chopped up a little bit before kind of making a rally all the way up and beyond my level. So we definitely caught quite the bid in the S&P today, which I wasn't expecting. Obviously, you can kind of see where my target was to the upside. So I was expecting, at least a decent move there. But as far as with the aggression that we saw going into the lunch hour and then, that additional rally that we got right around 1 o'clock, that I wasn't expecting with FOMC tomorrow. But, we had, what was it, bill auctions and, we had the European close as well that we're not, accounting for that hour change through the end of the month. So that might have been why we saw that aggressive rally towards that 1 o'clock time frame. So now, you guys know I don't typically trade Power Hour. However, depending on what liquidity is looking like when we start approaching this level that I put here, which was also a pretty significant level yesterday as well, I may be looking to take a small long off of that level, looking to kind of retest the highs and see if we can break outside of that 5240 number.
Very good, very good. JD, what markets will you be looking to trade? I think last time you were on here, what markets are you trading over there?
Right now, I've got a 30-minute chart of the NASDAQ up. I'm looking at Hoag's weekly kickoff high at 18,290 at the moment. You can see the last 5 days of trading just kind of moving sideways. I think it's, that consolidation going into the FOMC announcement. Everyone's just jockeying for positions at the moment, no one's really picking a side. So I'm looking to start scaling into a position just above Hoag's weekly kickoff high. If we get back up there, that's the move I'm looking for at the moment. Possibly when Isaac puts his long on, we're going to get that pullback up to that weekly kickoff high that I'm looking for. And then maybe I'll throw a short on. We'll see what happens.
Very good. Well, you guys are looking to take kind of catch the move to the upside here. Taking a look at Tilt, we are seeing 73% short in the ES, over 75% short in NASDAQ. So you guys would be fading the majority, if you will. Perhaps, getting with the minority, depending on how you look at it. Look at the 5-minute here in the ES and the S&Ps. We are coming to the bottom end of the lower end of this range that we've been seeing this chop around.
We don't have to be done.
Up around here in this range that we've been talking about for the last hour or so. So we'll see if this is the time to get long, unless we do see some sell pressure through. Keep us posted on those bids that you got working. I know, Isaac, you are a limit order That's how you get into the markets. Rarely will you take a market order. Are you doing the same? Are you working? And if you are working some orders, tell us what kind of bids you're working if you are looking to get long.
Yeah, I didn't notice that you guys had switched my screen, but I mean, it makes sense. JD was talking. I do have a limit order that I placed while he was talking. I have it right at 52.25 half. So that's a limit order to go long. And then you can see I have my target 10 points above that. And it looks like I have my stop a little bit lower than that. Let me see. Hold on. Let me pull up a 5 minute real quick. So yeah, I have my stop just above this simple moving average on the 5 minute. You can see we saw some consolidation there earlier in the day as well. Consolidation, chop, grind, barcoding, whatever you want to call it. You can see we had that right before we saw this aggressive move. So I think sellers are going to try to like reverse that move, right? But if the buyers can hold, I mean, you know, we got from pretty what I would consider deep negative territory or red territory pre-open and post-open in the S&P. So to just get, you know, 15 to 20 points above settlement on top of what we were down from settlement early on in the day is pretty impressive. And I don't think that the bulls are going to want to give much of this, if any of it, up. So if we do see a pullback again to this level that's significant to my community and myself, that's where I'd be looking to, at this point, use it as a level of support and trade to the upside with a small long. I have it for 2 contracts. Again, I took a winner early on in the day and then a loser later on in the morning, early afternoon. So wouldn't want to give too much more of that back. So all transparency, full disclosure, this is in a practice account. That's why you can't see any of my executions on the chart. You would have seen a long here, which I really wish I would have just held that all the way through to my top level, because it would have played out. But we got a little impatient in my community, and you know, I was full disclosure. I asked some of the people in there. I said, "Hey, there's an opportunity to go short around 52.11. I don't really like it. You know, if we went on, we could do it with 1 contract, maybe 2. Who's in? Give it a thumbs up or a thumbs down." So it's kind of like a general consensus thing. We took it, and that trade didn't play out. But I only took the trade because I had a winner early on, so there was a little bit of house money to play with. Otherwise, I would have waited until we were closer to that 25 level.
Excellent. Nothing like crowdsourcing your trades for trade strategy, trade execution.
Yeah,
rarely does
Andre,
that go well. What's up?
I was saying you got to be careful with the community, because you ask them and suddenly you're asking 19 Series 3 questions a day.
Yes, you are, Jack. How are we doing on those Series 3, by the way, man? That was a real thing this morning on Fast Markets.
We'll get there.
Michael did indeed get the question correct, and we told him it was wrong. Essentially brought the show to a grinding halt until he found out that he did indeed get the question right. And he all threw it in our face. But yes, that was Fast Markets hours ago. We were here on Power Hour. We are seeing a sell-off in the NASDAQ. Looking like we're going to break below that range of that bottom end of, 18,231.
Got a little bit of a sell-off in the S&P too. A little bit.
We are selling off here, Isaac. Yes, we are. So we are seeing the tilt grow. Now up to 77% short in the ES, 75% short in the NASDAQ. So the sellers are in control. VWAP still a bit away, is about 16 points away in the S&Ps, further away in the NASDAQ, about 70 points away in the NASDAQ, give or take. So there is some room. Will all roads lead to VWAP on this trade? That would be a lot of sell pressure. But again, we do have FOMC. Like JD said, the traders are jockeying for position. If some people do have to get their longs off and take profits now, we did have a delta of plus 3,700 coming into Power Hour here. So this could be some of these longs trying to cover to capture some profit going into FOMC. JD, I know you were working some bids perhaps. Did you catch it? Did you get filled at all?
No, I was not working bids. I was looking at looking to work some offers. I do have a question for Isaac though.
Yeah.
Are you paying attention to the tilt? Have you found any use
not.
for it?
So
Are you?
I no longer have the Topstep X platform. I was testing it early on before we were doing the 450 promo and things like that. So pretty much the initial wait list. So I was doing a little bit of messing around with it. I do have an interest in like a potential plan with Topstep X that hopefully we can roll out or start working with in the next week or two. But because I'm not on Topstep X and I've just kind of been preoccupied with some other chat rooms, I haven't even been able to really look at it on TopstepTV either. So I've just been trying to be as engaged as possible just in the chat and with the commentary that you guys have throughout the day on TopstepTV, that I haven't really been paying attention to tilt. But to that, I'll add that, you know, Nebraska and I have talked about it on previous segments and, you know, some other like conversations as well about how more often than not, when you start seeing heavy bias on the tilt for the S&P, that's usually when I'm either looking to exit a particular position that was in the exact opposite of where tilt's becoming heavy, or that ends up being where I look to take the opposite move if I wasn't in a trade. And that's happened pretty consistently. There's enough instances where I can go back and say, there's a pretty heavy correlation here where when tilt's getting a heavy bias to one side, I'm either exiting. Let's just say it starts to get real heavy short. That's when I'm effectively either getting out of a long or I will enter a long. So I know those are opposite trades, but what I found is that when anything gets heavy to one side on tilt, I'm usually making either an execution to get out or take a trade in the opposite direction, because I find that tilt's really reactionary. People reacting to the moves rather than letting markets come to them, or, executing on a plan or levels that they predetermined earlier on in the session.
Yeah, for sure. I'm starting to notice too that it's at certain hours of the day, it's more beneficial to go with the tilt than trying. I won't say fade the tilt. Like the first half hour of the day, last half hour of the day. Just an observation that I've kind of made over the last couple of weeks. When the tilt's getting heavy long going into the close, it's usually a bad move to try and fade that, because they will just rip it into the close. But I'm going to keep looking at that and keep tracking it and see if I can confirm that in any way. But it's definitely something I've been trying to keep an eye on. Right now, it looks like missed that short opportunity right at Hoag's weekly kickoff high at 18,290 in the NASDAQ. It just kissed it. It kissed it maybe 5 minutes before we started the segment, and I just wasn't prepared to put a trade on at the time. I'm not going to jump in front of this market. Breaking at the moment.
Not. Let it come to you.
Our breaking, we are getting a bit of a pullback. I dip a toe in the water and sold 27s in the S&Ps. Get some momentum here. Stop a little too tight, but yes.
You went short?
I did get short. We saw that, I know, right? Out of all people. We just did this action yesterday going into the close. There is some liquidity to the downside in the S&Ps. Orders all the way got 200 each tick from 525 quarter all the way down to 523 even. So we've got about 8 prices worth of liquidity down there. Let's see if the market will go seek that out. Where am I? Recentering this sucker. Yes,
we
I
got within 3 ticks of my long limit order. We got within 3 ticks, and since then we've pulled up about 3 points from that level. So it's one of those instances. It's a lot of times I'll see the market. Even this morning, it happened on a long I was trying to get on right before you guys started doing the series 3 questions during fast markets. We came within 3 points of my entry, and since that we've gone up nearly 45 points since there. So it really sucks to see a long limit get missed by something as small as 3 points, and then see it go above 30, 35, even 40 points in the direction you were looking to trade. But it's better than getting into a market and it going against you, right? So missing out on trades that work in your favor is not that big of a deal. At least you got the general idea right. When you find yourself in those positions, you're like, okay, at least I had a general idea of where to get in, and I was right with the direction or the sentiment of the market. So that's progress.
Absolutely. Like to that point, yeah, you're always gonna get a perfect entry. You did say, I remember, Isaac, you said sometimes you notice people, you put your levels out and you are trying to get those limit orders. So there is times you are going to miss out on that trade, like you were just talking about. But you know what? That's execution, where you're very hyper focused on execution. That's kind of the name of the game when it comes to trading. ES is execution, price entries, things like that. So if you don't get filled, that's okay. As Eddie always says, there's always a next bust coming up. So just because you missed that first bust, there always is a next bust coming. We are seeing if we can catch that offer, get an offer here. Buyers come in. Out of all things, like they got me short in this market. But yes, there's liquidity to the downside, so that's kind of what I'm seeing. Maybe we can go seek out that liquidity to the downside.
One thing I've noticed in the S&P today is that there have been some pretty sizable orders at various levels throughout the day, both above and below wherever the market's trading at a point in time. And, we're not really seeing swift moves into the direction of that liquidity. It may happen, over time throughout the day, but usually, you'll see, liquidity, whether it's a specific level or a liquidity block forming, and then price will, at least start traveling in the direction of that liquidity fairly quickly and with moderate aggression. And that just hasn't been the case today. So I don't know if FOMC is playing a little bit of a part in that, but that is something that I noticed early on in the day, which I was finding frustrating, if I'm being honest.
Yep, definitely is frustrating. But yeah, still early in this power hour. We're still got about 41 minutes. We'll keep an eye on those MOC imbalance numbers. It looks like we're not getting the MOC imbalance. We will get the final number, and we have seen some late fireworks this week. Like we keep saying, we got FOMC tomorrow. For those that will be tuning in tomorrow, we are going to do it just like we did last time. We will feed in the Jerome Powell press conference. And for those that will be on as guests, we'll be sitting in not necessarily silence. We'll comment as we see fit, but we'll definitely be trading around what Mr. Jerome Powell has to say. It's going to be a market moving event. There's no doubt about that. The markets have essentially been waiting and are dying of dehydration, looking for that water in this desert. And hopefully we get that tomorrow. JD, I took a short here, and looks like the tilt kind of flattened out here. I'm wondering if this was just
flattening out.
Yeah. I'm wondering if this should have just gotten this was just faded and just buy every dip. I don't know why I got short.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at a long now too. That last 5-minute bar in the NQ has got me thinking maybe we're going to make another run at that high. We bounced right off yesterday's regular trading hours low in the NASDAQ. Lined up pretty nicely with the level Isaac was talking about. That was a nice opportunity there. Not talking FOMO or anything, but I am going to try and line up a long here. I'm trading on a 150K combine. I've got my risk parameters set to 450 stop loss per position with a $900 profit target, 2-to-1 risk.
On how many contracts?
I'll be trading. I'll start off with a 2-lot.
Okay.
But I like
think that's
trading these.
A nice position to have on as far as size goes. I don't know. Yeah. It looks like my chart's up again. If you look at the hourly chart on the S&P, you could see it looks a little crazy. I don't typically look at this view very often, but if you look at it, we're almost at the top of a range, going back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, about 10 days. So we're kind of at that top of the range. It's going to take some real strength to get us above and over that range. And you just really looking through it, I'll kind of run my mouse across. I don't know if people on the stream can see it clearly, but we are just riddled with where my entry limit order is. We're riddled with, I didn't even realize this when I placed the order. That's point of control from yesterday, like probably damn near to the tick. And, we have value high, value low, value low, value low, another point of control just above it, which is where we're dancing more or less right now. So, a long trade's a little bit on the riskier side, but overall, if we went and looked at this market at a longer time frame than 60-minute or 1 hour, we are trending up, right? So, and we've seen in recent weeks, it seems like every single time we're expecting a pullback, we then end up making new highs, right, and higher highs. So I'm still pretty confident with where I have this limit order on long, but just kind of food for thought, when you're kind of looking at markets and trying to pick out different levels. It's hard to see on this view, but you could see little circles on the chart as well where I place my levels as well. So we have lots of data points to the downside and very, very few to the upside. We have one value high, another one. So 3 value highs and a point of control is really all we have other than the all-time high above where price is trading right now. So, yeah, it's kind of uncharted territory above this 52.40 level, we'll call it.
Sure is. Well, some of the dip buyers there kind of saw some selling come into their face. JD, kind of looks like it's going to be a little tug of war here around these prices as we come up to 2:30, bottom of the hour. It's still 2:23 Central Time. 7 minutes till initial MOC imbalance to come out. We'll try to get that to you if Financial Juice wants to give it up. But right now, if you do want to get long, this could be your pullback that you were looking for.
Scaling back out to the 1 hour chart. If I do decide to take a long, I'm going to start off small. I'll scale into it, 1 lots. Just looking for the right spot to put a bid. I don't want to exactly piggyback what Isaac's doing. I don't want to jump right on top of his bid. But I probably going to be scouting a long position in just a few minutes here.
Definitely not the dumbest idea.
I'll take that as confluence. I'll definitely not the worst. I'd rather hear that than you say I'm trying to fade you. So
we're ready. What is this? Yep. Is buy the dip is the play. Like I said, there might be some traders trying to square up their positions going in FOMC. So maybe we kind of throw some of that trend out the window just for this short time being. For right now, like I said, I did sell 27 is probably the dead ass low of that sell-off in the 5 minutes. That's okay. I'm kind of playing momentum here. I think that the selling, it might not be quite over as Delta is growing to plus 3,800. Maybe without the cover going into the close. Delta has gone up, and we're going lower. So
one thing Okay, that's what I was just going to get at. So I'm like, if we're not necessarily seeing upward movement, but Delta's growing, that might be at least, at the very least, right? Phase one, at least that's going to possibly give us a pullback so that we can get that cheaper trade in that long entry. On the flip side of that, though, it could end up, being a flush where we can go ahead and start retesting value low from yesterday, which ironically enough is also sitting at the spike that we had pre-market open or pre-New York Stock Exchange session open, which is just below my short level as well. So we'll see. Maybe we can drop a poll in the chat and see what the chat's thinking as far as long bias or short bias in the S&P right now.
Would love to see that. Well, according to Tilt right now, it's got a bit of a short bias, 67%. It should be interesting to see how much of that is reflected in the chat. If we do have the ability to do that poll right now, Roberts, whoever's manning that check and throwing it in, are we bullish or bearish at these prices of, call it 52.30 in the S&Ps? Bullish or bearish? 52.29, 52.29, call it. Bullish or bearish at these prices? And while we're at it, folks, we are less than 200 subscribers away from 75,000 subscribers. Please, if you'd be so kind, please smash that subscribe button. Please smash that like button. We really appreciate it. We are on our quest to 100,000 subscribers. But first, we got to get to 75,000. So please hit that. Maybe we see it today. I have a good feeling we'll definitely see it by tomorrow, if not overnight, during Dakota's slow market session. There we go. Bullish or bearish at this point?
The soft market session. I love that.
Soft markets. Soft markets was this morning. Those markets were soft as hell this morning, dude. Oh, look at that. Look at that new timer got in the lower left corner until market close. That is pretty slick.
Yeah. Isn't that a beaut?
It's beautiful.
Ooh, I
hope Michael's watching.
I hope he is too. That is really cool. We got that up and going. Look at that. You get everything here on TopstepTV. We are live. We are selling off. And let's see if we can go down, take this sucker down to VWAP.
Now, we are going to be losing Tilt live on the top of the TopstepTV stream here in coming days or weeks, right?
Correct. A couple of weeks we will be once TopStep X is public, available to the general public. Yes, we will be leaving that. It will live only on TopStep X. We feel like we've given enough of a preview here. 6-7 months worth of Tilt data on the top of scrolling across the top of the screen here on TopStep X. So yes, if you really like it and found it valuable and want to dig into it more and use it as your real-time indicator like we have, it will be available on TopStep X, and TopStep X will be available to the general public sometime next month is the plan. Yeah, exciting stuff around here.
Full disclosure, too, what you're seeing on YouTube is delayed on the Tilt. What you get with TopStep X platform is the live Tilt data.
Real-time, correct. Thank you, JD.
Okay.
Yep.
Interesting.
So,
I never really did a comparison between TopStep X in real time and what's on the broadcast. So I'm curious to see how much of a time delay there is there.
Well, when you're trading, here on just going out to YouTube, we have a 6-second delay just on that. So you're going to need it real time in your face, like on your own screen, taking up real estate on your screen to take full advantage of it. And to do that, you're going to need TopStep X. Like I said, we've been in slower markets, you can still take advantage of Tilt because the price action isn't moving so fast, and you can definitely see a lean building, and you can see where the pressure points are of that, the bias. But in real time when markets are moving, for lack of a better phrase, when the live bullets are flying, you're going to want that right there on your screen. Just a couple eye shifts away, so you can take advantage of that data.
I'm a big fan of Tilt, even if I don't necessarily implement it or integrate it in my trading strategy. It's just the ability to have something as opposed to not have it is always good, right? And I think everybody's going to have different uses for it. But when you just factor in the fact that no other platform, no other prop firm is offering something even remotely close to it, is pretty epic. So, that in itself. But I would say as far as TopStep X is, as it pertains to TopStep X, having the depth of market in the DOM as deep as it goes, included when you're on XFA or live funded, is to me, equally, if not, more valuable than having Tilt available in the platform as well. Like that's some really, really deep market level information, just at your fingertips or at the click of a mouse.
Definitely. It's definitely an advantage that TopStep X has. I mean, 100 prices above, 100 prices below. The market is super valuable. You can see these fat orders come in, and we're like, we like to gravitate towards liquidity. It's kind of why I'm short, because I saw these orders beneath the market here. And we're looking at over 2,000, 3,000 contract sitting here on the bids. So yeah, we'll see how that plays out. Coming up to 2:30 here, as you see that. Where'd that timer go? Oh shoot, it's gone.
There was a wording suggestion to change.
I got you.
Real time. I got you.
Look at that.
It'll be better.
Real-time updates.
That's
Only
awesome.
here on TopstepTV. Real-time updates.
That's right. All right, so we're kind of chopping around right now. 29 minutes left. And Isaac, I think you guys were talking about stacking bids. I don't know if you guys got filled. I don't know what prices you guys, please update me if what bids you guys are working and how close they are
We're
to
about
getting
3
filled. You guys got to be
points away.
close down here. You guys got to be close right around here,
Yeah.
no?
Yeah, I'm 3 points away from my entry, plus or minus a
Okay.
few ticks. So, again, not going to FOMO into it, not going to put a market order, not going to make any adjustments, sticking to the plan, because that 3 ticks could be the difference between, getting stopped out or, actually profiting or just not being in a trade at all, like not taking
Sure
a loss
can.
or a gain. So you just got to stick with it.
Yeah, I'm working a couple bids down below also at 214.5 and 09.5 in the NASDAQ. I might jump in a little sooner if I see some changes happening, but right now, just stacking bids below.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes, I was told we are good to go for FOMC tomorrow. So if you really like that experience, be sure to tune in all afternoon. We sound like a broken record around here, but no matter what publication you read or what news channel you're watching, all eyes are on the Fed. FOMC tomorrow.
And so you guys are going to be streaming it?
We'll be streaming it, man. Yeah, be sure to tune in, and we'll be pumping in the Powell press conference. Maybe you can throw some curveballs. Inflation was super sticky. All the metrics and data points from last week said, PCE, PPI, CPI. Inflation's still here. They haven't got beneath that 2% level that they so desperately wanted. So I know that we finally priced in rate cuts in June, I think beneath 50% now. So market's kind of doing a bit of a backpedal. Should be interesting to see what Powell has to say. If he's happy with what the bond markets, if the bond markets are doing the heavy lifting for him with rates in the 10-year above 4%, you might always want to keep the course steady there and just kind of get out of the way and let the markets do the work for him. Otherwise, he's going to have to become in a little hawkish and might have to talk those bond yields up a little bit. But it'll be interesting to see, and we'll have all the experts here on TopstepTV tuning in live and giving their commentary. It's one of the best things we offer around here. Gentlemen, we are still just trading sideways. Tilt.
Dakota just chimed in the chat. Dakota got long at 234 in the NASDAQ.
Great.
Now
Dakota's getting long. Dakota never gets long. That's all you want. Are you getting long, Dakota? Great. That's the coach Dakota, of course. He'll be tune in at 8 p.m. Central for Slow Markets with Dakota. It's actually taken off quite nicely. He trades different products, perhaps the Nikkei, some of the overnight products to have the movement, and it's a good way to learn. I was taught on overnight markets because the markets are truer, don't necessarily move if the moves aren't as violent. Maybe sometimes less news headlines, so it's a good way to watch markets trade. Damn, we are catching a bid.
Well, yeah, I was going to say we're catching a little bit here in the S&P. I know that was a NASDAQ trade for Dakota, but the markets clearly are responding. To the point that you were bringing up with FOMC, I'm real interested to know how many people, people in combines, XFAs, live funded, just people that I'm sure there's just people that tune into TopstepTV that aren't even necessarily trading. How many people have ever seen or even read the minutes or a transcript from FOMC? So I think it's going to be a first time for a lot of people. So it's just really neat that you guys are going to be broadcasting that because it's going to be a first time experience, I think, for a lot of people. And it's something important. FOMC is kind of a big deal around here. So.
Yeah, I would say so. He's man speaking tomorrow is kind of a big deal. Like Isaac said, he kind of calls the shots and dictates monetary policy, which kind of dictates all of the markets. Every market cannot go, shielded from. Oh, we got a 1700 lot here in the S&P's at 5230. 1700 lot just came in, boom, by 700.
Huge.
Wow, they just got gobbled the hell up. 1700 just came in. I might sell one up here. I'm selling one. Oh shit! Pull that.
That was quite the order.
Yeah, I'm gonna get short with paper there. I'm gonna try to at least. All right, Phil, I'm in.
Slap the NASDAQ just a
Do
little
we
bit.
have confirmation if that was pulled? Was that pulled?
No,
or
it was
that
traded.
actually filled.
Got confirmation from John Hogan. 5,000 traded. 5,000 traded on the offer. 1,700 showed. Iceberg another 3,300 coming in behind that. So I'm going to get short with paper on this one because typically an order size that big, typically not. They're typically have an idea of what the hell they're doing. I don't know if they're trying enough size, but the market should react accordingly. So therefore, I am now short 3 from. Here, I'll put it in the chat here. That was a big one. Pre-FOMC, you don't necessarily see action like that. That was a big one there. And of course, we're trading higher. Thank you, George. Thank you. I appreciate it. We'll see if it works or not. 228. Okay. I'm short.
What level was that traded at? Was it 52
30s.
30 even?
32 evens. 30s
in the ES, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, we're just going to mow right through it. We'll see what happens here. Might be some more sellers. See if there's more to do than just that 5,000 lot. But my thinking is, I'm going to be sure.
Value low and a point of control. That wasn't really anything significant as far as previous data goes, other than it just kind of being a round number, 5230.
Mm-hmm.
So that's real interesting.
Mm-hmm. It is interesting. So something came in there, flashed in there, and boy, if you want liquidity, if you want to get your orders filled, you come to the S&Ps, and by golly, you will get your prices filled. Look, maybe just buy into it. Look at we're up 2 handles from that price that it traded.
What type of risk are you taking on the short, Andre? Do you have a stop in, or are you just gonna?
I do have a stop in. I'm not saying where a stop is, but yes, I do have a stop in. Apparently,
we stopped.
I do have.
Stops now, huh?
I don't share a stop in. No, I do have a stop in. I am sure. Yes, I do have a stop in, and is above the price that I sold it. I'll keep moving it if I have to. No, I'm kidding. We definitely do have a stop in. The risk, probably risk around $900 on this trade.
Yeah, we are forming sort of a short-term 5-minute bear flag in the NQ. Might be a decent opportunity for a low-risk short coming up.
Mm-hmm.
But I still have bids stacked up below.
Yeah.
Pretty close to a bear flag in the S&P too, and we are coming up to, or we're right on a 200 period moving average on the 1,000 tick chart. So yeah, we're gonna need some either shorts to get squeezed or some bulls to just come in here and take over to get and close above that, and then again potentially make a retest of that session high that we talked about at the beginning of this segment. So we'll see how this pans out.
Well, yes, we will. Yes, we will. Delta now plus 5,700, but market is going congruent with that delta, so those longs are probably happy. We're just kind of oscillating right now, Isaac, as you would say, just oscillating, right? Nothing really.
Yeah,
right
not a whole lot of action at all.
No,
tight range since we started the segment for sure.
Mm-hmm. Plus 6,400 longs
Our
are
hour's
growing.
been a little bit of like a slow market the last few days. It has not been that thrilling during power hour.
It has indeed. I believe that will change tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon, I believe we're in for a good one.
It's gonna be madness after that. After that statement comes out.
I think so. Even the
I won't be
morning.
trading it though.
You will not be trading it.
Absolutely not. It wasn't that long ago that even holding a position into FOMC resulted in you losing your funded account, or even like failing on Combine back in the day. So I kind of stuck with that over the past few years. But typically, FOMC, if I trade that day, I'm looking to be out by like 11 a.m. Eastern. What's that? 10 o'clock Chicago time. If I can catch 5 to 8, maybe 10 points if I'm lucky early on in the session. If I can walk away with that, I'm done for the day. And then I have tons of data to look at the following day when I'm assessing the market for my levels after it's happened, the morning after.
Mm-hmm.
Man, look at that. We are just about where my bracket target limit order would have been had we gotten
stopped out and stopped out.
That would have.
Ooh, that was a loser. All right, yeah. So $1,200 loser there. I guess the play was there just to buy in. Buy into that. That's okay. Got my stop in. That's so yeah. So up to the upside we go here. My goodness, dude, just buy into that paper, no problem. Oh shit, I had 5 on, not 3. That's what was
careful now. Careful now.
Yeah. How about 5 on? But yeah, I know. Okay, moving up to the upside here. 52. Let's see if we make a run. Boy, just make a run of these 52.39s. Well, thank God I had my stop in. So much for going to VWAP there, George. Maybe we'll try it next time. But I am down.
So 52.43.75 is overextension in the ES per my strategy. So that doesn't mean that's where we top off. Again, because this is the last 20 minutes of the trading day, the day before FOMC, anything can happen. But under my normal strategy parameters, which typically is most effective between 9:30 and noon or 12:30 Eastern, we would be overextended if we got to the point of 52.43.75. So that would be like a max long target level if you were still in a long and didn't already have a target set below that level.
Okay. Well, while we have a bit of a second here, we got about 19 minutes till the close. Can we do quiz winners if we got a chance there, Jack?
Yes, we sure can.
Thank you.
I'm a middleman though, because James is switching it. There's your winners, led by Chopopotamus. There was one on here that I liked. Sassy Squatch.
That's what.
That's a good one.
We missed Eddie. Eddie will be back
Somebody
soon.
was really formal with his first name, last name. I'm not going to call it out, but someone's like, "This is my name."
Yeah, they were.
Purple haze.
Chopopotamus is crazy. Chopopotamus is nuts.
And those are your winners. Expect an email.
Nice day, Rex. Thank you, Jack. Nobody out there enjoying tap dancing on the grave of my losses. Nobody. Don't make me check your trade reports and see how you've been trading. I don't think we want to do that and open up those can of worms. But yes, hopefully you got long. Instead of laughing, hopefully you were able to take the opposite side as some others were here, like we did in chat. Nobody. I do have access to your trade reports, and I'm not afraid to take a look. Moving on. We're catching a bit of a bid here. Gold and crude trading sideways.
I am working an offer now for a lower short at 55.25 in the NASDAQ. I'll only risk about $200 on this one.
Okay.
Yeah, even though we're approaching session highs, not too far off of all-time highs in the S&P, and we're not far off. We're about exactly 10 points away from an overextension. This is just based on what's happened in recent weeks. I'd say the last 2 weeks, as far as trading sessions go, I would not be looking to take a short here.
Yeah. I think that's the last short I'm going to take for the rest of my trading career. Guys, no joke. I'm never taking a short again. I don't know why. I always get long and they work. I don't know. Plus 9,100 Delta. Boy, they are just buying this and buying this and buying this.
So even if I had gotten filled on that long, we came within one tick of where my limit order is for the bracket, right, to have taken a target. So even if I would have gotten filled instead of missing it by 3 ticks, we would have missed that exit for a profit by 1 tick. Like, that's really annoying. Like, I've been seeing that a lot lately. And that tells me a few things, right? That tells me I am finding areas of significance to other traders and institutions and firms, which is great. To be able to identify that, it kind of gives you a little bit more confidence in like your ability to read markets and make, forecasts. But again, it is a little annoying when you just can't seem to either get filled for an entry or, take your full target and you end up kind of getting stopped out for a profit, right, on a trail. It's not a terrible thing, but I've been noticing that a lot lately. And I don't know about you guys. I guess I'd like some feedback from you. Like, my biggest issue, some people have a shot clock, right? I know RIPS has a shot clock, and everybody's shot clock is a little bit different, right? They might say, I don't stay in a trade more than 45 minutes, or I don't stay past lunch hour, or 2 p.m. or whatever it is. What I don't like about power hour is like, there is a shot clock, whether you have one or not, right? Like, closing bells right at 4, right? 3 p.m. Chicago time. And we got to be flat, 10 minutes after that. So there is, I think just between having that time clock just there, whether you have one or not, And then just knowing that those liquidity injections hit and that, you know, any swing in either direction and sometimes both directions, you know, in excess of 8 to 15 points in the S&P is just a little bit too much stress for me, if I'm being honest. That's why I don't typically trade power hour.
Yeah, I think it has a lot to do with the time frame chart you're looking at. Also, if you're trading on a 5-minute chart, you shouldn't be expecting to take a 200-point ripper in the Nasdaq.
Yeah,
that's just the way I think about it, though.
Agree.
Coming up on my offer here. Filled at 55
Nice.
quarter.
Get in there. All right, let's take this. Lido bombs, you missed it. Lido bombs, we just showed it.
Stops at 65. I see Dakota in the chat looking to target 70. Maybe I'll tighten up this risk if it doesn't quite want to go my way. But so far, we're in the money a little bit.
Nice.
Good.
Let's get that money. Less than 15 minutes, gentlemen. As you can see in the clock in the lower left, that is brand new here to Power Hour. 14 minutes, 15 seconds till closing bell. Man, we're good like that. Pretty good.
What was your fill, JD?
Filled at 18,255 quarter. Short one.
We're getting updates on positions here.
That's what we got to do. Say UMP now. Where are my orders at? Yes, we are. Okay, so JD's in there, catching with the upside. Here we go. Well done. Dow is leading the way again. Okay, Hoop, thanks for that. Dow has been getting some love here at TopstepTV. Dolby Time kind of started the revolution there.
That was ripping. I'm not looking at it. What's it doing?
I was moving to the upside here, as Hoop just said in the chat here. JD's long.
JD short.
JD short? I thought you said you're long, man. What the hell? Ugh.
Short. I said I was working on an offer.
My bad.
I'm about to get run out on this one, though.
I am short S&P. 52.37, 2 contracts short. And looking to get out 52.27, 10 points. I'll be looking to trail my stop if we can get at least 6 points into the green on this trade. Hitting 347 or 247 Central Time. Didn't really see much movement in either direction. And I would have liked to have seen a pretty aggressive move to the upside with 15 minutes exactly left on the clock. So we could see a little bit of a pullback here.
Again, I shorted. Low risk opportunity, playing a chart pattern, small bear flag in the NASDAQ. Playing the upper channel line of a short-term bear flag. And I'm about to get run out. Stop hit. $200.
To the upside. Here we go.
Nice rip.
Just need to stop.
Hit Dakota 70s.
Nice Dakota.
Dakota, you still in the chat? You looking to short here?
Oh,
or is that just a target?
Okay.
175. How is chat looking? Anybody got questions or feedback for it?
How do you think, Dan? Delta is growing. Chat is in full troll mode, it seems today. A lot of the good traders and positive vibes have seemed to taking a seat on the bench here. The trolls are in full force, coming after us because they must not have anything better to do. But we appreciate you guys watching. We appreciate the numbers.
Yeah,
and always
some of my
eyeballs are
biggest
good.
fans are in there.
It's when you guys stop watching is when the problem. So when you guys do tune in, we greatly appreciate it. And we'll be here all week and the week after that and the month after that and the year after that. So we appreciate and keep tuning in. Here we go. New high.
Still ripping higher. Yes, extending the range higher.
Oh, there's all the good guys. Trolls are going to troll. Just give us some fodder for the chat on the day before FOMC. Thank you, Rips. Rips was the man this morning. Carved up that open. Got chopped up a little bit after that. Then came back super strong. Moves to the upside. Yeah, man. What's up, DC? Let's see you. Yeah, the trolls. Those douchebags exist. They ain't going nowhere. They wouldn't be like that in real life, which I take solace in.
I don't know, Andre. I'm sure most of the trolls in the chat don't have any of these, Top Step live funded trader payout club pins anywhere in their
good.
houses
All
and
good.
offices. So we'll let them.
All
we'll
good.
Let them troll. We'll let them.
Oh, good. I'm just trying to get them fired up, man. Just trying to get them fired up. It's been a bit of a slow day, but we are moving here. We are moving. I would say the Bulls are in control.
That was an excellent flex, by the way, Isaac. I loved it.
I noticed that. I caught that. I got one of them.
Like, I'm
Here
sorry.
we go.
I can't see any of the negative comments in the chat. My
You ain't
Fund
missing
Club pin is in the way.
They're
pin
coming
is in
for
the
me
way.
today.
I can't see.
Which I kind of enjoy. They come for me today. Okay, we just hit that 250 liquidity injection. Not a bit more muted than we've seen in the past. Again, day before FOMC, I can assure you 24 hours from now, we are going to be rocking and rolling. The market's going to be all over the place. Keep it tight. You might have to wind your stops a little bit unless you're going to nail the perfect entries. Good luck to you on that. Trading these, you have to wind your stops, accept more risk. But hey, the reward is out there too. So
this is the calm before the storm, huh, Andre?
Calm before the storm, but there is some action. Yes, this is the calm before the storm. Let's take a peek at what the numbers are tomorrow. Before that, and it's going to be pretty quiet. Okay. MOC imbalance 540 million sell side. Ugh.
Not much
Not a
at
whole
all.
lot there.
Wow.
No, not a whole lot there at all. We do have the crude oil numbers at 9:30 Central Time tomorrow. Besides that, 1 p.m. FOMC rate statement. And then after that, 1:30 FOMC press conference with Chairman Powell. 24 hours now, we will be rocking and rolling. There will be money to be made. Let's get that money. Let's get that bread. Especially nobodies. Feels like you can use a couple bucks. All right, new highs here. New highs in the S&Ps. We're going to tick off the highs. Okay.
I hate being flat going into the close during power hour. I feel like
good, man.
I feel compelled to do something.
I wish I was flat. I'm not flat because I was compelled to do something just for tradertainment, And like I said, I wouldn't be looking to go short, but again, this is full transparency, not my live funded account. All the trading pretty much happened before 1 p.m. as far as that goes. So yeah, we're not too far. We're about 4 points away from my stop, which is also close to that overextension level that I gave you guys about 10 minutes or so ago. So realistically, what that should have been a long target, or at least look to take off or shave off some of your position if you were long around there. Because again, it's going to take some serious liquidity to extend beyond that point, with it being several standard deviations away from pretty important moving averages on a few different time frames. So just something to keep in mind.
Very good, very good. And taking a look at tomorrow's schedule. Yes. We are going to have an action-packed day. Taking a look at what we got coming up. If you guys got trades on, you guys are flat. Isaac's short as well. Isaac, these shorts, man. Whew, it hurts. I sold 27s. That was 15 handles ago. Yikes. That's why you have stops in, though, folks. Losses I accepted. Accepted the risk. The losses are manageable. Can make them back tomorrow. But it's
NASDAQ approaching the highs here.
Yes, go. So the move was there to fade the tilt.
Yeah, what was tilt heavy again when we kind of started the segment? Was it like 60, 70% short?
75, 76, yeah.
It was short, bottomed
Long or
out.
short?
It was short. It was short indeed. I thought it was plus 17,000 delta. Boy, we have grown. They put on probably 10,000 longs in this move up. This is very, very interesting in this delta. So, I mean, they're going to be long at these all-time high prices?
44.75 was overextension. So my stop is 2 ticks below that level. So we'll see if we get there. And then if so, I'm real curious. I know there was only going to be like 6 or 7 minutes left of the session for cash close, at least. We got some time after the closing bell. But I'm really curious to see what the market does if and when we get to that 52.44.75. What types of action we get there.
So we are. What a move. What a move. I mean, even on these quiet days, you still get moves in power hour. It's tricky, but fading it. That initial sell-off was completely rejected. Buyers came in and said, here we go.
Well, one thing to note, if anybody was front-running my original long limit order, I don't know if my chart's up. No, it doesn't look like it. But when we started the segment, right, we were pretty much right where we started seeing this pullback. Like I said, we had gotten within 3 ticks of my limit order. So if anybody was front running that by at least a point or more, you were basically in the money right now, 17 points on the ES.
Not
So
bad.
that's a pretty, I was going to say that's a pretty sizable trade when you consider, again, in my opinion, this was a pretty sorry power hour as far as price action goes. Not very volatile, not aggressive
disagreeing with you
movements
there
or
at all.
swings.
Yeah.
But to catch, 15 to 18 points on one single long trade, whether it's with one contract or 20 contracts, in this type of price action is pretty epic. So it would have been nice if I gotten filled, but it's paper money anyway. So I don't really feel any kind of way about it.
Yeah.
All right, last 5 minutes here, gentlemen. Last 5 minutes.
New high in the close.
Good question.
High right now in the ES.
Yeah, we are. Here we go. Wow. I mean, this is
might get behind it.
higher. Yeah, it might not be the worst idea. That's why you use stops, everyone. That is why you use stops. When you're wrong.
All right, I'm working a 273 bid just for a little one guy.
Gotcha.
Maybe I can make this money back right at the end. Tight risk.
He's in.
$200. I'm in.
We've had nothing with the exception of one candle. So after we got that pullback, that was like 3 ticks away from my limit entry to go long. Since that, on a 5-minute chart, we've only had one, and I just got stopped out on that paper trade. So we're 2 ticks, 1 tick. We are right at overextension. And I want to see, look at that. Session high right now, tentatively, 52.4475. Andre, I've done it before. Calling a specific level. Again, with it being power hour, I don't think it'd be the same as like fast markets, for example. But we hit it, and we're already a point off of it. I wanted to really see what traders in the live markets were going to do with this level because it is a quantitative extreme. And we got 4 minutes left to the cash close. So really excited actually to see what happens here. But one thing I was going to note is that on my chart, 5 minutes, with the exception of one candle that was not bullish or bearish, we've had nothing but bull candles since that bottom of that pullback. So Delta is growing positive, and the candles are forming green.
I'm working an offer at 90 to get out of this long, by the way. 90 quarter
Jack.
to be exact.
Good job, JD. Less than 3 minutes, guys. Less than 3 minutes.
Still haven't broken that level.
No,
it is currently session high in the S&P. The big one? Yeah.
I was trying to dig up in a thread somewhere.
JD, we're hearing a little Mick monologue.
I love it.
Got it. I'm horrible with the mute button. Sorry, everyone.
Don't want the trading equivalent of a HIPAA violation.
Well, when Mick gets off of his call, you could let him know I am currently smoking the H. Upman Banker.
Yeah.
But it is not the day. It's not the day trader that he sent.
He needs your address.
Banker.
He needs your address, man. Send him the address. I had a note sent to me. He wants your address.
Okay, all right. He sent me. He had emailed me, and he had put my office address in there, so I assumed he was sending it there. But I'll either give him my home address or let him know.
Pass along the message.
I thought they were already on the way.
For sure.
Still haven't taken out that extreme, or that overextension level rather, with 2 minutes to go. So. All right,
so 2 minutes. Here we go. All right, we're gonna start to see some of these orders. At least in the S&P ladder, we're starting to see some volume coming in here on the offers, the upside. New highs, baby, new highs. Can we hit?
Honestly, Andre, I'm curious if the reason why we're not seeing any volatility to either direction is because we're at that overextension level.
Could be.
Really weird. I mean, I know there's not too many people that necessarily trade my strategy, but again, my strategy is kind of formed around a lot of like institutional and like firm strategies. And look, we hit 52.4475, and we already are over 5 points away from that level, just like that in 60 seconds. So, man, I called the session high, and we got there within 1 minute of the close to the tip.
You sure did.
That's interesting. Very interesting.
Sellers piling in right now.
There they are. 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
And I obviously found out who it was via the email address. But
Look at all that. Look at all that liquidity coming in the upside here. That's the piece. You guys trade NASDAQ. I wonder if it looks like that as well. Take a peek. That's still thin, man. You guys trade a crazy market. It's very thin, very thin. Here we go. 15 seconds, 15 seconds. Someone's got the bell. Appreciate that. Wow, look at this liquidity.
All right,
And
last few seconds.
A lot of movement.
Yep. Terrible. All right, guys. Great session as always. Isaac, tell us where we can find you on social media real quick before we sign off here and get ready for FOMC. Oh, we still have slow markets this evening at 8 p.m. in 5 hours, 8 p.m. Central here at TopstepTV on YouTube. Come check out Dakota. Made some ticks there. See what the magic is. Isaac, how can we find you on social media?
Go to Isaac on Instagram. It's the only social media I have outside of Discord. All my other links are in my bio. I post on my stories regularly. My John Hoagland Topstep t-shirt just got featured actually on one of my posts as well. So yeah, follow me. We got some really exciting stuff going on as a community. And I'm gonna be doing some giveaways. We don't got time to talk about it on this stream here, but definitely follow me, tune in, because I'm gonna be giving away some really, really, really hot stuff. So if you're somebody who's gotten something from one of my giveaways, in the chat, put a fire emoji or a W or something, so that people know this is legit and that I'm giving back to the community, because Topstep has given me so much. So that's all I got for you guys.
You the man, JD. You the man. Let's do this thing again tomorrow. Thank you, everyone. All the bellers. Thank you, everybody that watched. We got a huge day tomorrow. Don't forget, we got Coach Dakota with slow markets this evening, starting at 5 p.m. He made some money in Power Hour. I bet he can do the same in slow markets. Anyways, thank you for tuning in today. We'll see you guys tomorrow.